And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We are just about ready to get things started here with our first race of the day. We'll be jumping into APAC first, and it's going to be quite a series that we have built up for our drivers this time around. Tell us a little bit more about that, man.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we've seen what it's like in APAC, and the last time that we were here for the summer, it was chaotic, it was fast, it was very aggressive off of the rip, and I expect the exact same things here today, especially with the courses being, I'd say, a little bit more punishing due to the car that we're having here on the races today. Again, we're going through 3 races, so it's going to obviously change over time, but last time we were in APAC, it kind of felt like a lot of people were holding off on the risks initially getting into these races, and as times went on, we started to see a little though. Unfortunately for a lot of our racers, it's going to be about making sure they put their best foot forward or their best wheel forward, if you will. And I think for a lot of racers we're seeing here today, it is repeat faces. The first 3 that we've already had, including Cravinator there, are all faces that we've seen during our summer challenge as well. So here in winter, I'm expecting a lot of, I'd say, precision racing, but like we talked about, with the changes in the car here, it's going to be a little bit more precise, and if you are not precise, a little bit more punishing.
Yeah, very much the case. You can see the car hanging out now behind our drivers as we work our way through the rest of the starting grid. We've got 16 drivers ready to go for our first race here on APAC today, starting it out on Grand Oak, and they are going to be sitting in that McLaren P1 GTR, which is a lot of power that these drivers are going to have to deal with in honestly still a fairly light package at about 3,000 pounds. Compare that to about just a smidge under 1,000 horsepower, little over 700 pound-feet of torque. It's going to be a rocket ship off the line, and that brings a lot of challenges alongside with it before we even start talking about things like breaking into the turns and whatnot. So it's going to be a very, very big challenge, ironically, no pun intended there, for our drivers today to be able to navigate this car on all 3 of these tracks. I'm very much looking forward to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting one in terms of, again, how we start the day off. Subaru's honestly going to be one of the main faces you want to pay attention here today. That was our 3rd place racer coming out of the summer challenge that we had. So here in winter, things are a little bit different, but we do have to pay attention. I think Zach's, Subaru, and Goki in particular, those were our top 3 racers during the summer here for APAC, and they are all back again for the competition here in winter, which makes me think that it's going to be, again, just as close of a competition. We started to see that kind of consolidation of the pack as the races went on. I think this first race actually has a lot of opportunity to kind of shake that up, because we did see that again in almost every region during the summer as well, was that first race kind of setting the tone to see, are we going to have a very close consolidated top of the pack, or are we going to kind of have our front runners shine and sort of pull away? I think this first race is going to be a great place for them to sort of set the pace, set the tone, set what is going to be the rest of the day for all of the racers.
All right, folks. Well, you're not going to have to wait too much longer as we are loading up that starting grid now. Let's get things started here with our first race of the day for the APAC region on Grand Oak. It's going to start slow as we work our way through these first few turns. It'll end fast, though, but the real key to victory here is going to be maintaining that speed all throughout the last turn. So let's get into it, folks. The 3, 2, 1 countdown coming onto the screen now. Our first race of the day is getting started here for the APAC region.
Feels so good to be back, and it feels pretty natural to, again, see Subaru at the very front of the pack, our pole position leader here coming out the gates, and they're likely going to hold that position for a lot of this track. As you guys can see, there are a couple of very precise turns that are going to be taken here on Grand Oak, but those straightaways, as soon as we get out of the first couple of turns here, are going to be a lot of those opportunities for overtaking in a track like this. However, not quite going on right now. Subaru already establishing a pretty solid gap off of rip and getting into that first straightaway. This should give them a lot of room to breathe.
Players that were able to do their prep before these races today and really learned kind of their racing lines, specifically their braking lines in this car, they're the ones that are really going to dominate, because this is a car that will punish you if you're not directly on top of that kind of brake control when you come up to, especially these longer curves and whatnot, because you're going to have to go wide ultimately if you mess that up. So preparation coming into today's races was absolutely huge for these drivers to be able to excel today, and Subaru definitely seems to be taking the edge on that here on our first lap.
Do want to pay attention here to Zach. Again, like we said, this was our #1 racer coming out of APAC during the summer series, and now we find ourselves here in winter and also finding themselves a little bit further behind the pack. They're starting off in the 8th position coming out the gates here. Not necessarily a poor position to be in, but like we talked about, with a lot of the straightaways on this track, there's a lot of opportunity to kind of increase those gaps. You can see this already with a significant margin here for Subaru out the gates. They're over a half a second in front of Goki, and again, the race behind them only continues to further grow here. And as you and I talked about kind of coming into the day, there aren't necessarily a ton of ways that you can overtake here with the car car that all of our racers have available. Because of the fact that it is going to be a little bit rougher to make these turns on a precise angle, it's going to make it to where you really have to make sure you've got a line to overtake with ahead of time. You can see this with Zax oftentimes trying to take that inside lane here and just not really having the availability to do so, just due to the maneuverability of the car at the moment. So it's going to take a while for our top racers to really start to break at the very top. We did kind of see a little bit of moving around here as Zax does find themselves positioned up at least one due to some bumper cars from a couple of the racers around them. And again, you're going to have to expect this from our top racers. They're going to take advantage of what may be a car that not everybody else is used to here in the pack, except for our top drivers. Again, you can see it, the gap only further increasing. Goki trying to catch up to Subaru, but over a second extended now in first place.
Perfect showcase there from Nuke a few seconds ago, showing what happens. Even if you just make those slight mistakes that might only slow you down a little bit in another car, it is going to punish you quite heavily here. So like I said, preparation is key going into it. But good news for Nuke, he's already been able to, because of the power that this car brings to the table, get himself back one place up very, very quickly. That is the kind of trade-off to that one, is you do get back up to speed very, very quickly in a car like this one. Comey trying to work his way in, but unfortunately comes into the turn a little bit too hot, goes wide. Can he correct it for this next one? He'll certainly try to, but the problem is Craviator's not going to give him any room to make this maneuver. We are moving through this little S-curve right here, otherwise called the dogleg. This is where we are going to see some opportunities for drivers to make turns. Unfortunately, Comey just not enough room to do it on this lap.
Comey's not a racer we talked all too much about during our summer series here, but definitely another name to pay attention to. Similar with a racer in front of them in Craviator, did not finish top 3 either, but again, racers that are familiar with this track, familiar with the G Challenge, and clearly familiar with their competition. Again, very close pack at the very top, but you can really see that it's a race right now between third to probably about, I'd say, 4th or 5th or 6th, who are all in pretty close contention, and then you can see second gaps in between all of our top 3 racers right now. So really, Subaru, again, we mentioned them being not only a very competent racer, but a racer that we expected to come into today with a pretty good game plan and an idea of what line they want to run. They're not only running that line, they seem completely unimpeded. As you guys can see on the map in the top right, and they just continue to have just this significant margin in front of the other racers, and even going into the dogleg, they just seem confident. Again, with a car like this, it is very easy to make mistakes if you do overcorrect yourself or don't have a confident line to follow. Subaru has done the exact opposite of that, now establishing almost a 2-second lead in front of Goki.
And it continues as you go down through their top 3 as well. Goki's got his own lead over Craviator, and really until you start to look at Craviator against Comey, there's not a huge, it's not necessarily a very small gap there to work with either. So quite a bit of prominence being shown by our top 3, our podium potentially eligible racers here as we work our way up to the half point in the race. But paying attention to what else is going on, we do have Dez as well trying to still catch up to Comey. Comey still has been sitting on Craviator's backside for a good 2 to 3 laps now as well, so he's still looking for that opportunity to pass. But as you mentioned before, with the relatively straightened nature of this track, aside from the opening and the curve we're working our way into right now, they're just not necessarily finding that many opportunities to do it, but that's certainly not stopping them. You can see Comey looking for any opportunity to try and sneak it on the inside. It just has not presented itself as of yet.
We haven't talked a lot about it today, but I am worried about with the, I'd say, more physical nature of this track right now. We've got a lot of people playing very close to the rear bumper of all of the different cars. I feel like that physicality is going to lead our way into penalties, and we had some issues with penalties during the summer where it really was a make or break based on the physicality. They were seeing people overtaking lines and going off of the track in places that they were not supposed to, and I do worry that, again, with this track having so limited options for overtakes, for opportunities like that, how are the racers going to adapt? You can see one there, Jay, shooting up all the way, I believe, from 10th up to 8th, so still trying to keep that pack pretty close between that 7th to 10th position. We talked a little bit about how Zax has been trying to climb their way up, but just hasn't really been able to escape the, I'd say, chaos of the back half of this track right now. Again, this is our, I believe, first place racer coming out of summer, still stuck in that 8th place position, so it really kind of goes to show. We talked about how coming off of the pole position was going to be such a huge benefit to our top racers. It still continues to be. Subaru officially has now eclipsed over a 2-second lead in front of Goki, and that's over a 3-second lead in front of Craviator. So yeah, our top 2 just pulling away from the rest of the pack right now, while the top 3 in its entirety just completely separated from all the other racers.
We have been following Newton for the better part of this last lap now. He's been trying to make a maneuver against Jay for some time. Jay went for a wide cross track, though, towards the beginning of the lap, forced some extra unnecessary braking from Newton, and that ultimately slowed him down to where Nuke passed him for a moment. You've seen since then, though, Nuke has fallen off a little bit, and we're back to the same section of the track, and pretty much the same thing happens again. Jay just giving zero room over to Newton, forces an aggressive break from Newton. Newton will try to cut on the inside as he works his way through the dogleg, but once again, Jay just giving absolutely zero room to the P9 racer at the moment here. making sure that he stays in P8, but at what cost to his own ascension against players like Zach sitting up in P7 is now the question I have to ask.
I mean, you can really see what you and I were talking about before with, again, very limited opportunities to overtake, and if you are going to try to overtake, you have to go on the inside lane. Going on the outside with just such a, I'd say, wider track here is just not going to give you that opportunity, especially with the car that they are racing with here today. So it's been a similar battle as we talked about between that 7th to 10th position, constantly trying to see if there's a chance to even overtake on the outside, and I think the only time we did see that successfully happen was with Zax, who is currently racing right now, which makes sense. This is a racer that's definitely going to be prepared coming into a race like this into Grand Oak on our first race, and they haven't really had that opportunity outside of that initial opportunity here. So as you can see with Hedgie and Dez constantly staying close to each other, even with now Zax having caught up to the other two racers to kind of get involved in that pack, there is just limited opportunity to make a move. Hedgie does finally make one and potentially almost gets overtaken immediately afterwards. A little bit of physical contact may cost them with a penalty, and we'll have to see at the end of the race. But again, the packs are starting to show themselves here. We've got 5th through 7th, we've got 8th through 10th, and then every racer up the very top is more or less in a solid position outside of Comey and Craviator, which seem to be on each other's bumper. Comey and Craviator did have a little bit larger of a gap before, but it's been cut down to underneath a half a second. Huge opportunity to try to finish within the top 3 for either one of those two racers.
Front markers in the meanwhile are still holding consistency, so at the moment Subaru and Goki are setting the pace, and the pace to beat at that as well. But this race between Zax as well as Hedgie continues to unfold. Zax now looking for revenge against Hedgie. Hedgie going a little bit aggressive about a lap ago. He was able to get the lead from it, but had to ghost out for just a split second there. Just being careful in the event that he lost control so as not to screw up Zax as well. Just being a good player there, but was still able to maintain the additional position he got for himself. We did see a switch up happening a little bit further back as well here. That happening between Dez, Newton, and Jay. Jay finally ending up falling back behind Dez and Newton as well there. And then meanwhile, suddenly up towards the front, we see a switch up there as well. Goki making him sway all the way past it as Subaru. Something seriously has gone wrong with him as he's bumped all the way down to 7th.
Not only did it look like he either had a crash or some sort of miscalculation across the way, but again, it's not just the fact that he loses the lead that he had established, but he's bumped himself now all the way into 7th place behind both Zax and Dez, two racers that were staying pretty close to each other. And again, we already saw that with Zax. Zax started off in, I believe, 8th or 9th position to start off this race, meaning that they have now had to climb their way all the way up to 5th. So considering that we talked about, again, the pack sort of establishing themselves early here and us being on now our 8th lap, Subaru, that's not a great position to be in here. With Zax having been one of our best racers and only being able to make up about 3 or 4 positions so far, Subaru is now going to make up 6 positions within about 2-ish laps here. So not great for Subaru, especially considering, like we said, it's our first race of the day here for APAC. You really want to establish yourself well, give yourself some breathing room as we go into our latter 2 races, and just not having that availability, and not only not having that availability, but now putting yourself in one of the most closely contested packs here. There are 4 racers all within close proximity to Subaru, and they could maybe get their first overtake. So didn't take him as long to at least switch one position as it did for Zax at the beginning of this race, but Subaru is still a long way to go if they want to try and get back into that pole position.
Yeah, he's got, with 2 full laps still to go, maybe 4 real opportunities to make a pass, all still while contending against Dez, who's going to be right up against him now as well. He's entering into another one of these windows now, but does not have the clearance to pass the next player up, which is going to be Zach. He's still fighting Dez off of his tail at this point as well, so it's going to be tough for Subaru to try and reclaim that P1. It's definitely going to be a miracle if it ends up happening at this point, so we're looking more towards Goki, and of course Craviator now sitting in 2nd place to hold those podiums instead, and obviously as a result of that, Comey being boosted up into P3 as well here. Quite a bit of distance still separating those racers, so bar another unfortunate mistake like we saw from Subaru, everything should be pretty stable there towards the front of the pack.
And this is huge for Goki to not only have this gigantic lead in their first position right now, but on top of that, also Craviator and Comey fighting against each other. One of the biggest things for Subaru starting off this race was not only having that initial first place position, but also the gap that they were able to create over a second or 2 behind their the P2 position. Now we find ourselves a little bit of a different scenario here as Craviator and Comey are both fighting against each other with less than a second in between the 2 racers, meaning that it's going to be a close battle, and when they are focused on that close battle, it gives a lot of extra time now for Goki to even establish a larger lead. The time that I've been here to explain it, it went from about 2 seconds flat to 2.4 here. So Goki's taking advantage of that first place, recognizing the value in what they have gotten. Really, I would say the opportunity they've been given. Again, Subaru's still stuck in that 6th place position. They are starting to climb a little bit,
He's
but
pushing for it.
You just see the same pack over and over again. It's him and Dez, Hedgie and Zax just own this very close position. Credit where it's due, though. Zax starting off in the 8th or 9th position to start this race. They are now in P4, so this has been a very impressive comeback for them as we head into our final lap.
And Subaru certainly still trying to get back as many positions as possible here in these final few pushes. Nicely done from Comey, though. Gets aggressive. We haven't seen anybody take the risk just yet by cutting the corners like that because of the implications of what would happen with the car. But Comey finally decides to pull the trigger on it here on the very last lap. It's not secure just yet, though. Him and Craviator still within really an arm's reach of distance. And Craviator starting to eclipse the new second place holder, Comey, a little bit here. Meanwhile, it's still Goki absolutely shooting away here in P1. The checkered flag's going to wave for him in just a moment as he will easily claim that, given the mistake that was made earlier by Subaru. He's still sitting back down in 5th, but oh no, Craviator reclaims his P2 just as they cross the finish line, so that will lock Comey into still a very respectable 3rd place. Subaru ends up back down in 5th. We'll also see Hedgie and Dez take the 4th and 6th place positions, with the rest of our results finishing up just now.
Oh, you got to feel for Zax on this one. We talked a lot about their ability to bounce back from that 8th or 9th position that they started off in, and they find themselves in the exact same position to end the race. Again, at times a circle or something like that. It's just constantly the same sort of battles that we saw. The only real big difference from that initial starting that we saw here is Subaru. By far a fall off that I don't think you or I expected. I don't think any of the racers expected. And the problem for them now is that's how they're starting the day. That is not only their first race here of 3, that is the very first race of the entire broadcast, their entire day. It's going to be hard to battle back from that, especially when we've seen the ability to bounce back from Zax, the ability to keep a high position from Koki. I mean, they're fighting up against some of the best racers we have seen so far here in APAC, and now they find themselves here starting the day in 6th place. That is not a position I think that they wanted to find themselves in, nor that they expected to find themselves in.
I think it's a good way to set the stage for the rest of the broadcast. We talked about how this car was going to, in some ways, demand perfection out of our drivers. We very much see that. Our P1 driver, who went literally uncontested throughout the entire race, still ends up getting bumped back down to 6th or 7th, battles his way back a little bit up to 5th, but that's the problem there. If you're not focusing on just your consistency and how you're working your way through the track, this car is going to punish you. And we'll have to see how that changes things up as we move into tracks 2 and 3, which will be coming up in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get to that, though, we are going to go to a short break, so stick with us. We'll be back for more racing action in just a moment.
In order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro Pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G-Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro Pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro base, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We're in the middle of our APAC Grand Final and the drama that happened. Let's recap the results if you missed our first track on Grand Oak. We have Goki taking first place with 28 points. Don't worry, there's 2 more races, but a big shout out to Craviator and Comey for also locking in that top 3. But the drama, Subaru was leading for 8 laps in first place. Something broke down in that 8th lap and he finds himself in 5th. But at 19 points, there is still time to catch up. Up next, we have Sunset Peninsula. Here are the qualifying positions. Here's where everyone's starting. So Subaru will get a chance at redemption at that pole position, but look how tight these qualifying times are. It's still anyone's race, but there's only 2 more tracks left. Like I said, up next is Sunset Peninsula. We're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll have our drivers kick off.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Track number 2 is getting ready to rip and roar here in just a moment for the APAC region of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I've got Bass with me here once again, ready to bring the action to the table. And this track is going to shake things up a little bit, isn't it, compared to our first one? Pretty straightforward, kind of like very casual, like slow to fast descent. What do we got going on this track?
The tightest of margins, the narrowest of corners, the inability for anybody to really overtake either racer unless they have a very specific line. There's going to be a theme here today that I think a lot of you at home are probably starting to get, which is with the car that we have right now, with the tracks that we have these racers on, there are very limited opportunities for you to make a move. And if you do make a move, it is going to probably come at the risk of potentially bumping into another racer, potentially going off of the track, potentially putting yourself in a position that could be worse off than if you had not made the move in the first place. We already saw this in our first race with Subaru finding themselves unfortunately out of the race after I think about lap 8, where they crashed out from, we're not really sure the circumstances. And we could easily see the same thing here with extremely close proximities. As you mentioned a lot as we were talking kind of coming into this day, this is a track with not a lot of room for cars to actually be able to overtake each other, and not a lot of room for them to even be able to kind of stay within close proximity without having physicality. So I worry for a lot of our racers here, as we talked about a lot with APAC, they really like to cause a little bit of chaos, and I think with a track like this, the chaos is almost expected at this point.
Pretty much the case. At the risk of oversimplifying the track a little bit, effectively what we're looking at right here is about a quarter of this track is effectively going to be sort of like a road ring, basically. Yeah. You'd see it in that type of racing. And then on top of that, we're basically racing through like the maintenance and pit tracks on the inside. Yeah. The rest of the track is how it's going to be looking here. So here we go, folks, as we check out what's going on here for the starting lineup. Comey is going to be back in P3, so things are going to look fairly similar there. Craviator, who ended up, I believe, in 2nd or 3rd place in our last race, goes down to P4. And Goki, who won our last race, back down a little bit this time with a P5 start. So we'll have to see how he pushes himself forward. Rest of the pack is going to be pretty similar to what we were seeing in mid-race for race number 1 here. Hedgie in 7th, Dez in 8th, and we'll see what the rest of the pack looks like here as well as we work our way through the rest of it. We've got Just Wires in 9th, working our way towards the back. Nuke in 10th. Nuke put on quite a fight, actually, in the last one there, but was having sometimes struggling with kind of managing his brakes on the turn, so we'll see how he does that on this track. Then finally, we've got Rex and a few more here towards the back as well. Pick Vendor, and then a few more to round things out with I Am Brown and our final 2 racers.
Do want to mention, as we haven't talked too much about this here today, but additionally, while there are obviously points for being able to finish at the very top of the pack here. Fastest lap also going to be able to get themselves a little bit of extra points here as well. So there's opportunity for some of our racers who maybe aren't necessarily focused on trying to make those risky moves, overtaking other of the racers while they are on the track, to be able to do so through the fastest lap, or just be able to focus kind of on their own challenges. And I do think that's going to be a huge thing here today, especially for a racer like Subaru, who finds themselves with a really good lap time, pole position here, and maybe shouldn't try to focus on the chaos as much. Again, with so many racers that are going to be in close proximity with very little opportunity to overtake or to try and create any larger gap or any extra space between themselves and other drivers, you really do have to focus on your own line. And I think as we've seen with Subaru, they come in here with a game plan. They come in here with an idea of what line that they want to race and how they want to race it. And if they're able to do so unimpeded, they'll likely be able to take away first place here. Because again, we don't really exactly know what happened to them while they were in first with a 2-second gap. Again, it wasn't just that they crashed out in first place, it's the fact that they crashed out in first place, and they also did so erased a 2-second gap, and then dropped all the way to 7th. So it's a pretty significant margin if you do have any errors at the very top. Again, with the P1 GTR being the car that it is, it's just going to take a little bit while for you to get back into those flows, back into the opportunity to be able to actually race against your other opponents. And I do feel like we're going to see the same thing here again with the track that is even narrower than our last track here on Sunset Valley. Let's get into it. It's our second race of the day here for APAC, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Winter Finals. We've got Subaru starting off in pole position. Let's see if maybe this time, though, they can hold on to it for a full 10 laps.
Now, P1 is going to be a little bit of a trap here. You can see the layout of our track now there towards the top right, and the reason for that is going to be the amount of draft these cars can build up racing behind each other, especially as we get to that ring road portion there that you see on the left side of the map on the top right of the screen. So just be cautious of that. Subaru more than likely is not going to be able to maintain as strong of a lead as he did previously as we work our way through those portions. So it's really about capitalizing, getting as much of a gap as possible built up here in these first few seconds. But as you can see, very narrow roads, very tight turns. That's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to achieve here. As we can see, plenty of our drivers already running over the bumps and curves that exist on the sides of the track.
Again, you can really just see there's not a lot of opportunity to overtake here, and there's not a lot of room for error either. If you do make a mistake on either side of the track, you're basically careening into one of the walls, which completely surround this track at the moment here. So I'm liking what we're seeing so far, as it does kind of seem like this is going to be a bit of a closer race. As you guys can see, it's bumper to bumper through the first lap here, and we're not even halfway through it. That outside turn is going to probably be our best opportunity for any sort of overtaking here, or maybe the final straightaway, which does last for a pretty long time, even through that starting line here. So not surprising to see Subaru holding on to this lead here. The only surprising thing for me at this point is the fact that we are starting to see a little bit of a gap between our top 3 and the rest of the pack right now. It isn't necessarily like it was last time where you had 1 far away from second, far away from third. We're seeing P1, 2, and 3 all in very close contention, and even with the gap that they have behind in that P4 position, it is still not that significant of a margin. Again, we talk about the close proximity on this track, but lap 1 has absolutely shown that in spades.
Zach's going very wide there as he dismounts from the rig road portion of the track and works our way kind of into the back stretches here once again, the curvy portion of it, so to speak. Nearly is able to catch Comey, but once again, like we were seeing similar situations for on the previous track, Comey just is not going to open up a pathway unless he's really forced to here. So that'll likely become an ongoing battle we see for the next few laps. Hedgie losing a little bit of spacing against Nuke sitting in front of him here, but like I mentioned before, we've seen Nuke wobble a little bit on some of these tighter turns. Probably not going to happen as much. Okay, never mind. Just a nice thing that he gets a little squirrely. Like I said, that's the problem with the P1 is trying to control it on these tighter turns. You got to battle this very wide swing you often have to do with pretty much an infinite amount of instant power that can be brought in because this car is kind of like a mild hybrid system built into it too, so it has that pretty much near instant torque that these drivers can also utilize. That's a tough kind of dance to battle between here at times on these very tight portions of the track.
Unfortunately, as much as it might be nice to have a quick acceleration and just kind of launch off rip, it's also a problem when there are not, again, like we said, a lot of opportunity for the straightaways here, especially if you're able to do so during the first half of this race. It is not going to show you a lot of availability to make those overtakes, to give those opportunities to really change up the order at all. What it is going to, though, is open up space here on this final turn. You can see it. This is where Subaru really starts to kind of show the bread and butter of these tracks, being able to take those high-speed portions and really race them with a very precise line. We knew they would come into this with a game plan and really a lot of redemption. Like we mentioned, this is not a track that they want to lose on after having a, I would say, poor first race, at least in their own mind. And we're starting to see the problems when you also get stuck into the pack towards the top and you are not that pole position racer right now. Comey finally starting to see themselves a bit of a gap between them and first place for Subaru right now, and then also starting to see other racers climb up to them. Zach's overtaking, I believe, 1 or 2 positions there to launch themselves into 4th. It's also coming at the risk of potentially veering off the track. We saw a couple of people, especially in that initial turn, kind of just launch themselves at any opening they may find. fine. I worry a bit about penalties at the end of the race, but for at least the moment, Zax has found themselves back into a top 5 position in the 4th position at the moment. If they can hold on to P4, that would not be a poor position for them, considering they had not a great start in the first race. Any sort of comeback here in our second race on Sunset Peninsula is a massive improvement for Zax.
Yeah, we were seeing there from Zax, of course, really trying to put the pedal to the metal up until these corners, but obviously paying the price for it there as we saw Craviator able to work his way past him as he finished up his lap too, just with a little bit too much speed. Had to slow down a bit. We are going to see a bit of a slip and slide there from Craviator. Loses the back wheels for only a moment, though. Great correction to slow it down and maintain the control, especially before we go into this high-speed portion of the track. Problem is the slower speed going into that, though, might leave a gap open for Goki to make a move here as we dismount from this section of the track in about 3 or 4 seconds from now.
I'd love to see the little bit of chicken here as we come out of that initial line and go into our first couple of turns here on Sunset Peninsula for all of these racers. And honestly, unsurprisingly probably as well, Subaru seems to be the most confident with that. Every single time that we go through another lap starting, it seems like they're able to create an even larger gap. With initially coming into this lap, it felt like they were at about just over a second. They're at 1.7 now, 1.8 even increasing. And it's not to say that Comey is racing poorly, as they're obviously increasing an even larger lead on that third position in Craviator, but this is the problem with a race like this, is that if you start to get kind of congested, if you start to have to fight against other racers and try to overtake against them, you're just slowing yourselves down, as there's just not a lot of room to give. And for the racers that are able to just kind of separate themselves, you can see what a significant advantage it can become. The only problem, again, is we saw how that established itself in the first race, and Subaru was not able to hold on to that, and they crashed out, and I want to say about lap 8. We're at lap 4. We got a long time to go here on Sunset Peninsula, and this definitely feels like a little bit of a longer race right now. Maybe not necessarily lengthwise, but because of all the turns that they're having to take, because of all the precision, a lot of these racers are just not being able to get that green light, that go, go, go in the positions that they would like to, the opportunities they would like to. This, one of the best opportunities for it, but unfortunately, it isn't really an overtake time. It's just another opportunity for Comey, Craviator, and Subaru to just kind of take off.
A lot of action going on between our little Christmas couple we had going on back there, Dez and Newton, in the red and green cars, just bouncing back and forth between each other, constantly fighting for control there. Certainly a story we'll be following throughout the rest of this track. Subaru, though, still maintaining its consistent lead, and as you were mentioning, really growing it on a lap-to-lap basis. Not a whole lot of challenges approaching him from the rear, so it's really just about maintaining that consistency. You can see, though, coming around the corners, he's taking a few risks again, letting the tires do a little bit of the work for him as he slides around a few of these to get a tad bit of extra speed. That'll more likely be fine because these are short races, only 10 laps long. Tire wear isn't a massive concern in this type of scenario, but still, even towards the end of that, if you're really putting the pressure onto them, you might start to see that squirreliness start to come back to bite you a little bit, and that could explain at least part of the reason as to why things went awry on our last track there.
We're starting to get a little bit of hints, a little bit of insight into what maybe went wrong in our first race of the day here for Subaru, but I do want people to pay attention to why Subaru is in the lead here, for the sake of, again, having a line that they want to go after and not being afraid to take those risks, because they know that they're confident enough in the race that they have and their abilities to be able to take that line exactly as they were anticipating, be able to hold it as precisely as possible. Speaking of which, Goki not backing down on this one, able to take potentially a place if they can hold this inside track as they go into this final turn, and indeed they can. Goki, again, that is another racer that has been at the very top. They finished in the first place in our first race here. They would love to be able to climb back into that top 3 position, be able to find themselves at least close in contention with Subaru and Comey, 2 racers that, again, also did well in the first race, but didn't necessarily hold themselves at the very top positions. It'd be huge for Subaru to get that, but it would be even bigger for, again, Goki to hold themselves in the top 4 position, keep themselves close, and go into a third race with the potential to finally find themselves at the very top. That's not a great move from them. They're still trying to hold that inside line, but I think Zax is going to overtake that 4th place position yet again. Again, we keep talking about this. This battle between like 3rd through 6th has been so close. And then you look a little bit above them, and it's 2-second gaps in between our 3rd, 2nd, and 1st positions.
And it's been super fun to watch the evolution of the fight between Zax and Goki, because Zax was the one that started with a much more aggressive presence coming off of that first turn, trying to take it into kind of the back roads here with a little bit more aggression around the corners. Goki was trying to play the more respectful, more standard way, but he got forced into that aggression over these last 2 to 3 laps or so, and really only suffered the consequences of it just now as we came off of that long straight once again, heading into lap 6 here, where Zax was able to get the better of him once again. That could still very easily shake up one or 2 more times here before the end of the race, so still a lot more to come on that one. And there we go. Goki is going to be able to pass Zax there just now, and Zax, oh no, finally gets his comeuppance. He's forced way back, all the way down to 8th place, ends up ghosting out at everything as well, so he doesn't mess up the track too much here. A lot more players going to be put between him and Goki now, unfortunately.
This has been the biggest disadvantage to Zach so far, as we've seen that they have that ability to drive incredibly precisely during the race, but they're playing a catch-up game the entire time. They have not necessarily had the greatest lap times in order for qualifying, so they find themselves usually starting somewhere between that 5th and 10th position, and between P5 and P10, you've got a lot of room to try and catch back up, and with a racer like Zach's, we can obviously see why they are going to play that aggressively, why they are going to continue to drive these lines so aggressively and constantly go for those inside takes. It's not always going to pay off for them, but they know that it's a very big risk versus reward. They didn't necessarily have the greatest first race. Who cares if they don't have a necessarily great second race? This is the only chance they're going to have to be able to climb a little bit back up, to be able to keep themselves in contention for any of that prizing at the very top. In doing so, it's going to obviously have its risks that you maybe are not able to take, and I don't know if he should have taken that last one. It has bumped him all the way back now into the 8th position. They are no longer fighting in that top 5 position, and instead have led way for racers like Newton and Goki to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. We talked about how it was a very close pack between all top of our, I would say, 3 through 6 racers. We are not seeing that for P3 through 6 anymore. It is a second gap between all of them, starting to kind of establish their own little spacing, which could basically hold this way until the very end of the race. Again, the only reason we saw that shake up in the last race was due to a racer crashing out in our 8th lap. We're on lap 7 here, so it's still definitely possible, especially with the position of Sunset Peninsula here, but I don't suspect any of these racers are too keen on trying to take anything more risky here. We talked about how big of an issue that is with such small track confines. There's no need to do so if you, again, have a second or 2 gap in between you and the racer in front and behind you.
And we just saw what happens if you do try to force the envelope a little bit too much right there as well. We're watching Nuke's POV. He tries to go a little bit more aggressive on the corner, manages to get the inside of the corner, yes, but now doesn't have the capability to slow down quickly enough to actually take that sharp corner, and as a result has to slow way down in order to stay on top of it and not knock, his opponent off the track on the other side. Ends up losing so much speed that he can't only not overtake the person in front of him, but the driver behind him actually takes his place away now too. So you got to be so careful with your decision making in today's setup.
Getting down to the last couple of laps here. Lap number 8 just about underway here. And at this point, it's really, again, it's the Subaru show. We're not surprised by this. Race 1 would have been the same sort of thing. The only reason it wasn't was due to an own driver error. But really, it's just far and away the leader right here as they get into yet another straightaway. And it always feels like, for some reason, again, same car, same tuning for all of our racers here today. Somehow Subaru knows how to take these straightaways just a little bit better than the rest of the competition. They are always able to further increase their lead almost every single time. Again, a 3-second gap between them and Comey right now. Barring a miracle, they should be making up for their mistakes in race number 1. It's got to feel good to be able to put themselves back on top. But as we talked about, with this being a 3-race competition, they now have to kind of contend with the fact that they did get potentially P1 in their second race, P9 in the first one here. So the equilibrium of the two of them is going to land them somewhere probably within the top 5. The question is where, and the question becomes, what do they need in our final race if they are able to hold on to this P1 position here on Sunset Peninsula?
Our final race does still hold a lot of possibility for shakeups as well. For those who weren't here for the earlier portion of the broadcast when we announced it, Maple Valley will be our 3rd and final track for this season's kind of series finale, so to speak. Focus a little bit more on this race, though. Once again, I mentioned them earlier. The Christmas duo here, Dez and Newton, just constantly going to battle with each other on all of these passing points. Dez tries to hug the hard turn here, but does not get a quick enough dismount. So Newton's going to be able to shoot away from him. Dez, once again, trying to force the envelope, and you can see he was forced to brake a little bit prematurely there. Knew he was going to end up slamming into Newton if not. Tries to go a little bit wider, a little bit earlier for a better dismount off of this turn. It does close the gap, but now again, he's still kind of at the mercy of Newton and his own brake checks that are sitting in front of him at the moment. But here's going to be an opportunity that he can finally use the passive here. Coming up on this final little chicane that we hit before we go wide on the ring road. Is he going to be able to mount it potentially? Looks like no again. A little bit too respectful of Newton's own braking capabilities, but hold on. Does he go wide? Can he swing it around enough? That's going to be the question here now. And no, it's going to be close. Bumps him a little bit on that back left corner. Slight amount of contact. Dez is still trying to stay behind him so we can use the draft. This car creates a massive draft pocket to utilize if you're going to be able to use it properly. Dez is doing so at the moment, but now coming off of it, he brakes a little bit early, tries to have a better turning angle, but it does not pan out, unfortunately. Newton more than likely going to be able to hold things as we work our way back into the kind of later portion of the track here.
Yeah, it seems like at this point Newton's given up on trying to overtake Goki or get even close to that top 4 position. They're more playing a defensive game right now, just focusing on making sure that Dez cannot get past them, and then vice versa. Dez is literally taking every single move specifically to try and overtake the racer in front of them. Goki, similar vibe here though. They've caught up to Craviator and now found themselves in a position to potentially overtake, but it's going to take some, let's call it maneuvering, to put it lightly, especially considering we're on our last lap. If you're going to make the move, it is now or never, especially considering that top 3 is looking pretty locked up outside of this singular move. Comey, again, 2 seconds in front of Craviator, 2 seconds in front of that, almost 3 is Subaru. So this is kind of the now or never. This is the opportunity. If Goki does want to find themselves, again, another position at that top 3, they need to make this move here, and this is going to be one of their last chances, unless they want to take it on the final turn, and they will not. Sliding out, Goki probably going to end themselves in P4, if not further back than that. Unfortunate opportunities, as it really was the best chance, and that chance is come and gone.
We'll see if Goki's still able to maintain things. Thankfully, he does have the benefit, again, of this ring road to finish off the final lap here. So more than likely going to be able to maintain P4, and that is indeed going to be the case. So not a huge consequence there. Will not be able to pass Craviator because of that last little slip out, but thankfully recovered it quickly enough. Still ends up with a very solid finish at P4. And of course, Subaru still our dominating factor here at P1. Drivers just having a little fun at the end there. Just slamming into a wall, of course, and we have the rest of our results rolling in now. But it's Subaru, Comey, and Craviator that take the podium here on race number 2 of our APAC region.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little bit close here. We're starting to see some of the same drivers find themselves in that top 5 position over and over again, and that means that they're not only establishing themselves a decent lead to work with going into that 3rd race, but it means it's going to be a pretty close leaderboard across all of our racers right now, and this is what we want. This is what we're hoping for, is we don't want to see a racer like Subaru just kind of clean sheet their way through here. We understand that they are a very talented racer and that they have a great ability as a driver, but we also want to see that contention, and them having finished themselves in 5th place in that first race now gives that opportunity for other racers to try and catch up to them, even though they did take a comfortable first in our 2nd race here. So things are just starting to heat up at APAC. I'm not really sure what happens here on Maple Valley, but I do think the racers are going to be pretty happy that there will be at least a little bit more opportunity for them to make some moves in comparison to what we just saw on Sunset Peninsula.
All right, folks, well, don't go too far too quickly. Stick with us for just a moment here. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we do come back, we're going to get you ready for race number 3 on Maple Valley.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We're in the middle of our APAC final, and man, Sunset Peninsula got intense. Here's how our standings are shaking out. We had Subaru, Komi, Krav, and Goki lead that second race, and with those points tallied up, Subaru made the redemption arc happen. He is tied for first with Goki, the winner of race 1. But we have one final track to go, and these top 4 names are going to be the ones you want to watch for this last one. Maple Valley is up next. Here are the qualifying results. This is going to be the racing positions everyone kicks off at, and this is the final chance to climb up to that first place to get the $2,000 and that VIP trip to that McLaren weekend getaway. I'm so excited for this, y'all. Our drivers are ready to hit the track, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, ready to get started with race number 3, our final race for the APAC region, and things pretty much couldn't be closer. We couldn't have set this up better if we tried, folks. So
I think physically there is not a way to. We have a 2-way tie for first. We have a 2-way tie for second. We have a 3-way tie for, I guess, technically third or kind of fifth because of the fact of the way that it shakes out. Let me put it this way. This is literally anybody's race, not only for the sake of our first place prize of being able to get a go to one of the McLaren races, as well as also, again, $2,000 to first place. But on top of that, just any prizing at this point for any of our racers up for grabs for pretty much everybody in our top 5 at this point, which again is really a top, make sure I do the math right, top 7 competing for top 3. What a weird way to phrase that.
you'll have to bear with us. There's going to be a little bit of math as we work through the third and final race of the day, folks, but it's bound to be a good one because we are going to be jumping into Maple Valley. For those who saw last season's finals, of course, this was such a fun track to witness. That final turn or two, the race down the hill, the rocket ship that these cars specifically are going to be able to produce is going to make some very exciting and potentially very scary moments, actually, because now, once again, what we've talked about, especially these long braking stretches that you have to navigate on the P1, if you're not prepared for those, they can mess you up very quickly. So that final turn or two here on Maple Valley could become the end for one or two of our racers if they're not ready for it. But we have the starting lineup here. I believe you have a few notes on that as well if you want to run us through what we noticed there.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that are in a bit of different positions. One of them being dead, starting off in 7th position instead of starting off somewhere within that top 5. And then you kind of flip it with somebody else that we talked a lot about on their comeback trail here. Zax, a racer that finished first place during our summer series, now finds themselves here in the winter, going in actually that 5th place position, or tied for that 3rd place, if you want to phrase it that way, however you want to call it. But they are starting also in P3 as well. So they actually have a chance here to not have to play comeback throughout the entirety of this race here on Maple Valley. And that's got to feel great, especially considering that this is a race that they have done before. Again, this was part of our summer series as well as it is here now in the winter. So for a racer like Zax, it gives them a lot of position to maybe not be able to take 1st place. They are a bit further behind 1st place than a lot of other players, or a lot of other racers right now. But if they can find themselves somewhere within that P1, 2, or 3 position to end this race, gives them a great chance to get some extra prizing, find themselves further up on the leaderboard, and also be able to play a little bit of spoiler to a couple of those other racers. Like we said, we have 4 racers all between that 47 and 48 point margin right now. Those 4 racers are Subaru, Craviator, Komi, and Goki. So for any of those racers, it's basically win this and you're in.
Pretty much the case. And a quick review of what those look like. Fighting for 1st, specifically, Subaru and Goki up against each other. So if one beats the other, that locks in that position. For the 2nd place position, we've got Komi and Craviator going up against each other. Whoever comes out on top there, more likely going to take 2nd or 3rd, depending on Goki's finish. And then, like you said, the 3 or 4-way tie that we have for 3rd place is also to be considered. I don't want to overanalyze and confuse you guys, so we'll focus on the race instead. Let's get into it here as we're getting ready to get started with the 3rd and final race of the day, for APAC at least, here on Maple Valley.
This is everything that we have hoped for. And again, like we talked about, folks, it's not just the fact that, again, if they can take over one of those other 2 people or one of those other racers, they're obviously going to pop themselves ahead. But there's extra margins between that 1st and 2nd place. It is not just a 1-point margin. If you finish in 1st, you're a point ahead of the person in 2nd. It is actual multiple points, which gives you that extra gap to be able to work with here. So for all of these racers, they are recognizing that 1st place position is beyond coveted, but even being able to get 2nd over somebody else that is in 3rd can make the difference between you walking away with 2nd overall and walking away with 3rd. Or if you're maybe one of those racers that's in that time for that 3rd place, who knows what happens. It's time to find out. Our final race here for APAC begins now on Maple Valley. Our racers battling it out for $10,000 in prizing, a chance to go to a McLaren race, and a chance for $2,000 for 1st place in particular. It is our main man Subaru that will start off in pole position, but as we have seen throughout these races, anything can happen.
Important to note, too, with the points being so close, that among our top 5, top 6, a hidden objective for one of these drivers might become that fastest lap time, too, because there is that very messy extra point, which could potentially shake things up a little bit here, too. So we'll be making sure we pay attention to that as well. But like you mentioned, Subaru and Goki getting off to a swimming start here. A little bit of shake-up going on amongst the mid and back markers here for the most part, but nothing crazy consequential. No one getting spun off the track just yet. It does get a little bumpy in this section of the track, too. So keep an eye out here as they cross that bridge we saw just now for potentially some action to shake up here, too. We're going to start to work our way around one of the big curves before our drivers start working their way up the hill for their eventual descent at the end of the lap.
It may not look this way, but this does feel like a little bit of a wider track than what we were just seeing on Sunset Peninsula. Yes, I guess the actual track confines might be a little bit narrower, but there are more of a consistent, larger space for them to actually be able to overtake versus some of the narrow spaces on Sunset Peninsula, which kind of just lock you into position for at least a period of time. Multiple opportunities to overtake here, both on straights, chicaneries, and also turns throughout this entire thing. So there's a lot of room for movement, I will say, throughout this first lap, throughout the all 10 laps that we're going to see. It's why right now, Subaru's not really pulling away as much as we have normally seen them through that first lap. They do still have a gap on Goki, but you can see Goki is racing their hearts out right now. They recognize the idea that this is their last opportunity. They've put themselves in a very good position that they probably wouldn't have had the position for back in summer, but here in winter, they want to overtake Subaru. And again, this is really down to Subaru's own fault. Having that crash out in race number 1 has really left their position wide open. It's given a lot more opportunities to other racers to try and fight back, and that's why you see such an aggressive final race here from Goki so far. They have not been able to let Subaru out of their sights. It's been less than a half a second, pretty much his gap the entire time.
Subaru, I believe, coming up to that first turn after the lap marker, also slipping just a tiny bit, so that does close the gap for Goki slightly as well here. An opportunity for Goki to potentially make a move on that one coming up here pretty soon as well as we work our way around to the stands, but not going to take the initiative on that opportunity immediately just yet. More likely, Goki knows here that Subaru's made, 1 or 2 slip-ups here. Obviously, the big one back on track number 1 in the past. So he might be just playing it back a little bit here and waiting for that to pop up once again, as he's the one putting pressure on him. There's not immediate pressure coming from Komi or the other drivers behind him just yet. So as long as that remains the case, Goki kind of has the negotiations working in his favor at the moment.
Big thing for Goki is, again, just making sure to keep this pace the entire time. We've seen that Subaru is vulnerable to making a mistake later into these races, whether it be just due to trying to hold their own line so acutely that they don't have the availability to due to the racers around them, or whatever it may be. But as long as you can stay there, being prepared for if there is a mistake, that is the biggest thing that Goki needs to do right now, because we've seen the, I'd say, errors of being over-aggressive in spaces like this. You can't necessarily force that move. You cannot force the mistakes out of your opponents and your other drivers. You need to wait for that opportunity, and I think Goki might try try to find one right here. Thought about it for a second. Again, you just don't want to have to make the move if you do not have to.
So the thing that these drivers are contending with right now is you have to be so careful on a long brake stretch that because it's kind of like a mid-turn brake stretch as well, and especially with kind of how I was playing around with this car the past few days, you got to be so careful with trying to turn while you're braking as well, because the car can just slip away from you so easily, and I think that's what we're seeing Subaru struggle with just a tad here as he tries to work his way around that first turn, and Goki notices this like we mentioned on the last lap too, so big slip coming out right here as well. Our yellow car nearly going full spin out there. Newton plays it safely though, slams on the brake, a little bit of shake-up in those drivers in the front pack as well, and we're going to continue to see that unfold as they work their way around the big curve here by the podium.
I do want to focus a little bit on Comey. If there's anybody that is winning in the current scenario here, it is Comey right now. They've put themselves in basically a solo position. There are no cars around them that are trying to contend with them right now. They are trying to catch up to Goki, but with a 2-second gap, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to do so. But Comey's the racer we got to focus on. All three of our top 3 racers right now have a 1-point separation. Subaru and Goki are both tied for first place coming into this one at 48 points apiece. Comey is the only other one at 47. The other racer at 47, if I'm not mistaken, I believe is, let's make sure I'm getting this right, Craviator, who is, let's say not necessarily in the position right now to be battling for top 3. So it's huge for Comey to be able to have themselves that extra space, even if they are not able to overtake first or second, like we talked about. It's pretty big to be able to find yourself with a top 3 position with the amount of money on the line. It's also probably not great to probably have our first clear penalty of the day. That is physicality beyond compare, and it is definitely going to be a markdown at the end of this race.
Yeah, Newton there, just not expecting the wall to cut in so quickly, unfortunately, after the big turn coming down the hill. So he is going to pay the price for that one, lose at least one position from it. We hadn't even had a chance to mention it until you brought it up, but yeah, Craviator just struggling in general with his positioning here on this track, still trying to battle himself back up coming into this one. He was tied for a very high placement, but more than likely not going to be the case unless we see him kind of reascend to his previous positions at the moment here. He's currently trying to work his way past Jay. He's with his own struggles as well of trying to push past either Hedgie or Dez, maybe both, if he can catch those two making a mistake here on one of these wider turns.
There's a handful of racers, like we said, that are tied for that 3rd, 5th, whatever position you really want to call it at this point, and 2 of those are going to be both Hedgie and Dez, who are just right next to each other in that 4th and 5th position right now. Craviator technically does have a larger gap, and even if they are able to have a better position here, there's still not a guarantee they'd be able to overtake Craviator, but it does almost guarantee that Craviator is not going to be able to battle for one of those top 3 positions unless they can keep climbing. That is a position gain for them, very quickly lost, but you can really see again that battle between, I'd say, our 4th position all the way down to about our 8th position right now is extremely hotly contested. It is still only to the advantage of our racers in 1 through 3 right now. Subaru, again, still with a decent gap in front of Goki. It is now established to over a half a second, and it's gaining even further. Goki, not sure what just happened there, but that's the furthest gap we've seen from them in a hot minute.
Subaru finally getting a better handle on the first little barnyard curve here, working their way past the lap line, so it seems like he's resolved that issue from earlier in the race. Goki's certainly not going to be happy about that, but he needs to come up with a plan B now in order to get past Subaru here if he really wants to take the edge away. Assuming he doesn't have the fastest lap time right now, but even that, he's still going to want that P1 to try and close things out here and win the tournament.
It's getting worse and worse, unfortunately, for Goki at this point, nearing a 2nd gap between them and first right now. So things are not going great for them. The only big difference is that Comey is not necessarily gaining on Goki while this is going on, so there are multiple laps still to go. So Goki does have that opportunity to maybe try to make up some time, maybe start to look for some mistakes and some weaknesses in the race line that we're currently seeing from Subaru, but there are very little weaknesses, and this has kind of been the trend throughout the day here, is that without that error in that very first race, Subaru would have been the clear favorite to win this entire thing. We come into this one with them tied for first, so there is technically a possibility with Goki, but it's really all on Goki right now. If Subaru continues to race the exact same line that they have throughout all of these first 5 laps, there's pretty much a guarantee they're going to continue to go this way. So it's up to Goki to make a move. They continue to fluctuate between this about a half a second and about 0.8 of a second for this gap between the 2 of them. This has gotten a little bit closer, though. Something must have happened to Subaru, because a 0.3 gap now as they're getting closer and closer with every move.
Drivers working our way down through the hill right now, the rocket ship as I like to call it, working their way past that starting line and around that first barnyard curve here at the moment. Keeping up with Goki, though, who, like you mentioned, has been able to close the gap against Subaru. Not sure if we saw Subaru get a little slippy on that first turn again. He's been struggling with that for the first few laps, but it seems like he was making up for it. Maybe not the case so much any longer, though, as Goki is flirting with the backside of Subaru's fender there, and may very well have a chance to pass as we work our way up to the podium in a moment.
Remember all that advice I gave through like the first I don't know 3 or 4 laps where I'm like, you don't want to make an aggressive move because I don't want to put myself in a bad position. Goki has taken that advice, thrown it out the window, burned the book, and forgotten all the pages. At this point, he is going to go for the most aggressive move every time because he knows this is his last opportunity. There are very limited spaces here on Maple Valley that he's going to be able to overtake, and he is getting aggressive as possible with all of them. The only reason he hasn't really made any of those moves yet is just due to early breaks from Subaru. So I think Subaru's starting to take advantage of the fact that he has created this multi-second gap from the rest of the pack right now, and in doing so, it allows him to kind of mess with the racer behind him. So huge stuff from Subaru right now to be able to establish themselves just a little bit of extra space to be able to work with Goki just not even being given that opportunity to overtake, because you can really see it. 3-second gap between them and Comey right now. So this is a battle between the Subaru. Is he able to hold on to the line that he's had throughout this entire race, and is Goki going to make that move that's going to be make or break? Because we're coming down to the end of this. They've got 4 laps to make that move. At a certain point, you just got to send it and hope it works out.
This might be it for Goki right here. He's got the draft. He's got the better entrance onto the rocket ship as well. Subaru is being forced to utilize his tires. Only disadvantage is he is forced to go wide, working himself around this first big curve right here, and Subaru just not letting him have the positioning needed to pass, cutting in hard. That's going to penalize both of them ultimately here, as now the rest of the back markers are going to be able to work their way towards them as well, potentially get involved with this. Not immediately, of course, but we still have a full 3 or 4 laps to go here as well, so that's to be considered as well. Nice defensive driving from Subaru, but it's to be questioned as to what the long-term effects will be.
I mean, that half-second to a second gap that we've seen between Goki and Subaru is all but erased at this point, and I don't think we're going to get back to that barring an error from either one of the 2 drivers right now. Goki is right on the tail of Subaru, and they're going to stay here for pretty much the remainder of this race. Again, just looking for that opportunity. I don't know if they're going to try to force it, though, and that's the big question I have, is that if Subaru continues to race a line that is dang near perfect, what opportunity do you really have unless you make a move that's a little bit more aggressive, or maybe you let your foot off the gas at the wrong moment. Not sure what happened there, but Subaru able to pull away pretty significant margin, going from 0.2 of a second to now 0.8 of one. So something went wrong for Goki. I don't really know what the move was, but it has now forced them to restart that catch-up all over again with only 3 laps to go. That is not a lot of time.
Some anecdotal observations for me, but looking like, again, traction controls may have been the issue there from Goki that's allowed Subaru to push back ahead once more. Rest of the track getting ready to force their way down the hill here, however, so we'll see. Zach's been fairly loose with taking risks here, so he's always been a fun one to watch. We'll keep our eyes on him for a second, see if anything ends up transpiring, but it does appear he's got a healthy gap between himself, the cars in front of him and behind him, so he'll more likely be safe for now. But with that said, like I said, coming hard into this corner here, a little bit of extra brake as he comes right up onto Craviator's backside. Just doesn't have the steering capability in the midst of this turn, at least, to work his way around him and try to take full advantage there.
Craviator being able to pop themselves back into 6th, though, is a great position considering the racers in front of them are the racers tied for that 5th or 7th place position, however you want to phrase it right now, as they are at 32 points apiece. So even if they are able to hold on to that 4th and 5th, Craviator is still likely to be able to stay ahead of them. It does mean they're kind of conceding the race for 3rd, though, to Comey, who is, again, still very comfortable in that P3 position overall right now, as they don't want to get involved with a mix-up between Goki and Subaru here, and they don't necessarily want to fall back far enough that Dez can overtake them. So Comey potentially going to finish off this entire series in 3rd place. It's a great amount of money for them and a great position to find themselves in as a top racer, but we have to focus again on the battle between P1 and P2. Goki and Subaru continuing to battle back and forth, and Craviator still, again, trying to catch up to Hedgie and Dez at this point. They have found themselves, again, still in that similar pack, but I do worry for them with racers like Hedgie and Zax around them. We've seen them be hyper-aggressive, so if Craviator finds any of the racers around them making one bad move, it can really ruin their race, ruin their chances of finishing in that 4th or 5th position. So it's, again, the balance between trying to make a very risky move now that we are down to our final 2 laps and being able to be comfortable with whatever's position you would theoretically finish this race off in.
We've seen the drivers even try to use kind of the track limits to their extent as well. Thankfully, Forza's sim rules, the grass tends to be pretty forgiving if you run into it a little bit there, so our drivers aren't suffering too heavily from trying to push those track limits that much at the moment. As we work our way into it now, the final 2 laps, everybody crossing onto their 9th lap at the moment. Who will succeed? It's looking like Subaru might very well just be able to cruise over that finishing line in P1 yet again, as the pressure from Goki has very much faded off. I think he's had to take a moment and consider his own consequences if he keeps trying to push the envelope like he has been here. What could happen if he spins out? What if Comey Dez passes him? That's now P2 potentially going away from him for the overall tournament standings as well. So I think he might have decided that he's fairly happy with the current goings on and may just kind of allow that to transpire here for the final 2 laps.
He's trying, unfortunately. Again, he just hasn't been able to find the same gap that he had before. That 0.1, 0.3 that we saw before is all but elusive to him at this point, as again, that half a second margin just seems to be the barrier that he cannot cross. Maybe if he finds an opportunity, but we talked about it before, Subaru, it was a mistake, whether it be from traction or somewhere in between, that opened up that door for Goki to get back in with. Without that mistake from Subaru, it's going to be very difficult to find an opportunity like that again. It kind of feels like the door was open for like maybe a lap, and then as soon as it closed, there was just never an opportunity for Goki to find the key again here. So for Subaru at this point, again, maintain the line that you've been racing all race. It has given you a fantastic advantage over the rest of the drivers on this track so far. If he is able to hold that for this final lap here, he will definitively win our APAC series. But again, Goki, they're going to try everything here in this final lap.
Like the pressure from Goki. We did see him kick up the heat a little bit. He knows this is his last chance now, so if he was ever going to try, he might as well do so now. Still a fairly healthy gap, 4 seconds between him and Comey as well, so he's really, honestly, got the room to take a few risks here if he wants to. A slip or two, more than likely, is going to be still palatable for him to be able to maintain P2, even though that would lock in P1 for Subaru, so he's going to try to take some risks. This is one of the last really major spots where he can attempt to make that maneuver, is around the curve through the podium right here. Not able to take it, though, and definitely no slip-ups from Subaru either. He maintains near perfection in his own line, working his way through the final lap. And once again, unless that leads to disaster here on these final few curves and down the hill, more than likely it's going to be Subaru crossing the line as our P1 finisher, and more than likely our ultimate victor of the tournament as well.
Goki is definitely doing everything right now, though. They are not backing away from any of these challenges. They're doing a good job of only braking when Subaru kind of forces it at this point, so they are making the correct moves. It's just not having the availability to do anything with any of those moves. There's no space on the inside. There's no space on the outside. Subaru is not making a mistake in any of their lines, and I think that's going to guarantee them that first place position. Subaru finishing off. It is the closest gap we see so far with Goki. They do make it up, but even getting to that .192 is not enough. They will finish in second. Comey will finish in third, and the rest of the pack will trickle on in. But Subaru, after a bit of shakeup in our first race of the day, are able to take back-to-back P1 finishes as they close it out here on Maple Valley.
Incredible recovery from Subaru to be able to take that one. Some honorable mentions specifically for this track's performance as well. Craviator starting a little bit lower than we had seen him do so in the previous tracks as well, down to like I think around P9, P10 for the qualifying on this one. Still manages a very respectable P6 finish. That is going to hurt his chances of still trying to finish in the top 3, of course, as he was involved in that multi-way tie for second place, so that will more than likely knock him out of that. Our drivers, of course, just having fun here as we are in the final few seconds of it. But yeah, a lot of results to tabulate, folks, and a lot of excitement to figure out who exactly landed there. P1 might be certain at this point. We've got to figure out where the rest of our drivers landed. So stick with us for just a few minutes here. We're going to come back to you in just a second with the final breakdown on where everything landed for the APAC region.
In order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals, and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro Pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G-Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro Pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro base, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We just wrapped up APAC. We've tallied the points. It was a tight race between Subaru, Komi, Goki, and Krav, and here's how it shaped up. A big congratulations to Subaru pulling ahead at 76 points. Just 2 points of our race 1 winner, Goki. Subaru, with the redemption arc, pulls it off, and Komi and Krav maintain a podium position in top 4. But this was a $10,000 prize pool, so every one of our drivers is going to get a piece of that. That concludes APAC, but we're not going to waste any more time getting into the grand finals of our next region. EMEA is up next. And if you are just joining us, just a quick little recap on the format. We've got 3 tracks: Grand Oak, Sunset Peninsula, Maple Valley, all on the same card, the McLaren P1 GTR. They're going to be doing 10 laps on each. We've already sorted out the qualifying laps. We already know everyone's starting position, and you get points for each race. You'll see that on the right side, and the fastest lap gets 1 point. We'll do all the math and all the fun stuff, but the real fun stuff is that prize that everyone is competing for. So APAC's already solidified that big check. $2,000 for first, $1,600 for second, third is $1,200, and all of our drivers will get a big piece of the cheese. But the most important part is each region's champion will win a VIP travel experience to a live McLaren race weekend to live their dreams in real life. And here are the racers and their starting racing positions. That's what's going to be so exciting to see. And if you are a fan of the G Challenge from previous times, you're going to recognize some of these names. Boquet and Barcode, our previous champions, are going to be rivals yet again. And joining them, Miguel, Mitch, and many others. These are starting positions, and they are as close as it gets. And we're going to be starting on Grand Oak very soon, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We are shifting gears, focusing now on our European region, and just about to get started with our first map of that series. We already saw back in APAC that once again, it's a much greater challenge that our drivers are being thrown at this time around. So this one will be looked at kind of as like the warm-up track. It's a little bit more of a slow start, a fast end to it with a little bit of a trick at the end on the curve, but definitely I think the most forgiving of the 3 tracks we'll be going to today for our racers.
It's forgiving if you are not the person in pole position who then crashes out with like 2 laps to go. We did see that already, but again, it was still able to be recovered again. Subaru, while crashing out in the first race, was able to take back-to-back first places in the next 2 races. So they did find themselves in a pretty comfortable position. But again, it's a little bit different here in EMEA when we've seen very similar, but it has been very much a top-heavy sort of pack, especially during the summer. We saw that as well with our top 3 to 4 racers really keeping themselves in very close contention throughout the entirety of the race. And it's going to be racers just like this. Boquette, not our first-place finisher from that summer series. They were able to finish in, I believe, 2nd place, but instead it was Barcode, who was going to be somewhere up here at the top. Miguel was also another one, same with Mitch, who was also pretty close. We have a lot of racers here in EMEA that are going to keep this extraordinarily close at the top. But again, this is the racer that we kind of have to focus on here. Barcode starting off in the 5th position, but overall finished in P1 last time due to a heartbreaking loss at the very end. I think we kind of talked a lot about Boquette being the lead racer for a lot of summer, and then we find themselves in that 3rd and final track, which is the same one as this time with Maple Valley, not necessarily being able to close the deal. So I'm curious to see if maybe we get a bit of a different storyline here, as again, it is not the same starting tracks as what we saw during the summer, but the same closing. So again, a lot of narratives kind of fighting up against each other here as we start off the NBA.
A few more new faces to the table here as we round out the back of our pack with Cav in 14th, Parente 1999 in 15th, and then the last two as well, Destroyero in 16th, and finally Mokish there in 17th to round out the grid here. So it'll be 17 drivers jumping into it here in the first one, as we'll be going on to Grand Oak in a second. For those of you who weren't here for the earlier portions of the broadcast, we are also queuing up Sunset Peninsula, which was very fun to watch back on APAC, as well as Maple Valley, of course, which for those who saw the last season, you know what fun awaits on that one as well, to round out the series to determine our true champion and who's going to take home the lion's share of that prize pool. Don't forget, we still have 2 more regions after this one as well, so if you got time and you don't have any plans here this summer, grab some snacks, maybe a few drinks, stick around and hang out with us for a few hours, folks. We've got plenty more action still to come here.
Even here for EMEA, like we said, this is race number 1 of 3. So a lot of time for these racers to be able to try to kind of find their groove. As we talked about before, though, is again, these tracks kind of have one theme in common with the race, or with the car that we have here today, the P1 GTR. It is not necessarily going to give you as many opportunities to make those more aggressive moves. If you are going to make a move, you better be prepared for it with the way that this car steers and the way that it's weighted. It's going to be very difficult for you to kind of recover if you make a move that is a little too aggressive, a little too maybe, let's say, sharp of a turn. You don't necessarily have that ability to correct yourself as easily as maybe like we saw during the summer series here, and you definitely do not have that availability to just kind of like get right back into the race and reassume your position. We saw this happen with a lot of racers last time, where they make a minor error and it pulls them back a couple of positions. It pulls them into a position that they don't necessarily want to try to fight from, and it puts them into a pack that they don't necessarily want to fight from as well. We saw a lot of consistency throughout our APAC so far, and one thing being consistent is if you are able to get yourself into a isolated position where you're not fighting up against other racers, it can give you so much extra time. Can we see that here today? Will we see a pull away in our first race here on EMEA on Grand Oak? It is time to find out. Boquette in the pole position, a chance to establish himself early. Let's see if they can as we start off our race.
Boquette goes wide to the right there to try to cut off any attempt for Mitch to take early track control away from him. Works out quite well as they work their way through our first little S curve here, otherwise known as the dog leg. This is where definitely we're going to see a lot of passing action go on. You can already see it, of course, despite the fact that it's just the beginning of the race. This will also become the spot where a lot of that action happens. And there, certainly trying to push the dog a little bit, skirt the back of the car a little bit. We get a whole lot of chance to reintroduce the vehicle that our drivers are actually using this time. So just a quick refresher, once again, it is the 2015 McLaren engine car with a heck of a lot of tunes to the hybrid system. So it creates a very fun, very unique set of dynamics for our driver to deal with that they really haven't had to come across in the most recent seasons. It's already been for some fun. APAC region, I'm sure it's going to be the same today.
The only person who I don't think is having fun with this car so far, and this is both the race that we have going on here as well as for qualifying time. Again, a reminder to everybody that they qualified for this race on position they were going to start in before this race's competition began. And our number 1 driver from our summer series has found themselves starting off in P9. That is going to be Eclipse all the way down there. Eclipse is a very talented racer. Again, being able to win our summer series watching the challenge. They find themselves with a bit of difficulty with this car. Again, qualifying in P9, getting stuck in the pack now here in P9. So if they want to try to find themselves another top 3 finish, or even close to that, they're going to have to try and recover. So I'm interested to see how that goes. However, for our other top 3 finishers here in Boquette and Barcode, they seem to be doing fine so far. Mitch, another racer that we also talked about during the summer that maybe didn't finish in those top 3 positions, but was very close to it. Find themselves in a comfortable second spot here with Barcode over a second behind them here. So we saw a similar battle between on Grand Oak in our first race for an APAC. It's seemingly the same thing here in EMEA, but this time it's Boquette and Mitch that battle.
Stable race so far. They don't make crazy moves just speed zone here as we cross the track, so no immediate chances to do that. The first turn they work their way through is interesting. They have to manage it as well. If you're really just coming onto the track for the first time, you think it'd be a work rate, but actually it's kind of like pretty much, as you can see right here, immediately have to switch your mental, then go into a heavy, immediate downshift to like second or third gear, really slow down and be able to navigate this curve. So it creates a very interesting environment where, as you see right here, a lot more action builds up on that second part of the S curve, otherwise known as the top.
It's always interesting to see how they also accelerate immediately after now. This is one of the few straightaways that we have on this track. And again, he goes into a very short turn afterwards. It's always game of chicken here on this corner. And Clips not going to back down. Somehow able to still take the inside corner, but also simultaneously overtake Sean. Sean, another racer that's returning here from our summer series. They did well during that summer series, but here Winter can find themselves a bit further behind the pack, and they find themselves still battling against an Eclipse that will not give up this space. They are willing to get physical here. My only concern for Eclipse is that A, it's not making them much progress, and B, we talked about penalties in the last race that we saw, obviously not on Grand Oak here, but that physicality can come back to bite you, especially with such narrow margins around the trees with the racing around you. Devo just behind them, Sean just in front of them, getting a little too physical, and all of a sudden, you are finishing right next to your opponents on this one. Penalties may just bump you back. He's able to bump himself up at least a little bit after all of that effort. Eclipse does find themselves now into that P7 position. Holding on to that may prove a little bit troublesome, though, as again, the race just continues, and it's an inside corner being hotly contested every time.
Having to go a little wide around turn 3, meaning the pressure is going to keep itself up. Sean staying right on the tail of Eclipse. Will not have a smooth enough dismount to pass him on the straightaway here, so more than likely it's going to be all around the track here before we see an opportunity like that. But hold on, a little bit of impatience coming out here. Instead, Sean tries to cut him early on that near 90 that we go past. Not able to make it happen, certainly keeping the pressure up, and may very well be presented with another opportunity here as well. If he can force Eclipse to skid even a little bit here, that slight decrease in his overall speed might be enough for Sean to reach a 1.7.
Yeah, I've got to say, the biggest manufacturer, the biggest winner out of this pack right now is Ash K in front of them. A 1.5-second gap has now been established as due to the constant chaos that has been battled here between Eclipse, Sean, and Devo, and even the racers behind them that are now starting to catch up and getting caught in that pack. It's creating a huge separation now to where Ash K can start to have their own race a little bit in front of the P6, and then you get the same idea here from Logitech and Miguel. We're fighting out for that P4 and 5 position as well. So, not surprisingly, we gotta say that this was one of the things that happened on Grand Oak in our first races on APAC. It is not surprising to see the same thing here in EMEA. The only maybe bigger surprise is that Boquet really pulling away from the pack. We talked a lot about the prowess of Mitch Barco that we saw during the summer. We expected them to be a very close race. Boquet is letting them do anything but that. A 1.5 second gap between our first racer and our P2 position. Boquet just kind of taking a Sunday cruise right now, man. This just looks like business as usual.
His way up to one of the final turns here before he works his way into lap number 6. But like you said, no pressure on him, no reason to overstress these curves, overstress the tires or anything like that in any way. He's got all the time in the world. Mitch is still a good second and a half behind him. And oh no, let's be checking with our back partners here a little bit. A bit of overrun from Pat. That's going to cost him 2 range positions. All the way down to 16 as a result of that one. And 17 as well here. So you can see Destroyer right on his tail as well. That pass. So we'll catch up with Pat a bit later. So he's potentially catch back up from that.
This is what we're talking about again. It may seem like the race was pretty set in speed that they have the race line where they want to try to hold on to it, and it's been pretty easy for them to do so far, but this is the narrow margins that we're working with a car like this. A little bit of an extra, I'd say, range for the car is if you crash out, it's going to really punish you. It will drop you back into the positions, and we saw that again the first race that we saw from England on the day. If I'm not mistaken, we had our P1 goal with P7 in that first race, and they were able to catch up just a little bit, but it's really going to show that even with a multi-second gap, you have one bad error on this track, and there's no room for anybody to catch up to you. So as much as we're talking a lot about Boquet pulling away as they have now eclipsed over a 2-second lead over Mitch right now, make one error and that all is now in line. Right now, though, they've raced a pretty great race, and some of the rest of the racers behind them here too. Mitch and Barco starting to catch up to each other and get into a little bit of closer positions. We're checking on Munz here at 12. Still a racer that has done pretty well. They started off the day with a good qualifying time as well. I believe they were one of our top 5 qualifiers here for Grand Oak. So I expect Munz to do well. It kind of goes to show. When you're racing by yourself, it's not the same thing as doing it when you're in a pack, when you're with the lights on you, with a stage on you, with thousands of dollars in prizing, as well as a trip to a McLaren race on the line. There's a whole lot going on here, and even for some of our best racers, it's just kind of getting caught in the chaos of everything, including Sean, Evo, and Eclipse. That battle has still continued even to our 7th lap.
Like I mentioned back when we were at APAC, with this only being on our So pay attention here. Some of my drivers have been a bit more aggressive. Sean is one that comes to mind here, but constantly reserved compared to what I'm seeing across the rest of the track here. But those drivers may start to finally kind of get their confidence here in these final few laps as that wear does start to build on them just a tiny bit. But like I said, shouldn't be a huge deal considering it's only 10 laps, but a bit of action here. Miguel trying to get the pass up against Bullhead, grabs it for a second, but it's not secure as he rounds his turn on the outside. Bullhead now takes it back from Miguel once again. It seems to have blocked it in. No immediate opportunity to retake that pass, but he can certainly stay very close behind when we work up to the dogleg here in a second. We may yet have another opportunity.
Continue to go back and forth, and he's now also opened the door for Ash K to catch up to them. Less than a half a second gap between them, between racing in front of them. So potential fight here for that fourth position as we start to see some physicality. I thought Ash K would be catching up. I did not anticipate them to straight ram their way through. Honestly, the biggest benefactor so far as we continue to see bumper cars here for that fourth position has got to be Barcode right now. Again, establishing over a 3-second lead. They find themselves separated from the rest of the pack here. And it's got to feel good for a racer that, again, finished in first place for our Summer Series, now guarantee themselves a third place as long as they do not make a mistake, to let everybody else around them continue to battle it out and fight they don't want any part of here. For all three of our top three racers, it's kind of good motto so far here. Yes, Barcode is definitely within it's a reachable position with Mitch, but they don't have to take that fight if they do not want to, especially considering that if they pass Mitch, where are they going to go? First place? Not a chance. Bocat over a 3-second lead in P1 right now. So this battle for 4 through 6 is probably going to be what we focus on for the end of this race as we're going into our 9th and our final 2 laps here for Grand Oak.
Trying to get home at 5 o'clock era right now. Just come on, guys, get out of the left lane. I'm trying to get home here as he bumps into the player in front of him. At least twice there on that last lap. Not a lot of patience from him, but why would you? We only got 2 laps left. He's got to fight for positioning. If the track's not making room, you got to make the racers move, unfortunately. And that's what Ash is trying to do here. Albeit to limited success at this point, although he may yet have an opportunity. Inside cut, he's got it, but unfortunately the dismount makes you go wide, and that's where Miguel's going to be able to maintain his position.
I got a feel for Ash at this point because you got 2 races in front of you that are kind of blocking both your positions. You try to go for the outside, you might be able to get past Miguel, but you're not really able to get past Bullhead, who's probably taking the outside track. You go for the inside, you're probably seeing an aggressive move. Bullhead trying to hold on to that, and if you do try to swerve outside, Kaiser's probably going to be right there. So Ash has done a good job of catching up. The bigger issue for them now is being able to overtake either of these positions, or do they want to just stay comfortable with that P6? So they do have a decent gap behind them with Eclipse over a 1.5 seconds back. So it's a pretty comfortable position for all of our racers at the very top here, especially Bocat again through another race, and they just continue to almost grow that gap. It feels like every single lap they're gaining a 0.5 second lead on what was already a huge lead over Mitch. So a lot of credit where it's due. Mitch has held on to that second place position for the entirety of this race, but Bocat just kind of pulling away. At this point, it's almost a formality, barring them making a mistake, as we finally see some movement in that 4 through 6 battle. Ash finally able to overtake Kaiser Miguel and do so for about 4 seconds. Okay, that immediately flipped back and Kaiser back into 5th place.
Ash, though, might still be making another move to retake. These drivers just going back and forth with each other, constantly getting the pass, but failing to correct with their track positioning after the fact, which causes an immediate retake time over time again. Miguel with some great composure to maintain this consistency all throughout the past 3-4 laps. This has been going on now where Ash has been trying to pass him unsuccessfully and ultimately been distracting him from his quest against Bullhead as well here. So, like I said, just great overall pressure coming out from Miguel to maintain his position here. But we are coming across the line in just a moment. It is indeed going to be Bocat. No issues whatsoever, just been hanging out on cruise control for the last 5 laps there. Takes it with no worries whatsoever. Mitch, a very, very nice run in 2nd place as well. Had Barker pretty close behind him for quite some time. Never once passed him. Barker blocks him to round up the podium. And then we end up with Bullhead and Miguel in 5th, with the rest of our results coming in now.
You know, the biggest surprise here, in my opinion, is going to be Ash K coming in 6th overall here. Again, especially with the battles that we were seeing, it was a pretty significant back and forth between everybody. We do see it was not as perfect of a race from Bocat as maybe we anticipated. Over a second in penalties is actually a pretty significant margin, if you were not almost 4 seconds ahead of the 2nd place driver there. So again, finishing off in P1, being able to do so with also a huge gap over P2. Bocat has reestablished themselves as the leader here for EMEA. We expected the same thing as we saw them do similarly coming out of the Summer Series. They were only overtaken in the final race during Summer Series, where Barcode had some pretty impressive moves, similarly with Eclipse. So Boquet, again, business as usual. We're not surprised to see this. It is what we expected here. The only thing I don't think I expected, at least not personally, was the significance of the gap that they were able to establish. It is clear that some racers are not as comfortable here with the P1 GTR. Boquet cannot say the same. A very comfortable racer with this car, with these tracks. They've set themselves as the front runner. And again, it is just not a surprise. It's just more impressive to see.
And that leaves us with the big question of, will the inevitable slowdown that Track 2 forces upon us actually allow for that gap to be closed on? Stick with us, folks, and we're going to be figuring out that and a whole lot more in just a few minutes. But before we get to race number 2, a quick break.
In order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals, and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro Pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G-Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro Pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro base, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. What an exciting first race on Grand Oak for our EMEA drivers. Let's recap how those results went as they get ready for track 2. Boquet, I would say it was a close race, but it wasn't. That guy was like 3 or 4 seconds ahead of everyone else. Mitch and Barcode, though, are hot on his trail when it comes to the points, so it's still anyone's game. Up next, we have Sunset Peninsula. That'll be track number 2. Here are the starting positions. None other than Boquet, who has more podium finishes than anyone else here. Can he take the big championship? He's got 2 more races to go, but Mitch and Barcode also have some top racing positions right next to him. So our next race is almost ready to go, so don't go anywhere.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. One region fully finished in the midst of our second here now for EMEA. Getting ready to jump onto our second track, but after a dominant performance from our current P1 player, Boquet, that's going to be the question, really, at least for me going into it, is can anyone stop him or even get close to him, even get within a 1 or 2 second gap of him, because that seemed to be the problem on the last map. No one could come close to his level of performance.
Yeah, and again, we kind of talked about this is not an unexpected performance. Boquet was one of our best racers during the summer series, but the big difference was that he couldn't really finish out the job going against racers like Mitch, like Eclipse, like Barcode. He found himself in a little bit of a tough position to try and hold it out. Now, that being said, I don't also think he ever had the gap that he had in the first race of the day. Obviously, we're going to have those same sort of racers in the top 5 here. Actually, a little bit of a better start for Eclipse as they started off in, I believe, 8th or 9th last time and finished in 7th. They find themselves within the top 5 racers here in position. So a little bit of a better starting position for them. But again, yeah, we have to focus on Boquet. Not only did they find themselves an incredibly impressive start to the day, it was an even more impressive start than what we saw in APAC, where it was also a very significant margin for our first racer. Instead, that P1 position is held on by over a 4-second gap. Unbelievable amount of dominance, and it makes sense. Again, this is a revenge tour for a racer that probably feels like they should have won in summer, now have a chance to redeem themselves here in winter.
It's going to be very fun to see how things shake up, because it's a very different track number 2 as well. We go from Grand Oak to Sunset Peninsula. Now we're effectively going to force our driver to slow down because of just how technical this track is versus the previous one. Grand Oak, I think, had a total of like 6 or 7 turns roughly. This one has like 14 or 15, just for comparison's sake. So that factor alone is certainly going to slow things down a little bit. Hopefully allow some of our other drivers to catch up to Boquet. Like you mentioned before, Eclipse with a better starting position. Maybe he can sneak up a little bit there and contend with him a little bit. But the big story, once again, is the way this track ends, especially in oval ring like you'd see in like stock car racing. That's where there's going to be a lot of drafting opportunities for when the drivers dismount that, going past the starting line to really make some quick passes and potentially shake things up here for the rest of the track.
And again, we've talked about this. This is a new track to our racers here for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We have seen the other tracks here in different variations of the G Challenge before. We are not seeing that here with this race. We have yet to be on Sunset Peninsula for any of these G Challenges, so it makes this a bit of a more unfamiliar territory for all of the racers included. Obviously, they had definitely raced on this track before in their own games, but it's a bit different when you, again, have the spotlights on you, and you've got thousands of dollars on the line and a chance to go to a McLaren race. It makes a huge difference, and for almost all of these racers are going to feel that pressure on what is their first time on camera racing on this track. Again, it is going to be more eyes than anybody else on Boquete here with the race that they had on our first here with Grand Oak. It would not be surprising to see them establish a very similar lead here early in our second race on Sunset Peninsula. But like we mentioned, if he does get that initial lead, it is up to the rest of the racers in the pack to try and not let him get too large of a margin. We talked about the difficulty of not having a lot of opportunities to overtake here despite the multitude of turns. So if Boquete starts off strong here on Sunset Peninsula, I worry for the other racers. But right now, I just worry about him getting a solid start. Our second race here for EMEA just starts right now. Boquete in that P1 position. How long can he hold on?
Right behind him, players like Mitch, Barker, Clips, Boonhead also sneaking in there in P4. Expect him to contend a little bit as well. We'll certainly keep up the pacing of the last time, and immediately Boquete, things get a little messy here coming out of turn one. Racers are neck and neck against each other, in some cases bump to bump, as we see right there. Boquete is going to take it back, but only for a moment. Barker can switch back and forth, and Boquete goes a little too aggressive, working his way into this one of the final straightaway right here. He's going to slam the wall a bit. Thankfully, doesn't throw off his tracking too much, so he just keeps on trucking. But as you'll see, Mitch also sneaks in here, and Mitch, what are you doing? Mitch brake checking Boquete, sending him back like 6 or 7 positions. What was that?
If I can't have first place, no one can. What on earth? Mitch and Boquete just sacrificing themselves in early start here, sending them all the way back to outside even that top 5 position. And the crazy part for me is I actually don't know what's crazy. The fact that Barcode walks away unscathed over a second gap now between him and P2, or the fact that Eclipse, a racer that we didn't really get to talk all too much about in that first race, has now found themselves in a significantly better position. They finished in 7th place position in our first race. They find themselves now here in 2nd position in going out of our first lap. The amount of chaos that just erupted in the first lap of Sunset Peninsula, I think, has finally justified us talking about the absolute unreal nature of this track. Because we tried to explain this in APAC, and we didn't really get the opportunity to really show it. This demonstrated that within about 10 seconds.
Keep in mind, folks, these cars have approaching near 1,000 horsepower and nearly 800 pound-feet of torque to take off with. And they're racing like the back and surface roads of a ring road track effectively right now. So that's going to create some very chaotic situations. You have to ask yourself, what prompted that from Mitch? Was he just trying to be respectful of the drivers that were already on the racing line because him and Boquete got thrown off it a little bit, or did he just truly make a sacrifice for the greater good? Is that the question here now as well? But either way, we're going to keep up with it as Boquete is trying to now reclaim his lost positioning. Mitch has actually gotten one place ahead of him as well, and it's Monkey Kong sitting between Boquete and Mitch. Boquete, though, is going to be able to pass Monkey Kong, so he's retaken that, and is now focused on really enemy number 1 here, Mitch directly in front of him.
Mitch, you better have eyes in the back of your head. Boquete is not going to take that one sitting down, and I will state this is the most uncomfortable we've seen Boquete by far. He has had a massive issue coming out of those first couple of turns as soon as you get onto that second or third straightaway. He just cannot seem to take that turn without slamming into the side wall, and in doing so, it just kind of seems to set him back just a little bit more every time. He'll be able to make up a tenth of a second almost every time that he's making a good lap, but in doing so, by slamming into that wall, he just kind of resets himself back in his position. He's been able to plow back to 7th place, but again, the big issue right now is Barcode comfortably in that P1 position over a second in front of Eclipse, and Eclipse over a half second in front of Pav at this point. So EMEA starting to get spicy, and doing so in very quick fashion. You can see all of the racers in the pack behind that top 3 are in very close contention, and any of them could catch up, but man, Barcode's got to be beaming from year to year right now. He got gifted a P1 position that seemingly is his as long as he does not mess up.
Other than our P1 to P2 gap, the first 7 positions are all within a second of each other right now. So very, very close to the race for pretty much the first half of the grid here. Boquete, of course, we're keeping our eyes glued to him because we're just trying to see how he gets this revenge tour against Mitch started, but it's so difficult to achieve any kind of advantage on this kind of back part of the track. We're racing through these roads over here. You can see it. That's the problem. Once again, you can't go for very tight turns in this car just because of the way the weight is distributed. The engine's going to swing out on the backside every single time you try to swing the car, so it just won't respond the way you need it to in those situations. And that's creating a lot of problems now for players like Boquet as they try to make these aggressive moves to get back into the front.
I also got to worry because we saw the penalty being pretty good different last time. Boquet with a second penalty last time. So if he does end up having similar penalty for his physicality, which I have to imagine at this point, considering the physicality between both him and Mitch at this point, one of them is going to get penalized, one of them is going to drop down, like you said, with less than a second margin between all of our racers between that 4th or 7th position. That can make a massive difference both for the points positioning that you end up in across the board. It is going to make a huge difference right now. We have a long race to go at this point, but if I'm Boquet, I'm starting to finally get nervous, maybe for the first time all day, because as much as that initial crash was not great for him, it'd be even worse if he makes all of this gap up and then all of a sudden has like 2 seconds of penalties that just end up setting him back multiple positions again. So Boquet is starting to make some a little bit of headway here, similarly with Mitch, as they've now found themselves in the P5 and P6 position, being closer to the top of the pack here. But again, no progress been made on Barcode so far. Honestly, the opposite of that, as Eclipse now a 1.5 seconds behind that P1 position.
Mitch obviously kind of on his own revenge for a little bit here too, because he suffered the same consequences as Boquet, getting dropped down like 5 or 6 positions previously starting in P2. So both of those drivers are pretty much directly next to each other, retaking their positions one by one here, but neither has been able to best the others, so they're also in this continuous battle between themselves as they try to take on the rest of the track as well. It's actually very, very fun to watch here. Boquet going into the straightaway. This is what I was talking about off camera before we started. This is one of the few disadvantages Boquet would have if he maintained his P1 position. Not being able to capture the traffic that's absorbing at the moment from Mitch. All of those pockets in the front of this car, just a giant arrow window now. That's going to be great for Boquet. There we go, closes the gap, tries to go for the inside. There's not enough room to sneak right past it though, so he does have to break down here. More than likely not going to see the pass against Mitch on this lap because of it, but that's the window of opportunity right there as we just saw. We're going to see that repeat time and time again on each of these laps. That's what Boquet's going to need to make the move against Mitch, more than likely pass it.
The problem is that Boquet has seen the crazy in Mitch's eyes. He knows that this man is willing to make the exact same moves as before. He will do the same exact issue, or he will create the exact same issues as we saw in that first lap. He's not afraid to get physical. He's not afraid to try and guard those inside lanes very aggressively. And as a result, it's just, again, creating even further gap here now for Barcode to take advantage of. This would leave Barcode in an incredible position if he's able to close out for the back 5 laps here of this race. Finished in 3rd place in our first race. He is able to finish himself in P1 in this second race. It would be a massive position for him going into a third track that they are by far more familiar with than tracks. Maple Valley, again, a track that we saw during our summer series here, so both racers should be extraordinarily familiar with it, meaning that Barcode can have a P1, P3, and wherever we go, wherever we finish up in our final track, will be fantastic for him. So, huge race for Barcode, similarly for Eclipse. We really didn't have to be talking about it. Eclipse finished 7th in our first track. Him being able to finish in here in a top 3 position will be massive for him on the comeback. EMEA is living up to the expectations so far here, man. The spiciness has only just begun, and we're not even we're just barely halfway through this track.
Moonhead as well as Pav have been going at it. We've actually slipped past each other a little bit. Moonhead has to swing wide in order to complete his turn, so Pav does get the short angle to try and retake it. It goes back and forth and back again, though, and Moonhead is going to give Pav a little bit of room here just to play safe on track limits, so he ends up once again losing this situation out. Pav will maintain P3 for now, but Mitch is also involved with this, which as you can see means Boquet is also not far behind. This is turned from a 2-player shenanigans. Oh no! And we are going to see Moonhead just go way off the track. Mitch slipping a little bit here, but so does Boquet as they work their way around the corner. Still seeing Pav come out as the ultimate winner of this one. He's able to do the full left to right transition to that curve, which means he'll get a pretty smooth dismount coming off of this one as well. Boquet has similar momentum, leaving Mitch as kind of the awkward child in the middle of this one, trying to maintain his positioning. He can't take it in front of him. He can't really defend from behind him at this point. It's going to create some chaos as we work our way into the ring room at the moment.
This is going to be an unfortunate decision, I'll say, here for both Mitch and for Moonhead here. They're both just kind of veering off the track just a little bit barely. I'm not sure if they're going to end up getting penalized for that one, but Boquet's got his road and gave him a little bit extra space to get back into it. He's now found himself within less than a half a second margin of all the racers around him. It is a huge difference for him, and for Moonhead, it is unfortunately probably going to be the nail in the coffin for the rest of this race. He does have time to make it up in these final 4 laps. Unfortunately, over a second gap now between him and the rest of the pack that he's been battling with throughout the rest of the day. Pav, though, seemingly having some issues, and same with Mitch. Mitch does overtake. He maybe overtakes a little too aggressively. Pav able to stay and keep his position, and Boquet, again, just capitalizing on the errors of the drivers around him.
Mitch, no idea what prompted the slowdown from him once again. I'm not sure if he just had a bad angle, barreling towards a wall or something like that, but here we go. Boquet still on the revenge tour, barrels past Pav, who had had to battle himself for P3 all that time as well. Mitch soaring right past Pav as well, deleting all the effort he put in earlier in this race to gain his own P3. He's back all the way down in P5, and suddenly Boquet trying to race. He's back on the podium at this point at least, but he's still got a long way to go to move back up to P2, let alone P1, as Marco still dominates about 3 to 4 seconds ahead of Boquet at this point.
This is exactly where Boquet needed to get back up to, though. This is the threshold that he needed to get to. Like we talked about, with the 2 racers in front of him having very similar paces in the first, or in our first track, this is a huge thing for Embarco to get finishing off, I believe, in 3rd place in our first track. And if he finishes in 1st, it will be equivalent to what happened with Boquet here, because if Boquet finishes in 3rd in our 2nd race, and 1st and 2nd, then we go behind into our final track of the day here for EPA. So Boquet did his job. He may not be able to get all the way back up to 1st with over a 3-second gap between him and P1 right now, but him being able to even get back to this top 20, being able to find himself with at least a little bit of a gap over Mitch, Pav, and Boonhead, who've been fighting him this entire day, has got to feel fantastic. This is a huge improvement for Boquet that keeps him in the overall race here for EPA. I'm beyond impressed by him. It really did kind of feel like he threw his opportunity out the window after that first turn, and somehow he's now found himself not only within a top 3 position, but even climbing and gaining on Eclipse.
Really still curious as to what prompted that massive slowdown for Mitch a lap or 2 ago. Because coming out of the ring road into that first major turn, it seemed like he had every advantage he could have asked for. Easy was going to pass Pav because Pav was in front of him and had 0 draft advantage going into that. And the distance between Mitch and Boquet was to an extent where Boquet couldn't really utilize the draft. So he should have been the clear winner from that exchange, and everything leading up to it. I'm very confused as to how it ended up going that way. I'd love to get his perspective on that later on. But still, exciting racing ultimately here as we go into, in just a moment, what's going to become our final 2 laps.
Gotta say, I'm starting to get even further worried, though, about the penalties we talked about before. A lot of physicality, it looked like a couple of racers going off the track for at least like a quarter of a second there. It's going to make things a little bit interesting here, as again, with very narrow margins between that 4th and 8th position, it's going to really come on in this race where maybe the drop position, gain 1 somewhere here, especially with Boonhead having, I think, made a multitude of errors in a very short time frame that could completely cost him, potentially bumping back just a little bit more, really locking into that 6th place position. With ones being 3 seconds behind him, it's not likely he's going to require enough penalties to get back that far. But if him and Pav end up racing against each other with the margin we see right now, it could be the determining factor that Gary is in 6th versus that 5th place position right now. So it's been a very interesting Sunset Peninsula so far. I'm hoping we get to see this in future G challenges, because my gosh, this has been a really fun track, and it has showed that these racers, while very close to perfect, they are not. And the small errors that they make, it makes a huge difference, especially with the quality of the race that we have right now.
So working our way around some of the final curves here before we work our way onto the big speed section here at the end of the ring road. I've seen the lead that Barcode was maintaining over Eclipse decrease a little bit, but it's now the question of, is there enough of a pocket for Eclipse to really catch up to Barcode here on this final stretch and try to make some moves as we wrap around the more technical portion of the track here to actually pass him on the final. That's the question. See where Barcode will be. Is there a close enough gap for Eclipse? 6 seconds behind. I'm not sure if there is or not. Potentially there's nods there. That'll tell us the story of who's in and who's out. No way is Eclipse catching that draft at this point in time here, so Barcode is going to be able to maintain a pretty successful lead coming out of this last real big speed zone or speed pocket they would have to make passes coming up in this first major turn.
The question is how fast does he want to take these major turns? We've seen a lot of people try to take these a little aggressively, and that's the problem, is that if you do try to back off a little bit, there is somebody who's willing to make that risky play. Right now it is Eclipse, the inside still being held on to by Barcode, but this is the closest margin by far. The person who's going to be the biggest benefactor is definitely Boquet. We've seen that is how he's capitalized on every overtake we have seen throughout this race. He's waiting for people to make even the smallest of errors, and he will find a little gap to increase his speed from. He has been so good at this against Mitch, against Boonhead, against Munz, against Pav. If he can do this here against Eclipse or Barcode, he will find himself in another top 3 finish, almost guaranteed, as Eclipse and Barcode do split for just about a quarter of a second there. Boquet right under their tail, Mitch again similarly. The top 4 is up for grab for anybody as we go into our final turns here on Sunset Peninsula.
Last big chicane coming up here in just a moment. A swing to the left and then an on-ramp going onto the big ring road. Once they're settled it, more than likely that'll be the end of it. But let's see as everybody jumps on board. Barcode in front, Eclipse in second, Boquet in third, and Mitch not too far behind in fourth as well. It does look like, though, Barcode maintains the lead, and unfortunately, just not enough track distance for these guys to pull off a pass as they approach the finish line. So it will stay in that formation as they cross the line. Barcode, Eclipse, Boquet, and Mitch make up your top 4 for track number 2 of our EMEA Challenge.
Huge comeback for Eclipse here on this one. Like we said, he finished in 7th in our first race, able to take 2nd place in this one. But it's Barcode and Boquet that just ended up flipping on this one. Boquet finishing on 3rd on this one. He finished in 1st in our first race. We find Barcode finishing in P3 in our first race and P1 here in our 2nd, meaning the 2 of them should be going into our 3rd race tied, barring one of them having the fastest lap time, which does give you an extra point here. Similarly, though, again, our top 4 just all incredibly closely contested right now. This is what we were hoping for. I don't know if Boquet was hoping for it in the fashion that he did, but again, dropping from P1 down to P7, then being able to bounce back into P3, you got to give him credit where it's due. It has left him in a bit of, I'd say, more precarious position going into Maple Valley than maybe he had hoped for or anticipated, but it has created an incredibly exciting race. It has created an opportunity for other people to overtake him, and it's created a chance for basically the same thing that happened in summer, with Boquet being the clear favorite, and then all of a sudden things get thrown out the window as we get into our final race.
Well, we'll send some thanks over to Mitch for kind of playing the spoiler on that race and making things as close as they did end up being, still with a pretty respectable finish for him as well in P4. We still have one more track to go, ladies and gentlemen, so do stick with us here. We're going to go to a short break, a little bit of an intermission before we get to our 3rd and final.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. You just witnessed the most amazing G Challenge race we have ever had. EMEA is spicy, and there's a lot on the line, guys, but you can be a part of getting a piece of that prize. Because yes, there's $10,000 up for grabs, but most importantly, a VIP trip to a McLaren race getaway. And guess what? You guys at home can also win this. You just got to go to the Rivals playlist within the Forza game and lock in your fastest lap before February 4th. And all the info is online. But this is the results after race 2. Boquet just barely maintaining that first place in the standings after, wow, the neck and neck. Just when you thought Barcode was going to be Boquet's rival, here comes Mitch just being so annoying in the front lines, but Boquet made up for it. I think he finished around 3rd place. So we have just concluded race 2. Sunset Peninsula as punishing as ever. But up next, we have Maple Valley. Here's everyone's qualifying times. Boquet will be in that P1 position. Mitch, Barcode, Miguel, as usual, are front runners. But who will take that final piece of that prize pool and win that VIP McLaren trip? We'll find out after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge race number 3 for our second region of the day. Getting queued up here in just a second. My name is Blue Bash, joining me here on the broadcast. And it was quite an interesting second race. Certainly not kind of our usual affair, as we had Mitch, like I said before we went to break, playing the spoiler kind of too. Very sudden braking maneuvers from him, throwing off what was previously our P1 racer from the first track, now leaving the stats a little bit skewed, a little bit wide open as far as who our ultimate victor is going to be getting ready to jump onto Maple Valley.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the same sort of ties that we had in APAC. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get back to, again, with 4 racers all within 1 point competing for that first place prize here. But it is a lot of racers that are very close to the top, particularly are going to be our front 2 racers here in Barcode and Boquet. This is not a surprising turnout, again, considering Boquet kind of comes into this to favor despite having made some mistakes during the summer series. He was probably expected to win that one outside of the mistakes he made on this upcoming track. So it makes sense that he is here. It makes even more sense that Barcode is now caught up. Again, we had some questions after a third place finish in our first track of the day. They were able to get a first place finish on the second track of the day. Now they found themselves only 2 points behind Boquet going into our final track of the day here on Maple Valley. And again, this is where they were able to overtake in our summer series as well. So this was an incredibly impressive race for them last time. It did take a little bit of mistakes out of Boquet as well as also some extra aggression out of them in order to overtake during our EMEA finals during the summer. Who's to say that can't happen again? Barcode has proven themselves to be a racer that can kind of do it no matter what with good consistency. 2 top 3 finishes in a row. They're expected to do well here. They may not be starting off in pole position as it is Boquet again, but as we saw last time, that almost means nothing.
Mitch going to be starting things off in P2 with Barcode close behind as well. So Mitch still here, still able to cause some problems potentially if the need arises. Miguel will start in 4th, and we'll also see Chancellor Book. We haven't seen a whole lot of him towards the front pack yet, but it's going to be a nice starting from them. So we'll see what they're able to get up to here on our third one. Munz will take P7. We'll continue to work our way through the rest of the grid here as well with Sean in P8. Check out the rest of the back half as well. A little bit of an overview on this track for those who weren't here for the previous broadcast or are not overall aware of it. Maple Valley, if you were here for our first race over on Grand Oak, it is fairly similar to that in terms of the pacing of it, with one major change: that giant hill that our drivers have to work their way down at the end, easily pushing probably, I'd say, like 220 plus on the mile per hour side of things by the time they're at the bottom of that. And there's pretty much an instant slight curve as well. So considering how this car manages those curves, you got to be very careful, very light on the brakes, otherwise things could get squirrely very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of just sort of races on those straightaways because of the fact that it is one of the best positions for a lot of these racers if they are confident to use that draft to overtake and really take advantage of the fact that, again, this downhill end to this track is incredibly important. Same with that, I would also say the straightaway at the start that you see going over the bridge initially. That is another huge opportunity, especially with the more aggressive turns afterwards. If you are one of those racers that's willing to take a more aggressive inside path coming out of that bridge, there is a chance for overtaking there, and I think that's going to be a lot of what we see here today between Mitch, between Barcode, between Boquet, and those are the 3 racers, again, we have to focus on here right now. Mitch not able to finish, I think, as confidently as they would have liked to on our second track there, but they still did finish well enough that they are within that top 3 position. It is 52 to 50 to 45, and that is 45 for Mitch right now, who finds themselves in the 3rd position going into our final race. Again, this is a racer that did not finish top 3 during the summer, so if they are able to find one of those podium positions to end out our EMEA here for winter, it's got to feel like a massive improvement to them. But again, it's not even just a podium position. If they are able to see enough of a fall off from Boquet and Barcode, there's a 100% a world where they could find themselves in that P1 position, walking away with that grand prize of $2,000 and a race that they get to attend to with McLaren, all paid expenses. There is so much on the line here for our Logitech McLaren G Challenge here for EMEA in our 3rd and final race. It is Maple Valley. Basically, winner takes all at this point. If Boquet can finish in 1st again, he has got this guaranteed. If Barcode can finish in 1st, he has got this guaranteed. It is determined. It is all up to them, though, to see how they start off this race. Like we said, a lot of opportunities for overtaking. Let's see how it goes.
Confident start for Boquet, but no surprises there. We'll have to see how our first few turns trip him up, especially with Mitch being the player behind him. We've already seen what can happen when Mitch gets in the mix with Boquet. Check out our last race if you aren't catching my drift there. We've also got Barcode working his way up here in P3 as well. A little bit of a shake-up among the mid and back markers there, notably Eclipse once again having to start pretty far back on this one, so he'll be spending a good amount of his race trying to kind of catch up to that one and reascend in that top 2, top 3 position, getting ultimately once. Chances of ending up on the podium in the final stretches of this race. Working our way around the first podium curve here, no shake-ups just yet. Those are top 3, being pretty consistent between Boquet, Mitch, and
It's not surprising to see that as a top 3. It's more surprising to not see some of our other usual top 5s right now. Boone had not a great qualifying position, finds himself starting off in 10th, similar from Pav and Eclipse, who are just in front of them in P9 and P8 here, who are also, again, racers that are expected to be somewhere within the top 5. Eclipse even finished in 3rd place during our summer series here, so it's a bit surprising to see them this far back. Again, very different car. The P1 GTR is a very different field than what we're seeing during the summer series, and it has created some advantages for some racers and disadvantages for others. For Barcode right now, it seems like he's not quite as comfortable here on Maple Valley as maybe he was when he was racing a different car during the summer series. He has created a pretty significant gap between him and our 2nd and 1st place positions right now. Mitch catching up a little bit to Boquet, though, and it's not surprising to see the Mitch and Boquet battle ensue yet again. But as we mentioned before, Mitch has got a lot he needs to do here if he does want to try and find himself in the top 3 podium position or anywhere similar to that. He's about 7 points behind Boquet, so it's not just that Boquet needs to fall off of that 1st place position, but Mitch needs to finish in that 1st place position. He needs to see Boquet fall further behind. So Mitch right now just trying to see if he can find a way to sneak into that top 3 confidently, but he really needs to see some errors from Boquet if he wants to take over P1.
Very we're catching up to Eclipse, so as we mentioned before, is usually one of our racers that we see towards the front of the pack compared to their current position. So seeing what they're able to get done in terms of passing maneuvers, currently contending against Sean, that yellow car there in 6th place, very close to a potential passing maneuver. Now we're not going to see too much jam-packed action going on in front of him as well, so it's not like 1 and 2. That may change though. Our next series of maneuvers pretty much immediately after the hill there, so keep your eyes on that one as this track very compact midsection here as well. You can see 3, 4 other drivers ready to potentially take advantage of the situation if someone messes up in this grouping as well.
It's only to the benefit, though, of our top 3 racers right now, and maybe even our top 4 with Kaiser Miguel having a decent gap over the racer behind them right now. But yeah, the chaos here that ensues in this mid-pack is going to be by far to the advantage of our front racers. We're going to be able to just take their lines as they please. We've talked a lot about this. Bokeh comes into this with a very direct line. They understand what they want to race with, and they understand how aggressive or how passive they need to be. They've been really good at maintaining that exact strict line the entire way through. Notice we didn't see that in our second race, again, due to some chaos that may or may not have been their own fault, but this time there is no such interference. They find themselves over a second in ahead of that second place position, as well as also 2 seconds ahead with Barcode right now. And again, that's the 2 biggest challenges to Bokeh right now, is going to be Mitch and Barcode. And it's not just the fact that they obviously have that gap over Barcode and Mitch right now, but it's the fact that Barcode is the technical racer in second place coming into this one right now, and they find themselves in third. So for Bokeh, this is the best possible outcome. For Ashkay and Boonhead, not as much. These are 2 racers both racing for that top 5 position. Again, there's a lot of money on the line. If they are able to finish with the top 5, it would be huge for them to be at least able to take home a good chunk of change in their pocket. But when they currently sit in 9 and 10, I don't necessarily know if they're going to be able to finish there with so many other racers ahead of them. But again, this middle pack just been so entertaining to watch the first couple of laps. They've been very close contested, and any little error here is going to lead way to a whole lot of changes.
Actually, in that little maneuver where they passed each other, we saw a great demonstration of kind of the positives and negatives you see coming into play with this car at the moment. More so the fact that you get the positives of that instant torque and power that he used to pass, but didn't have enough track left over to then make the turn maneuver after the fact, so his opponent ended up really taking the advantage there because he took a more composed approach. That's that fine line you often have to kind of walk across here when you're racing with these people.
Yeah, Maple Valley is just such a fun track to watch, especially again coming off of that downhill into this more aggressive first turn. It always kind of feels like there's an opportunity for someone to overtake in this position, but nobody's been able to actually do anything with it yet. I think it is just, again, due to the fear of maybe not being as comfortable with this car. A little bit of a heavier car makes it so you don't really have the ability to take that inside track and be able to correct yourself as quickly. The acceleration here is great because if you do make a mistake, you can kind of catch up to the rest of the path and you're able to correct in time. But nobody's really taking that risk right now. It makes sense. Maple Valley is going to be a track that's got a long time to go here, as maybe Eclipse is willing to take that risk, trying to get around Sean, and they will do so confidently. Very well played from Eclipse. It's going to give them a huge margin to be able to catch up with, and like we said, this is a racer that is aiming for top 5. If they finish outside of that, I do not think they will be satisfied with their own performance.
Nice moves for Eclipse too. A very dangerous spot to try and make that move, considering it's a downhill braking zone with that current car config. Could have easily lost control in the process, but maintained composure and clearly had the speed advantage going into the turn as well still. So really well played from Eclipse there. A well-deserved P6 now going into that over Sean as he gets bumped down to 7. Checking out what else is going on the track. Kaiser Miguel checking with a few times over the course of this series within arm's reach, so to speak, of Barcode here. Barcode as well, a while between him and Mitch. So Barcode thankfully only really needed to focus on his defensive maneuvers here, fending off the
We want to give a couple of shout-outs while we're getting into our final race here. In particular, one of them is one racer that we've seen throughout the entirety of the day that I don't think we really got enough to talk about, which is Boonhead currently in 10th place. I don't necessarily think they're going to be able to advance themselves much further than that battle between 9 through 10 that they're currently ensuing in, but they were definitely racers that we did not anticipate to have as much of an impact on the day. They have found themselves close to that top 5 position. If they're able to, I'd say, increase themselves a little bit further than where they currently are in this race, they've got a great chance. But similarly, Sean, another racer that has done extremely well. And then Chancier Book in 5th, that actually started off this race with a really good time. That's how they qualified into the position. They've been able to maintain it throughout it. So there are a couple of people who are playing a spoiler on the day. For Eclipse, like we talked about, a racer that wants to find themselves in top 5, it's got to be frustrating to see that somebody in front of you has had a better qualifying time, and now they're kind of proving why they got that better qualifying time. They are racing a good line. They're bumping you out of that top 5, a prestigious position that you want to be in. Give yourself the best points possible. So Maple Valley is living up to the expectations so far, both in the chaos that has ensued and also the impressive racing that we have seen from a plethora of different racers at the moment.
Eclipse and Sean giving us some of the best action we've seen so far all track here. Once again, Sean's better kind of maneuvering of that podium curve, and Eclipse trying to barrel through it. Ends up with Sean really closing the gap against Eclipse. So we'll check in with them probably in a lap or two from now, and we might see that through the pass once again if Sean's able to reclaim P6. For those who don't remember, about 2-3 laps back, we saw the opposite to that happen. And of course, lurking right behind them is Pav as well. We've already seen him make a few very nice maneuvers to steal positions away when opponents like this were otherwise fighting, and here we go. He's going to end up going a little wide here, so that'll put it back into pretty much the same distance he was fighting previously, but it's important to keep in mind here, and so potentially be able to take advantage on these two when they do really get into a scuffle in about a lap or two.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about Eclipse at this point is they are willing to make that risky maneuver, whether that's them trying to break a little bit later on the turn than you would have expected, or maybe trying to take an inside lane. He's done a really good job playing defensively against Sean so far here, driving just to not give him any lines to be able to pass him, and also still keeping a decent distance from Chauncey Book, who's just in front of them now. It is a 1 second gap between almost all of our top 5 racers, so we are starting to see a little bit more separation than we had through the first 5 laps here on Maple Valley, but it doesn't mean anything. We've seen how racers can crash out in the most random of moments. We even saw that last time, like we mentioned, Bouquet. Really our favorites during summer ended up having maybe not the greatest Maple Valley they were anticipating. I think it was the last second pass from Barco that ended up changing out those overall results. Not as much the opportunity here though. Unfortunately for everybody, Bouquet has created a very large gap, not only between him and Mitch, which is almost a 3 second gap, but if you take into account also Barcode as well, that is a almost 6 second gap between him and the rest of the pack. This is more the prowess that we've been speaking about with Bouquet throughout the day. As long as he does not make a mistake, as long as he is not impeded in the race line that he has been so attentive to throughout this first 7 laps, this should be his to take home.
Come into it just in the midst of it happening. A little bit of bumper cars going on here in our 12th through 14th battle that's going on at the moment here. Demo, unfortunately, becoming the victim of that. He gets bounced back quite a bit. As a result, it's like they hold on to an aggressive move here from him. 3 bumpered cars, Perinte sitting in front of him, but now is not going to have the traction and speed coming around this curve to pass him. So nothing to transpire there. Those 3 positions will maintain. We'll go up the pack a little bit here now, looking at 8th through 6th. And once again, like I was mentioning, about a lap or 2 later after we brought it up, we are going to see Sean repass Eclipse, and Pav coming in from the backside here. He is also going to try to take advantage of this one. I don't think Pav has much of a dog in this fight, unfortunately, though, as he is kind of boxed out from really being able to be involved with this one. Just too narrow of a track point to really attempt this, but he can still come into it a little bit later, and all of this slowdown has built up some attraction from the players even further back as well. Ash K, Boonhead, they may find themselves in this fight, give it another lap or 2 as well.
And he's doing a good job of just maintaining enough of the distance that he's going to be able to overtake if there is a mistake. Well, also, if there is a mistake, he's not going to get caught in the fallout of it. So it's very well played so far here from both Pav and Ash K, as they're racing pretty well here and keeping themselves, like I said, a good distance, but a distance that they can still overtake if something does go awry. And to be honest with you, I think something will. Eclipse and Sean have been having this sort of like, will they, won't they battle the entirety of this one, and both of them are willing to take those riskier plays, whether it's a late break, which I feel like we're going to see here. Not quite. Okay, maybe a late break instead for Pav, as they are trying to get around Eclipse, but this is the thing. This is where you want to be if you are Ash or Pav. You want to wait for those mistakes to happen. The problem for Pav right now is it kind of feels like Eclipse is actually slowly slipping a bit further behind Sean at this point. So Pav may be fighting the wrong racer right now. They need to focus on the driver ahead of them because Sean is taking advantage of the chaos that ensues behind them.
Do you want to give credit where credit is due, our front markers as well? There hasn't been a whole lot going on there, so we really haven't talked about it as much, but Bouquet 3 seconds ahead of Mitch, absolutely shutting it down, more than getting his revenge from the last track as well here. So that's going to leave Bouquet in a beautiful position to try and max out his podium placement for the overall tournament. We're still focused on this mid-race, though, as there is still quite a bit of action going on. Eclipse, unfortunately, has lost his positioning against Sean. Sean's starting to pull away with about a about a half-second lead in front of Eclipse, and that's unfortunately because Pav has now entered the battle here, and he's focused very heavily on getting Eclipse out of his way, so Eclipse had to focus just a little bit more on that.
Okay, my goodness, you can see the confidence in the racing right now. They are just hitting every line perfectly, and they are not hesitating on any of the turns that they need to make. It's made such a huge difference. Again, we continue to talk about the collective gap that has been established between our top 3 right now, a 3-second gap between our P1 and P2, and a 4.8 gap between 2 and 3 right now. So this is definitely one of these things where, as much as we want to talk about the ability to catch up, it is going to take a miracle for anybody outside of maybe Mitch to be able to catch Bouquet right now. For Kaiser Miguel to do that, they would need a 10-second catch-up. I just don't see that happening, especially with Bouquet still racing a phenomenal line.
2 full laps to go here, pretty much, more so 1.5 for the racers in front here. It's they have already worked their way over here towards that big curve with the podiums and everything set up. Boquet's still very much in control of this situation, and Mitch very much in control of his P2, even more so than Boquet's got his P1, so very, very unlikely for things to change there. Have those still right on the tail of Eclipse, and in a moment, depending on how they wind up to this podium curve here, you're going to potentially see Pav have an opportunity to make a move. Eclipse swings wide on the back end there, but is still able to maintain overall composure. Can still get a good dismount from this curve, and more than likely keep the advantage going against Pav.
I like that we're still continuing to watch this fight between 6, 7, and 8 here with Sean, Eclipse, and Pav. And meanwhile, I don't think we've gotten a single look at Kaiser or Chancey or both at this point. Like, they're just kind of doing their own thing. They're happy to take a top 5 position at this point. It's good points for them to be able to establish themselves on the leaderboard here, give them a good chance, and it's really just turned into, again, like a very concrete battle within that mid-pack with our top 5 racers have established themselves so well. They continue to hit the same lines over and over, and we're only now entering into our 10th and final lap. And this already feels like a victory lap for Boquet.
And honestly, a good highlight there to Chancey Book. This is kind of an outlying performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Compared to what we saw in the previous 2 laps. So great qualifying going into this one, and so far a great follow-through as well. Obviously, still 1 lap to go, but a P5 finish is certainly going to be a great victory for that player. Kind of go home and chat about it. Certainly a nice boost in points, potentially upgrade the prize pool a little bit here as well, tallying that after that race. A little bit of a shake-up around P10 to P12. Nothing earth-shattering, however, happening there. We are starting to see our front markers wrap around for the last time over there by the stands. Boquet still very much in charge of first. Mitch still maintaining second. And Barcode also in third with a very, very nice lead.
Gotta feel a little bit for Boonhead on this one here, though, unfortunately. We talked a little bit about him and Mullins were kind of trying to fight to find a little bit of an extra position out of that pack to kind of rise themselves up. Eclipse was able to at least sneak into 7th, but for Boonhead, who came into this ranking 5th place overall, it cannot feel good to know that you're probably going to be finishing with a double-digit placement at this point. So, for Boonhead, they might have let themselves slip away. For other racers like Sean, Chancier, and Eclipse, they've definitely done a good job of maintaining themselves. But the best racer by far, and we know this without a sliver of a doubt, is Boquet. A 3-second gap between him and P2, and a first-place finish again. Back to back for Boquet here as they find 2 incredible comeback positions, find themselves the win overall on Maple Valley, and find the win in EMEA. Our second place in Barcode was 6 seconds behind second place, 9 seconds behind Boquet. Our top 3, Boquet, Mitch, and Barcode, will be our top 3 overall as well, but Boquet by far shining above the rest.
Nicely done by all of our drivers, of course, to finish things off, but it is once again going to be Boquet dominating things here on track number 3. Just had to get that nice safe distance away from Mitch so we couldn't have any more shenanigans there, and Boquet goes right back into dominating shape there, taking not only our first race with a dominant P1, but our 3rd race here as well with a dominant P1 there. So almost for sure locking him in for our P1 podium finish, but we'll have to wait for confirmation of that one, folks. We are going to go to a real quick break, and when we come back, we'll have Lemon Kiwi giving you the breakdown on the final standings here for our EMEA tournament.
order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals, and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro Pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G-Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro Pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro base, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. What an exciting conclusion to EMEA. But hey, let's tally up those points, crunch those numbers. Who's on top? Of course, none other than Bouquet, and by a lot. 81 points, 9 points ahead of Barcode. Those two champions have been going at it all year, but Bouquet will hold the crown. Mitch and Eclipse also did a fantastic job being competitive as ever. So that wraps us up for EMEA. Everyone gets a piece of that prize pool, of course, $10,000 per region and that VIP spot at the McLaren race. If you are just tuning in, we're going into our third region. LATAM is getting ready to go. Little reminder on our format. We've got 3 tracks: Grand Oak, Sunset Peninsula, and Maple Valley. You saw just how intense it can get, especially in those McLaren P1 GTRs. Each track will have 10 laps. We've already sorted the qualification laps, so we know everyone's racing positions, and they're all fighting for those points on the right side, including fastest lap, which you saw in our previous region, EMEA. Those fastest laps can make a huge difference in those points. $2,000 for first place, $1,600 for second, third for $1,200 for third, and everyone will be taking home some money. But the most important thing is to be amongst the drivers in real life. Each champion will have a VIP trip to a McLaren race, and you two at home could win that trip if you go and look for that bonus stage, the Rivals playlist within the Forza game itself. Lock in your fastest lap and try to do your Bouquet impression as best as you can. But let's look at the racers from the LATAM region, because it is chaos. These are some aggressive drivers. We have McGezzin, Wesley, and Vinny, returning champions from previous G challenges, and you can just tell by the qualifying results how neck and neck this is truly going to be. We're ready to kick off on Grand Oak very soon, so don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reset the grid once again, and we are getting ready to start up another region of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We'll be moving things over to Latin America now, which has traditionally always been an incredibly fun region to watch. Lots of racers willing to take risks, willing to make those crazy maneuvers that oftentimes make it very fun for us, the viewers, to check things out. So very excited to see if that's what we end up with again. Again, mainly because of like the car we have in play. To quickly reintroduce it, we are going to be racing with the 2015 McLaren P1 GTR, which offers a very different racing experience to a lot of the cars that we've traditionally had here in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and that combined with our 3 very different tracks being pulled from the Forza Motorsport library is going to make for a very, very fun time indeed.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. Again, the first 3 racers you will see here in qualifying positions have all won a McLaren or Logitech McLaren G Challenge before. They have been here at the very top, including our previous winner in McGezen. They won back in summer as well. Similarly, Wesley and Vinny have both won as well, so they are all racers that we have to pay attention to, as well as one of the racers that will not be here within our previous racers, but COD Chaos that you saw starting off in the 4th position. So our top 4 is going to be hotly contested, and honestly, for the rest of this, it will be as well. We've seen already how these tracks kind of lend themselves to chaos, to disruption, to physicality. I kind of believe that Latin America is going to lean into that in a way that we have not seen with APAC nor with the EMEA, and it makes for a very exciting race, but it also makes me a little bit worried because you could probably get away with this in Grand Oak. I don't know about Sunset Peninsula, so this is going to kind of set the tone to see what the rest of the day feels like, and if it feels as chaotic as we expect it to be, boy, strap in. We're going to have a fun one here for Latin America.
I feel like this is the track where if you're kind of an underdog coming into this tournament and you want to make a few moves, this is probably the track where you're going to want to be able to do that, or at least try to do that, because the layout of the track gives you a lot of those passing opportunities compared to what we'll see, especially from Sunset Peninsula, but to an extent Maple Valley as well. And then just overall, in general, I think just because everybody's still getting warmed up, it's the first race of the day. If you come in storming, you're going to be able to potentially surprise a few folks with what you might be able to get away with in these situations. But not going to be too much longer, folks. We're getting things started. Like I was just mentioning, we got 2 more races coming up after this one over on Sunset Peninsula, which is a very unique track with its layout, basically being half of like a stock car oval track, and then kind of going into the middle / pit roads of that in the midst of it, and then Maple Valley, of course, that fan favorite for those of you who've been playing Forza over the decades. So we'll be jumping into things here in just a moment, and keep in mind we still have North America coming up after this as well, so a few more hours of racing action still to conclude here before we wrap things up for the G Challenge today.
Very excited for this one again. Like we said, Latin America, a fun place to always watch people race, as well as also a competition that really throws itself to anybody's day. Again, we had a kind of favorite going into APAC. We had a favorite coming in to EMEA. The favorites here could be any of our racers. I also want to give a little bit of a shout out to Vinny again, who did not finish in our podium positions for our previous G Challenge for Latin America, but they are a previous winner here. And part of the reason they did not finish in podium is, if I remember correctly, on Maple Valley, there was a little bit of chaos that unfolded. There were some crashes. There were some racers that get sent a little bit further back behind the pack due to no fault of their own. Will we see the same thing here on Grand Oak today? It is our first race of 3 for Latin America here for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and it starts now. Good luck to all of our racers. They're going to need it with the chaos that will unfold.
And off we go, folks. It is going to be a slight slowdown here as they wrap through the first corner, as we're immediately going into a control portion of the track here. So expect some placements to shift very, very quickly as we work our way through turns 2 and 4 here, otherwise known as the dog leg. And you can see that pretty much right on cue. Some of those positions shifting around, the inside players punishing the outside players, and so on and so forth as they wrap their way around into our first real big straightaway here, with McGezen leading the charge, rocketing outside of that. He'll be able to take initial control of the lead here with Vinny and Wesley sitting close behind.
We also did see similar in EMEA, where we had that P1 position pull out in front pretty quickly. The question is, are they able to establish as large of a lead as we saw in EMEA or in APAC, where it really did kind of feel like there was no chance at catching them as soon as they found their race line, were able to maintain it pretty strictly. Not sure if we're seeing the exact same thing here with McGezen so far, as Vinny is relatively hot on their tail with at least a second gap. It does show McGezen has raced this track. They know how they want to race this, and as long as they are unimpeded in their line, they are definitely the one to catch, at least for the moment.
Top 3 not moving a whole lot here on this first lap, but pretty much everything below that is in play at this point here. You can see for a few of them barely a gap being made, if any at all, at the moment. So another one just shifting down there between 14th and 15th place. But we're focused on who's going to be leading the charge here. And Wesley starting to lose a little bit, but Vinny also getting squirrely coming off of that slower curve. Might have overcommitted on the transition. Now has to go into a heavy braking zone here. Thankfully maintains control and is going to be able to still keep a tighter turn as they work their way through those 2 turns, but that reopens the gateway for Wesley to close the gap and start to contend against the rest of these as well. Heading back into the mid-pack as well here, where we are going to catch up with some of that chaos that's going on as they also work their way through this same curve.
MGL is an interesting racer to watch so far. Saw them bump as far up as 3 positions ahead of where they are now and then fall almost immediately back down. Maybe going to take some more risky turns here or there that could be to their advantage and eventually to their disadvantage if they maybe have to overcorrect afterwards. So far, so good for most of the racers. We have not seen the physicality we maybe anticipated, but I will say I don't think I've seen the comfortability that we've seen in APAC or EMEA either so far. It kind of feels like McGezzin, despite having come out the gates firing immediately, this is pretty much the lead that they've had the entire time, underneath the second for most of it, and really not with a, I'd say, confident track so far here. It doesn't mean that they've raced poorly, it just means that they don't seem to have the same sort of line designated set that they want to hold on to throughout this race. This might be something that develops over time, and if you're Vinny or Wesley, that's music to your ears. You were waiting for this racer to make a mistake. As soon as you do, the gap is not large enough for them to not be overtaken, and that's why you can see it. Vinny and Wesley right now are playing very passively. They do not want to get aggressive and force McGezzin into a mistake because they're kind of just banking on a mistake coming no matter what.
Very clear front pack, though, as Cora Lowe is the next one down, still about 2.6 seconds behind these top 3 racers here. And even beyond him as well, another kind of degree of separation existing as there's another 1.5-second gap, although we are going to see Vinny successfully swap out with McGezzin in that front pack just now. So Vinny finally retaking that away, is going to be able to capitalize on a slight mistake there from McGezzin to be able to eclipse that one. And then Wesley still not sitting too far behind either, and a lot more action also going on in the mid-pack here too, so everything's shaking up at the moment.
COD Chaos going all the way from, I believe, 5th place now down to 9th in a matter of moments here as McGezzin and Vinny continue to battle back and forth. Wesley is taking a bit of a different approach. I think he's watching the fight between McGezzin and Vinny right now and just trying to stay a close enough distance that if something does go completely awry, he can overtake. But if he at least finishes top 3, it's a great way to start. Like we've talked about, consistency throughout the day is a huge factor. We saw our first place winner in Boquete actually take third P3 on the second race of the day. So as long as you're staying somewhere up in those podium positions, you should have a good chance to just consistently get points and make sure that you stay within a winnable position, or maybe you just straight up overtake. Well played from McGezzin, a great move, but unfortunately forced himself to the outside. This could actually be an opportunity for Vinny or Wesley if Wesley seizes the moment. He tried to go for the outside, just kind of curved off just a little bit too much. I think he's going to have to be satisfied with third for at least the moment.
A valiant attempt from McGezzin there to really go aggressive off of the first curve coming inside the dog bone to try and go from the outside to the end. He successfully took it away, but I think he had a little too much speed coming into that final turn, unfortunately, so wasn't able to dismount from it appropriately. And it's still ongoing, so I'm going to shut up now as we do have these racers going back at it, and Wesley's patience finally ends up paying off from him as he sneaks away into second all of a sudden, putting McGezzin way back now into third place. Vinny, props to him. He's still maintained first amongst all this chaos, but the pressure is very much still on.
Yeah, Wesley's doing exactly what we anticipated. He is trying to keep enough of a distance that he's going to watch the mistakes happen and take advantage of them. And we kind of knew this was going to happen with McGezzin. They were not racing confidently through the first half of this track. It didn't feel like they were racing poorly, but you could kind of tell they had some second guesses about certain turns they would try to take either a little too aggressively or maybe a bit too passively. This is an extremely aggressive move from McGezzin, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to work out. They will get the inside, but a lot of physicality on the way in. It kind of feels like McGezzin is just kind of desperate to try and find some sort of way to stay with this pack. I don't think technically he's racing as well as Wesley or Vinny at the moment, but just pure aggression has kept him within that top 3.
Had the composure coming around that curve way better than we saw out of Vinny or Wesley, however, so Wesley finally, unfortunately, losing the edge that he had found for himself. He gets bumped right back to where he was at the start of this race, all the way back in third, and with seemingly a healthy gap now building up between him and McGezzin as well. So it may very much just become the Vinny and McGezzin battle here, unless he finds a way to sort back into it. Still a lot of action going on in the mid-pack, however, as we see 6 and Kokodias swapping out their positions, and actually number 12 now going all the way back down, but he's not done fighting just yet. Going to try to wrap back against the 2 players that have passed him. First ends up on the wide curve of this podium swing, though, so we will not end up in the best spot to try and retake that.
A reminder, that is our second place finisher overall from our summer series, so it's a bit surprising to see them down all the way here in 12th. Again, a reminder that summer was a little bit chaotic, as we have anticipated, or as we've talked about multiple times. Physicality was a kind of bread and butter in Latin America, and it's still getting physical here for our top 3 drivers. Again, McGezzin is willing to do whatever it takes. It doesn't matter if they have to get physical. It doesn't matter if they got to veer off the track just a little bit. They're going to do what they need to against Vinny, and again, this is music music to the ears of Wesley, who maybe has fallen a little bit further behind with over a half a second gap between him and McGezzin at the moment. But he's hot on their tail enough that if something does go horribly wrong here for McGezzin and Vinny, he's the first one to sweep in. For the time being, though, it does kind of feel like this 1-2 punch combo is going to stay maintained for at least a couple of laps. As again, they're starting to find their lines, and they're also starting to get scared away from making those more aggressive moves. They've seen the punishments that come from them, and they do not want to punish themselves again unnecessarily.
McGezzin going to try to push the envelope against Vinny. He was actually quite respectful of Vinny. Could have kind of bullied him off the track a little bit. Obviously, penalty points might have been involved if that ended up going that way, but did pull back a little bit there and allowed him to kind of keep his composure at the risk of potentially messing himself up in the process as well. But Vinny certainly on the very edge of maintaining this lead at the moment. McGezzin, whose one slight mistake on a curve here is really all that stands between him passing Vinny and retaking P1, which he's been valiantly fighting for here for so long, and honestly pretty respectful about it as well. But Vinny at the moment just trying to fight to control this track, control his traction as much as possible, but he's being pushed to the very edges of it here by McGezzin. I'm just not sure he's going to be able to sustain for that much longer.
I don't know how either of them are going to sustain the pace that they're currently going at right now. It is a lot of last-second braking. It is a lot of inside contesting, and it doesn't really feel like this is conducive to either one of them being able to race this for another 3 laps, but simultaneously, they are creating an even larger gap on Wesley at this point, so it kind of feels like Wesley is trying to keep up, but he's not willing to make those risky moves. Meanwhile, Vinny and McGezzin are both calling each other's bluff on every single one of these turns, every single one of these inside tracks. They are doing a great job of kind of body blocking each other out. It's made to the advantage of both of them as they're kind of just using each other's draft to just kind of fire forward, which, you know, again, props to them. It just has me nervous. It has had me nervous through the first 7 laps, though, so who's to say that if they've maintained it this far, they can't do it for another 3?
Vinny, I think, finding some ground here in the last few seconds, pushes ahead, obviously very slightly. That slight edge is really all that Vinny needs to maintain P1 for these final few laps here. This is the turn where we saw it get really close last time, and again, Vinny just coming into it with a little too much speed. McGezzin tries to steal the inside pocket away, but Vinny is not letting him have it. That's the main advantage that Vinny has maintained, is he has just denied the track presence from McGezzin at every single opportunity, and McGezzin thankfully has allowed him to deny this for the most part, so that's why we haven't seen those positions move. But otherwise, once again, back in the mid-pack, things are shaking up there as well. See a few exchanges going on around P7 to P8 and one more towards the back also, but no crazy events or anything as a result of it. Just a fairly standard pass, it looks like, on both accounts.
Down to our last 3 laps at this point, and Vinny and McGezzin have maintained this, I'd say barely a separation at this point, pretty much throughout the entirety of this race. Similarly, we've had this battle around our 7th through 12th position that has consistently been close to each other, and it kind of feels like this is going to just come down to whatever they maintain in the final lap. I don't necessarily know if the efforts here in lap number 8 or 9 are going to make much of a difference. This, however, could make a significant one. McGezzin trying to go on the inside track just does not have that opportunity. Not even a 1/10 of a second gap between him and Vinny right now. It feels like both of these racers are not willing to give up an inch. It's not necessarily perfect racing on these inside tracks, but it has been great defensive racing from Vinny. He has driven so well, just not give McGezzin that space necessary. And you can, again, tell by the way that McGezzin is racing. He wants to try to find that opening, and I think if they give him even an inch, he will take a mile.
If that straightaway that they had just gone past on the lap had been like another quarter, half mile longer, he probably would have had the draft he needed to make the pass, but unfortunately, just not enough track to make things happen the way he wants to here, McGezzin, and he's not willing to really risk a spin out or a bump or anything like that either. He's still racing very respectfully. That respectful racing may finally pay off here, though, as there we go, finds the inside pocket that he's been looking for the better part of 4 or 5 laps here, and does take a very smooth pass against Vinny to very clearly claim P1 as we work our way through lap 9 into lap 10 here.
Doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity for Vinny to overtake. I will say Vinny riding the bumper even closer than I think that McGezzin was on him at this point. So Vinny probably not thrilled about giving up that in the final couple of laps here. Now in the final lap at this point, he's going to have to make a move at some point here on this track, and I think he knows that, which is why he is braking real late on a lot of these turns. He's willing to make that risk. It may end up sinking the ship for the entirety of this race, for the entirety of Latin America, but I think he's willing to do it. We saw that again. This was not a top 3 finisher during summer. He kind of did make that make or break play in Maple Valley on the 3rd track during summer. If he starts off by crashing out in the very first race here for Latin America, I don't know if I necessarily condone that. I think he might want to play it safe just at least for the first race.
Just about half the lap remaining here between McGezin and Vinny. Still very, very close to each other. At the moment, though, it looks like McGezin just has the better line overall. Smoother onboards to the braking zones, smoother exits to give him better speed on the escape from those also. Vinny's trying to go for that slight little edge, trying to tuck it in a little bit too much for kind of the capacity that this car has, and unfortunately it ends up costing a big every single time, falling 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 seconds behind. Ultimately, it's McGezin with those micro adjustments all throughout the course of this race, just a more consistent line overall that takes P1 here, with Vinny not much further behind though in P2, and then Wesley to round out P3. But hold on here, as we do see a little bit of a shakeup towards the end of it. Quirino and COD Chaos also jump up past another member of Dex there to claim P8 and P9 as well.
6, just kind of the catalyst for all of the chaos that ends up happening there. They get one bad spin out. Everybody afterwards is trying to dodge it and see if they can find a way through. It does work out, but goodness me, look at the top there. That's what we were anticipating. A whole lot of penalties for our front racers. The physicality between Vinny and McGezin definitely did come back to bite them. I don't think it's going to shake up the top two nor the placements that we see there, but this is kind of what you have to expect throughout the rest of the race now at this point. Is going to be that physicality, is going to be that constant bumper-to-bumper action with racers not really caring about if something goes wrong. They're going to go and rely on the fact that things should go right because they have confidence in their own racing. But if things do go wrong, you can see why. It's the physicality. It's the constant takes on the inside. They will take those risky plays, and it's made for an entertaining first race. I'm now just worried because next up is Sunset Peninsula, and you do not have that room on Sunset Peninsula.
Where race 1 was a battle of micro adjustments at high speed, race number 2 is going to be those adjustments that happen at low speeds and on those tight corners. So it's going to be another test of our driver's skills. It'll be coming up in just a few minutes, folks. Stick with us here, and we'll have our next race for the Latin American region in just a few moments.
In order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro Pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G-Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro Pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro bass, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
To the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Latam is just heating up, but the big three are duking it out. Let's recap that first race on Grand Oak, shall we? We got 2 more tracks to go, but none other than McGezin is at the top. It was really between him and Vinny, just trading positions, but Wesley and Chora are right in his shadow. So let's take a look at our qualifying positions for our next track, Sunset Peninsula, which is a very difficult track, very narrow, and it's going to be chaos in this region. So McGezin will be holding on to that P1 position with the best lap possible, and Wesley and Vinny, previous champions alongside McGezin, will be fighting for that first place spot. But McGezin only leads by 4 points, so it's still anyone's game. So don't go anywhere, folks. Sunset Peninsula right after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We are currently in our third of 4 regions here for the day, focusing, of course, on Latin America for this one, and probably one of the closest, at least initial races we've had so far, the 3 regions we've covered so far here. Of course, our 2 front pack racers really being neck and neck throughout the entire time, and only really seeing that true winner in the last few moments of the race with plenty of chaos, even in the final seconds happening in our mid-pack as well. So that is pretty much certain to continue here onto our second and third tracks as well.
Yeah, not surprising to see our top 3 racers here with qualifying times for Sunset Peninsula as McGezzin, Wesley, and Vinny. The only surprise might be that COD Chaos, again, another top 4 qualifying finish. They did not finish top 4 in the last one. Ended up getting kind of, I'd say, engulfed by the chaos afterwards. But it does kind of feel like there's one of these things where this is the expected outcome. We are expecting to see these top 3 racers get there. The question is, can anybody else kind of handle the chaos? Because Wesley at a certain point kind of bowed out of the chaos. He went, all right, you two want to continue to crash into each other, wreck each other, just keep making these risky moves. I'm going to take the guaranteed third because like we said, last time in Latin America, Vinny had a great chance at finishing podium, if not winning the whole thing, but in Maple Valley, that's where things went awry and they ended up getting from a top position to not even being able to compete. So it's one of these things where if you are Wesley, are you more comfortable just continuing to get a top 3 finish each time? Do you want to try to go for the safe rather than sorry approach, or are you willing to kind of get down and dirty like we saw with McGezzin, with Vinny? I think this second track does not lend itself to that more chaotic, that more physical play. There just isn't as much room here on Sunset Peninsula, and I think it's going to be a lot more punishing if you do make a mistake.
Very much the case. Talk a little bit more about Sunset Peninsula for those who are just joining us for this region. Incredibly technical track compared to the first one. Our first track has about 6 or 7 turns in total. This one I think is closer to like 15 in total overall. So much different playing field here. We have a giant, long, kind of even elevated ring road on the outside of it to start and end the track, and pretty much racing through the service roads that exist in the middle of that ring road aside from that one. And when you keep in mind the weight profile that's sitting inside of this car, a very light aerodynamic front with no engine to be present, a mid-rear engine holding all that weight on the back, and then all the power coming from the rear and a rear-wheel drive power system as well, it's going to make for a very chaotic time trying to successfully work your way around a track like this.
I wish everybody luck in also being able to get around McGezzin without being challenged physically as well. He is willing to defend his own position by just kind of sacrificing his car in certain positions like we talked about. His line was not maybe as perfect or precise as maybe some of the other racers that we've seen on the day, but it's a lot more defensive. He is willing to put his car in the way to make sure that you are not able to pass him, to not give his opponents a good line to race off of. So all eyes on McGezzin, Vinny, and Wesley here. Our top 3 in race number 1, seemingly maybe our top 3 in race number 2 here on Sunset Peninsula. But for all of these racers, it is an unfamiliar track. We have not seen this in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge before. We've seen it a couple of times today, and we know that it lends itself to the ebbs and flows of the racers. Let's see if it happens yet again here as we continue in Latin America, and immediately McGezzin is spun out.
We finally see a little bit of revenge from all that close fighting that was going on in the last race, of course, and McGezzin becomes the ultimate victim of it, and really the ultimate victim of it as well, going all the way down to P15. He has recovered 1, is picking up a few more positions, just racing past the other racers that unfortunately got pulled into this chaos as well. But now he's going to be focused on recovery for pretty much the entire race, which opens up a massive pathway for Vinny and Wesley to really succeed in this race now.
This is not just music to his ears. This is literally, I think Wesley, if he wasn't literally like on his rig right now, would probably be pumping his fist and like screaming right now, just thrilled at what has happened. This is why he's been racing the way that he has. He has tried to maintain a close enough proximity to the top of the pack that he is able to stay a top racer, but not close enough that he's going to get involved in chaos like that. McGezzin is spun out almost instantaneously, finds himself all the way from first to third. He is in P13 for the first lap. I don't know if I ever expected McGezzin to even have double digits next to his position.
Now, McGezzin out of the way, there's a new challenge for Vinny that's unique to this track as well. First place is kind of a curse with the front pack being this close up. It's splitting apart now, so it might become a little bit less of a deal as we get into future laps. But if things remain as contained as they are now, first place is almost a bad spot to be in, going onto that big ring road curve, because you have no draft coming into it. Every single other driver, for the most part, unless there's a big gap that separates 2 of them, is going to have that additional speed being built up. So Vinny is going to be at a speed disadvantage, dismounting from this turn every single time now, and he's going to have to find ways to compensate for that.
This is already turning out to be our most interesting race so far on the day. That includes APAC and EMEA, which we saw before. Again, it is the battle between our top three, but at the moment it is a battle between our top two. McGezin going to have a long way to go. He's at least been able to make up, looks like 2 positions so far here, launching himself into 11th overall, maybe even 10th. He's not second in the double digits for all too long. He is really trying to dig himself back out of the hole that he has found himself in. The only good advantage for him, again, is the fact that this is a long race. He's only on lap number 2. He's got a lot of time to make up for, and it also kind of feels like Vinny is slowing down the rest of the pack. It is a very close contest between all of our top racers right now, and a lot of that is due to Vinny maybe not being as comfortable yet with this track, so he's just kind of slowing down and forcing everybody behind him to take more defensive position. Again, music to the ears of a racer like Wesley. He is just waiting for Vinny to maybe make a mistake, or for somebody else to challenge Vinny and cause him a mistake as well. Every time we come past this starting line and get into this first turn, though, I'm going to be nervous for like the rest of this race. I feel like anything could happen.
Exactly
Speaking of which,
as we are going to see McGezin, I mean, you got to give credit to him. At least he's got the aggression to approach this with, okay, I got knocked from 1st to 15th. I got some work to do. And he's just going full aggression to every single curve. Is basically taking the attitude of, well, it can't get much worse than it currently is, and really just putting it all pedal to the metal here to try to get himself back to as good of a position as he can muster here.
Honestly, at this point, the question becomes, what are you comfortable with if you are McGezin on the climb back up? Because he can try to shoot for first, but boy, Chorlo, he has a little bit of a rough slam. That wall has been a problem for so many racers here today. We've seen that like 4 or 5 times.
I mean, like, to an extent, you can utilize the bump you're getting off of that one to get back on the track.
I don't know if I'd recommend it. You
yeah,
can.
I mean, it's worked for some racers on tracks like this. There's a very famous stock car clip from like 2-3 years ago where we saw that work out. So
it's a bit of a different vibe
True,
there, but
yeah,
I
very
will
different
say,
situation.
I think that was on like what lap like 30 out of 30 at this
it
point.
was
We're on
literally
lap like 3.
Yeah, that was like literally the final lap.
Yeah, it was
where a guy like basically destroyed his car by riding it along the wall
Hey
to
man,
go across the finish line.
it's an expensive, expensive win, but man, it might have been worth it for just getting the win in itself. McGezin's not quite there yet, but again, he goes back to the conversation of like, what are you comfortable with if you are McGezin at this point? Because you can try to hunt for that top position, but you know it's going to come at the cost of some risk. And are you willing to risk yourself even more as he goes very far off the track? I don't think he'll get penalized, but yeah, McGezin's just throwing everything at a wall and seeing what sticks at this point. And I have to wonder, does he hit top 5 and he goes, cool, I've made my way back, or is he really gunning for that first place position? Because if he can get back to P1, I will be astonished. And I honestly don't know if it's possible.
Certainly see he's been putting the effort in, to say the least, with the most recent pass, just swinging right past Corino there on the ring road portion of this one. We are seeing Vinny, as you can see, they're bumping off the wall. A few of our drivers have been doing that. Still, regardless, though, getting a little bit squirrely around his curves, so the pressure from Wesley is starting to get to him a little bit here. Should be safe for at least another lap or two, but I would not be surprised if we see a P1 and P2 swap here happen before we hit like lap 7 or so. So keep your eyes on that one, and certainly keep your eyes on some of these other races like Alien and Cora Low as well, to potentially take advantage of any mistakes that are made among these two fighting for P1.
Yeah, Alien maybe not a racer that we've talked all too much about, but they did have a good first race as well. They finished in P6 overall, so a P6 and a P3 would be great for them to be able to stay somewhere atop the leaderboard here and give themselves a great chance, especially going into Maple Valley as our third and final race, to maybe get an upset, get themselves a decent amount of cash prizing anywhere in between. McGezin still on the climb back at this point. This is the racer in front of him here in MGL, a racer that we did see pop up a couple of times in the last race, but also had some issues at the very end of the race again, as we saw some spinouts from a handful of different racers there, most specifically in 6, who is currently in P13 right now. But I gotta say, Vinny is definitely maintained this first position in a way that I did not anticipate. We have seen the gap grow as large as like 0.8, almost a second, and has gone as low as like 0.2, 2/10 of a second at certain moments here. So the chaos continues to evolve as McGezin just... I don't know if that helped him, though. Like, that really didn't do much, because, yes, he does get in front of MGL, but now he's over a second behind COD Chaos, the racer he's been trying to catch for the last, 3 laps.
To be fair, MGL gets thrown off just as much as he does, so he's got another position in his favor, at least, that doesn't immediately look like it's going to get retaken. We'll have to see, once again, the 1 to 2 lap follow-through on if he's able to maintain this. But so far, when he's passed someone, we haven't seen revenge happen, although as he goes against MGL, that may finally start to turn back, as MGL is not falling victim to the tactics from McGezen as much as we've seen some of the other racers behind MGL do earlier in the race.
MGL's ready to crash out, man. He's just like, I don't care if this ends my race. I don't want you to get away with whatever you just did to me. And to be fair, I have a feeling it's a lot of the racers around McGezen right now. He is doing literally whatever it takes, whether physicality or just taking an inside track and bullying people out of that inside line. It has been incredibly impressive to see McGezen climb all the way back up to 7th. And again, we get back to that question of at what point does he start to take the safer approach and become a little bit more comfortable with where he's at. Clearly, that is not in the mind of 6, as I don't think he has learned his lesson from the first race. He is still willing to get in the in danger's way, and if the danger comes back to bite him, so be it.
Relamps getting really just pushed out of the way there in that pass maneuver from 6. Thought that would have been one of those situations where, like, yeah, you've got it in the pre-turn, but the problem is they don't have the turning capability, and he just retakes it on the actual turn. But no, 6 held that inside line, didn't let his opponent there, Relamps, take it away from him. So nice aggressive maneuvering from 6. Definitely had to have a little bit of contact, a little bit of bumper cars to make it happen, but respect to him for following through.
Got a little bit of time left in this race, only just about halfway through with lap number 6 underway. And again, that lead from Vinny has all but just remained the entire time. We had a moment there where it felt like Wesley was starting to catch up, and that has no longer been the case. We're starting to see a more similar thing than what happened in EMEA, where our top 3 leaders just create their own packs, their own gaps here, as it's a second difference between Vinny and Wesley right now, and then another second difference between Wesley and Alien. So, yeah, again, we come back to that conversation of, like, there's going to be a lot of catch-up being played here by a multitude of different drivers right now. But for McGezen, he may have sunk the boat already. He's trying to patch it, he's trying to plug holes, but at this point, the best he can maybe maintain would be like a 5th, unless he's able to somehow break out of the pack and just start cruising past a lot of our top 4, who, again, are not that close at the current moment.
There's a lot of separation in the pack that sits in between him and the front pack at the moment for McGezen. That's the big issue, is if they were all, jumbled up, he could pass them each one at a time, one lap at a time, and there we go, still doing it. Manages to get past COD Chaos. He's got to be close enough to the racer in front of him, though, to benefit from the draft when they go onto the ring road. That's the big key for him, is getting that additional momentum each and every lap, and he's done it all 7 laps so far, so it's been really impressive to watch him come back so quickly, already taking just as many positions as he's lost, seemingly, but it's a little bit more work to do for him to really get back into the front, and that's going to be the hard part here. I think it's more maintenance and just trying to min-max the comeback rather than actually achieve the full P1 return.
I think it's legitimately just I'm going to full send everything, and if it works out, I'm thrilled, because if it doesn't work out, I've already lost as much as I can lose, because he just kind of recognizes that it's like, realistically, I'm not going to state that if he finishes in, let's say, 6th or 7th here, that he's just like out of the entirety of Latin America for this portion of the G Challenge. But it's pretty close to that. It's one of these things where, with the consistency we have seen from Vinny and Wesley here, the odds of him being able to make it back in the first place are very, very slim. And yes, technically, he can still finish top 3, but that's not where you want to be if you are McGezen. You definitely don't want to be here behind Vintino. That is an incredibly impressive move. He played chicken the entire way through, and as soon as he saw Vintino take a break a little bit ahead of him, he's right up into 5th. And this is kind of where we said the threshold might be for him, is getting into that 5th position, but getting further than that is a massive task. A 2-second gap between him and Chorolo right now. He has got a lot of ground to make up and only a couple laps to do so.
Yeah, Vintino unfortunately kind of sealing his own fate there with the premature break coming off of that nice little ring road portion that really just opened up the path in and of itself. The second we saw him put his foot down, that was it. We pretty much had a confirmed pass coming in there from McGezen. Like you've been mentioning, the next driver up, though, is going to be the tough one for him, as there's that 2-second gap, so not really any way he can capture the draft advantage coming around the ring road again. Or really just close in on him through normal means either. So it's going to be quite a bit of work to see McGezen get further than this, but he's done it up to this point, so no reason why he can't get it done even more so, especially with Alien being quite the menace, kind of being directly in front of Corlo at this point and slowing him down. Now that, in this part of the track, turns him into advantage, so let's see how he deals with it here coming off of it in a second.
Yeah, the only problem here is, again, Jorlo is drafting off of Alien right now, so it's kind of the two of them being able to kind of further themselves away from McGezen at the moment. It is over a 1-second gap between them, and it's maintaining that for pretty much the entirety of the straightaway and into the first turn coming off of the line. And again, McGezen has raced an incredibly good race, but it's just got hard to go from 1st now to 5th, and now basically recognize that if if it stands this way and we end this race like this, he has to get a first going into Maple Valley. And again, we've seen what Maple Valley lends itself to, the chaos, the absurdity of itself. And this is going to be huge to a racer like Vinny, who finished in second in the first race and now has a 2-second lead over P2 in our second race and a almost 5-second lead over P3. Unbelievable race from Vinny here. Again, really taking advantage of an early mistake that has just punished the rest of the racers, but not Vinny.
Roughly about a lap and a half to go here for our drivers. How much further can McGezin push? He's already turned that roughly 2-second advantage previously down to under a second, so he will more than likely have a window going into the final lap to try and make a move against Coral Low and see if he can push it even further than that as well. But there is still, again, that massive separation that exists amongst the top 3 drivers, so any further than that. But we've doubted him, and he's still surprised us time after time again throughout the course of this track, so nothing can potentially stop him at this point if he's got the willpower to push through it. Let's see. We're in the draft zone now. Certainly close enough to benefit from it. You can see that gap closing in. And Corlo knows this too. He's actually just going to let him pass outright. Beautifully done by McGezin, but oh no! Clips that corner just a little bit too far to the right. And the same fate that befell him on lap 1 hits him again on lap 10. All that progress, all that effort to come back just to be pushed back down again by 4 more places into P8. What a tragedy for McGezin.
They're on the same teams. You have to imagine this was somewhere communicated. The Dex tag at the front of it, you have to imagine that at a certain point, if you're racing as a squad, you're going, all right, we have to rely on our best guy to be able to make the best progress here. And McGezin basically being given the green light with just knowing that there was not a chance that Corlo was going to have a better turn there. But the problem becomes is this is what we talked about with McGezin. It is a all or nothing type of mentality for him. He's going to full send every corner, every chicanery, every turn that he has, every overtake that he makes. He will full send it with the risk fully calculated. And the problem is that if you full send it that hard, you're bound to have another mistake, and this is the issue for McGezin. As we kind of said, would he be satisfied with getting a top 4, top 5 finish? The answer was a definitive no, and as a result, Vinny getting the easiest win of his entire life. The comeback trail was paved with a whole lot of chaos, and he did not bow to any of it. A 3.5-second lead over Wesley in P2, secures P1, Wesley finishes in P2, and Alien in P3. And now comes the question, how does McGezin respond in our third and final track as they finish in P8? Oof.
Just a crazy turn of events here. I've been sitting here doing the math for a second while you've been talking. So he starts in P1, loses 14 positions to go down to P15, climbs, I think, 11 more positions up to go up to P4, and then such an unfortunate turn of events there at the very start of lap 10, goes back again, down 4 more positions to end up in P8. What a turn of events, and what just a story overall, regardless of the outcome for McGezin. Very unfortunate for him, but exciting for us to watch. Just could not maintain because of the raw aggression he was throwing out to try and climb back that many positions to begin with.
Usually we talk about the Latin American region being so chaotic with the constant switches, so many different people in different positions. I'm looking at my notes here. This is maybe the most consistent we have seen them through anything right now. Vinny takes P2 in race 1. He takes P1 in race 2. Wesley takes P3 in race 1. He takes P2 in race 2. All of a sudden, you go and look down the list, and it's pretty similar for the rest of this. Corlo, that's 2 back-to-back P4s for them in a row. And similarly, we have Alien going from P6 now to P3. So again, that's the biggest problem we have right now for McGezin, is that yes, they may be the racer that is most likely to have the highest prowess, to be able to have that highest peak. But if your peak is really high and the valley is really low and everybody else is just maintaining this middle consistently, I don't know what chance they really have going into Maple Valley at this point. We're going to have to find out at this point because I don't even know what the point totals could look like here.
Well, the story shifts and our focus now moves over to Vinny and Wesley, who very much are going to become our front runners. Map number 3 is coming up in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to shift things over to Maple Valley to wind out, or rather finish up, our region here in Latin America. So stick with us, and we'll be back after a short break with that action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We just wrapped up track 2. There is so much on the line, guys. $10,000 prize pool. Most importantly, that VIP trip to a McLaren getaway race weekend. But don't worry, it's not just for the players. You too at home could win this trip. Go and find that Rivals time trial playlist within Forza, the game itself. Lock in your fastest lap, and you have until February 4th to try to do your best. Well, looks like we've already crunched all of our numbers for race 2. Let's see how things shaped up. Vinny taking first place in our race 2 and second place in our race 1 has now climbed significantly ahead in the standings. The drama that LATAM has been putting on. I mean, what happened to McGazin? That first lap towards the end, he crashed out again. You thought he was coming back, and now he finds himself in third place after being first in the standings. Here's how our final track, these racing positions will be kicking off. McGazin had the best qualifying lap, so he has a lot of work ahead of himself to try and get back that first place spot to see if he can get another championship under his belt. But Vinny, let's see if he can go back to back and maintain himself in the standings. It all comes down to what happens on Maple Valley, and we'll find out after this.
2 races down, 1 more to go for our Latin American region of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Blue Bass here joining me on the broadcast, and we are just about ready to hop into our final race for Latin America. It has been quite the story focusing on one of our players so far, but that player's downfall has shifted our focus to 2 different players here moving into it. McGezin, very much the story for race 1 and race 2, has now found himself bumped down into 3rd place overall because of the tragic story of what happened on the previous map and him shifting somewhat 20 to 30 positions over the course of that track. Now we focus instead on, I believe, what are going to be probably the next 2 racers in the lineup here as well. That being, of course, Vinny and Wesley, who are now going to be duking it out for those top 2 positions more than likely.
Yeah, this is a bit of a heartbreaker for McGezin at this point here. They had a chance to go back-to-back. They were the winner of our summer series here for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, and they did so in a pretty impressive fashion. Unfortunately, they find themselves down by over 10 points to Vinny, who is currently sitting in first place at 54 points overall. Again, the pole position here coming out of qualifying is great for McGezin, but the problem is that not only does he have to maintain that pole position for this race and finish in first, he also needs to hope that Wesley and Vinny are able to fall off. Again, he is 13 points behind Vinny at the moment. He is 6 points behind Wesley. And again, there are 3-point gaps between first, second, third, but that's not enough to make up 6 points. That is got to take a massive fall off from either of our top 2 racers, and I just don't realistically see that happening.
And it's not like we've seen that inconsistency come out from Vinny and Wesley for the most part in the previous 2 tracks either, to where it's like, oh, maybe, someone will get a little too aggressive and spin out and go down 5 or 6 places. That's a lot of ifs in that sentence, basically, is kind of what McGezin might be relying on at that point to be able to reascend the 14 or so points he is now behind P1 for the overall standings here. So we'll wait and see what he's able to pull out, and still makes for a very interesting session. P4 and P5 for overall tournament placements are also only really a point or 2 behind McGezin there, currently in P3 overall, so that's still going to make things very interesting. If, say McGezin has a series of mistakes again and flips out, that now opens up our 3rd podium position to pretty much, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 other drivers sitting further down in the ranks as well.
Yeah, they're not too far off. Again, we're talking about McGezin being the 3rd place driver right now, but just behind him is Chorolo. That was the racer who actually gave way from McGezin to make that more aggressive move in the final laps of Sunset Peninsula here. But Chorolo's been able to get 2 back-to-back 4th places to put them in 40 points overall. They are a single point behind their teammate at this moment here. So things are getting spicy as we get into our final track here for Maple Valley, for Latin America, for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here for our winter series. Our final race starts now. All eyes on our top 3 drivers who will survive and come out on top.
McGezin's certainly going to try to do a great job of maintaining things here at the start. Has already done a fantastic job of that our first 2 tracks, but some very slight errors led to massive spin-outs for him. Back on race number 2, costed him hugely. So far, it doesn't seem to be the case. Fingers crossed, of course. We don't see anything like that happen again, as he is a little squirrely coming around a few of these turns here. Certainly letting the fishtail get away from him for just a split second, but thankfully maintains it, and that will give him a nice opening lead against our next 2 racers in Vinny and Wesley.
We talked a lot about in our second race about how McGezin kind of had a, throw everything at a wall and see what sticks, full send attitude. I would be surprised if that full send attitude has changed at all here in our 3rd and final track, as Angeloni is spun out a bit early. Again, the aggression is not going to ramp down here. For a lot of these racers, this kind of is a, hey, I'm not in the best position possible. Why would I play it safe? If I'm not comfortable with where I'm at now, if I'm not happy with where I'm at now, I might as well get a little risky. I might as well get a little bit aggressive. I might as well maybe get a bit more physical than we've seen on previous tracks. Because I will say, Maple Valley isn't necessarily the largest and widest track that you're able to overtake with, but there's going to be more room than Sunset Peninsula. So for a lot of these racers, if they want a chance to maybe overtake, to maybe take an inside corner a little bit more aggressively, this map will afford them that.
There's room to play here versus the last map where you basically had like the predestined 1 or 2 spots where you could realistically make a pass happen. Here it's a little bit more open to, I'd say 2 to 4 spots across the track overall. So like I said, a little bit more room to play for our drivers here. But at the moment, it's McGezin maintaining a consistent first place and actually growing that lead quite nicely too. Pretty even split between his spacing to Vinny's and Vinny's to Wesley as well. So not a whole lot shaken up there. It's the mid-pack where we're seeing all the movement, very much like we had back on map number 1 as well.
Movement so far, though, has calmed down at least a little bit. That first lap definitely had more movement than what we're seeing here so far. In the second lap, it is just a beginning. But again, that top 3, not surprising to see so far. It is McGezin, Vinny, and Wesley at the top here. 6 actually popping up a bit further than I anticipated here. Again, that's a racer that spun out in the final laps of our first race. They didn't do too poorly in the second one, but definitely was not a top 4 finish, or not a top 5 as they've maintained through the first 2 laps here so far. The pack continues to be a hotly contested back and forth, and as we check in on Wesley, currently our second place driver overall, but Vinny just a little bit in front of them. They'd be happy with a 1-2 combo of the second and third position here if they end the race this way.
A rare aggressive move from Bettino just now. Normally he's been a little bit more of a passive driver, opting to brake earlier rather than later and keep his position, but ends up backing up into the driver directly in front of him there, but no real following action to account for that one. Just the driver behind him getting a tad closer and starting to tap onto him as well. So we'll check in with them later. Watching our front 3 racers at the moment race their way down this little rocket ship of a hill towards the end of the track. Still pretty consistent positioning between Miguezin, Vinny, and Wesley there as well. Not a whole lot shaken up. Vinny tries to go towards the inside, but again, the car and the track combination just isn't really built to allow that type of move to give you a massive advantage here, so not going to see much come from that just yet.
I'm a bit surprised to even see that gap shrink as much as it did, though. It was over a second gap between our first 2 racers, and all of a sudden that shrinks to just about a half a second, which is maintained at this point. So Vinny's still playing aggressively. He's still driving pretty close to Miguezin. Again, if you're Vinny at this point, yes, it'd be great to get first, but like, you don't need it. If you finish in second at this point, you've almost guaranteed yourself the win, especially considering your close competition is Wesley, who is still also behind you. So,
and is on your team too.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, you got the same clan tag at a certain point. In the top 4, 3 of them have the same tag here. So they're more than comfortable to allow each other to kind of race off each other, use their draft off of each other. That's a huge thing that we've seen multiple times. Again, we talked about that being kind of the downfall of Miguezin in the last one. Had Chorolo not given way and been like, look, man, you want to take the risky corner, take the risky corner. There's a world where Miguezin comes into this race, maybe is still behind, but would have finished in like 5th overall in the last one, so you never really know. Fun to check back in with Relamps, though. Every time we check in with Relamps, I feel like he's getting into the most physical battle possible.
To be fair, it's not even him being the aggressor here, though. It's Carino. I've already caught him 1 or 2 times making some very late braking maneuvers, trying to cut past a driver or two. You see an example of it just there before we cut away. But yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit of aggression coming from Carino as he tries to force the envelope on a few extra positions for him, and he might actually get it, too. Now, again, here's the problem. Does he brake early enough on this turn? I think he's good. More than likely has it here. Oh, no, gives up the inside lane. This is going to be the problem now. Can Relapse crush it? No, he can't. So nicely handled there by Carino. Very controlled aggression, gets his lead, and then pulls off to prevent any sort of mishaps there on just kind of controlling the new position.
Yeah, this has got to be a great feeling for all of the top 5, though, because it has created a clear separation from the top 5 and the rest of the racers that we currently have on track. A 3-second separation between our P5 and P6 right now, between Alien and Carino. And again, that's just all the better for any of those racers at the very top, especially for Vinny and Wesley, where no matter what really happens here, they do not need to take first, like we said. For them to maintain those podium positions, they just got to make sure they stay at a podium finish somewhere on this track. Miguezin has maintained themselves as P1 for a majority of this race, with over a second gap between him and Vinny at the moment, and then another over second gap between Vinny and Wesley. But I guess this is kind of where we're going to live for most of this race. The battles back and forth are going to really maintain between this 6th through 9th position. Outside of that, our top 5 feeling more than comfortable as we get towards the back half of this race.
Relapse, unfortunately, just driving a little bit too safe at the moment here, so more than likely won't be able to reclose that gap anytime soon that now exists between him and Carino. So he's focused on his next target, but it's going to be quite a while before he achieves it, with Alien being a good 3 seconds ahead of him. Bettino also making an aggressive maneuver here, going to work his way past Relapse. Relapse just can't catch a break this race, it seems, but where is that coming from? Out of absolutely nowhere, racing directly past him as well. So we are going to see some of our other drivers get involved in this one.
Oh, Angeloni, I get the idea, trying to take one of the few longer straight, or not even straights technically, just a longer track space that you could maybe ramp yourself up with and going for the outside. Almost left a bit too much space on the inside for somebody to overtake him and maintain that position, but something's going on with Bettino and Relams right now. They got a rivalry because they just straight up let Angeloni go past them and went, no, I got beef with you. Let's focus on this.
More important things to focus on over here. So Relams and Bettino still going neck and neck here as they approach the big wide swing around the podium down below. No one going to be able to pass each other just yet, but another window is going to open up in just a second here. Relapse, does he have the speed and control? You need both of those with this car in play, be able to take over his opponent. Unfortunately, no, not the case. Had the speed, just not the control, so Bettino maintains B8.
Go back and forth here again, only in this mid-pack though. We continue to see that separation amongst our top 5 here with over a second gap between almost everybody besides Six and Wesley right now, which is just underneath a second. But again, it's been a battle back and forth for our top 5, and some of those players that we expect to be in the top 5 are currently not there. Like we said, Chorlo, back-to-back 4th finishes here in P4, find themselves in 11th at the moment though, and not really all too close to being able to overtake or get even close to, say, Vitino and Relamps, who have had this battle. So unfortunately for Chorlo, things going about as bad as possible here. If they want to maintain a top 5 final finish, they cannot be putting up a double digits placement in our final race.
Relamps knocking on the door of Vitino there. Hey, buddy, we got to speed up a little bit here. We can't be taking those hard breaks like that, but not coming close enough to actually bump him just yet, although that could very much change. Remember what I mentioned earlier, Vitino is safe for a few maneuvers that we've seen specifically on Maple Valley, has traditionally, over these 3 races, been a pretty passive driver, actually, taking his time, kind of going pretty safely into a lot of these curves. That's costed him positioning, but I think he's finally woken up from that a bit now. You can even see right there, breaking a split second earlier than Relamps, giving him the inside edge coming up to this turn, but way lower speeds going into it, potentially opening up another opportunity for Relamps to pass, but he just doesn't have the positioning right now.
Take a look in at McGezin here, all the way up in P1, and again, a comfortable P1 at that, over a second and a half in front of Vinny, who is still definitely on his tail, but like we said, there's no real reason for Vinny nor Wesley to try and overtake McGezin in an aggressive way here. Even if McGezin is able to finish in P1 at the end of this Maple Valley race, it will not shake up the standings for Vinny nor for Wesley at this point, as both of them have over a 6-point gap between them. And again, it's a 6-point gap between McGezin and Wesley, and then it's over a 6-point gap between him and Vinny. So it's pretty clear Vinny is going to come out on first if this continues to shake out the way that it has here. And with only about 4 laps left, including the 7th, I have to wonder, is there any chance for McGezin to shake something up, or is it really all relying on Vinny or Wesley to just full-on crash here and just drop in their placements?
Vitino finally falling back from his own position, and not just 1, but I believe 3 places actually getting bumped back there as well. Relamps was one of the players that took a position away from him, but he has since lost that P8 to MGL, who has come up from the backside as well. And Relamps clearly not happy about that, as it would seem, a little bump from the back against MGL there to try and force the issue and keep this fight going a little bit further. Is that enough draft now for Relamps to pass MGL? Certainly enough to go side by side, and a bump, oh no, sends him into the wall. Thankfully, it's a favorable bump. Kind of realigns him a little bit and gets him back onto the track here, so no harm, no foul under those circumstances at least, but Relamps will still end up taking P8 once again.
MGL, a bold call there on that one. They initiated the contact on that and then actually paid the price for the initiation that they intended on. So, lesson to all of you at home, you can try to get physical in races like this. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come to your advantage. And so far, it hasn't really been to the advantage of MGL. They're actually falling a bit even further away from the racer in front of them as Relamps is starting to find a bit of a decent line to hold on to. Bit of a wider line than maybe I anticipated, not taking too close of an inside track here, and it's given some extra room for MGL to now still maintain that gap. Speaking of which, Vinny still trying to climb up to McGezin, but just has not had that opportunity. That 1.5 second gap has basically maintained itself throughout the entirety of this race, and even on top of that, another 3 second gap back behind Wesley as well. So again, this fits the narrative we talked about. Wesley very much a safer driver, as MGL could probably take some notes from that here, but that safe driving has seemingly come to an advantage of a lot of racers here in our final race, recognizing that just where they sit in the overall leaderboard is more important than them trying to get maybe the perfect final race.
Very much the case, and you've pretty much put a T on it there, Vinny, with pretty much no incentive to risk his current standing to try and catch McGezin other than just pure entertainment factor, which it's not going to matter a whole lot when, for Vinny's sake, there's quite a hefty prize purse on the line here, so certainly going to be focusing on that more so than the theatrics of things, and can't fault that one at all at the end of the day here. Will continue to be the case here in the front pack. Like we said, there's still quite a bit shaking up there between like 4th and 10th, depending on how you're looking at it there, especially among the likes of MGL, Vitino, Relamps. Those guys are definitely still in the fight here. And we've actually seen Carino actually make quite a bit of progress on closing the gap between him and Alien. The problem is he's only on about half of it. It was a 3-second lead earlier in the race. Now it's down to about 1.8. So I doubt we're going to see that come to fruition ultimately by the time we hit lap 10. But who knows? Just something to keep your eye on, folks.
Getting close to those final laps here. Lap number 8 just about to conclude as we see McGezin again cross that line in a very comfortable position. They've increased that lead to over 2 seconds now in front of Vinny, and again, another 3 seconds behind with Wesley. I mean, you can really see how much the top drivers right now are playing this safe by the ever-increasing gaps that we currently have here. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 3.6, 1.4, 2.4, 2.5. You do not normally see this large of a gap between each of the racers individually on a map like this, on a track like this. You're only seeing this now because everybody's kind of coming to terms with what is the inevitable here, what the inevitable shakeout is going to be for Latin America for this G Challenge. And McGezin, credit where it's due, he's racing a phenomenal race right now. He's hitting those lines perfectly. He's racing very clean. You got to be wondering, he's just thinking in his head, should I have maybe not gone for the riskier play in that second track? Again, that move, that maneuver to overtake Chorolo has got to haunt him in this current final race.
Very much the case, and the fact that it happened twice in one
Yeah,
race as
yeah.
well, to have struggled all the way back, dropping down to like P15 at the beginning of race number 2, got all the way up to 4th if I recall correctly, and then lost it down to 8th once again with another spin out, and just a spare spin out as well, went a little too far to the right, clipped the wall, and just cost him all of his traction there, causing a full spin out. It's a very unfortunate chain of events what ended up happening for them. He's done his best to make up for it, but ultimately just way too heavy of a consequence for what happened to him back on map number 2.
It's kind of impressive, to be honest, that he was even able to finish in 8th at that point, because again, the initial crash out was from 1st down to like 14, 13, something like that. So the ability to even bounce back after that second crash and go, no, I'm still staying somewhere within this top 10 is impressive in itself. A racer that probably would like to stay in the top 10 though right now is definitely Chorolo. Like we said, they come into this race at 4th place. They are maintaining anything but that P4 position at the current moment here, as we see them veer off track pretty aggressively. So it's got to hurt for a racer like that, but it's probably going to hurt even more for McGezin Gear as they continue to cruise through their final lap of the race. And no matter the outcome at this point, barring Vinny literally hitting a wall full force and then dropping into like 15th, there just isn't much of an opportunity for a shakeup on the leaderboard.
Last few little maneuvers to be made by all of our drivers here as we wrap around through the stands. Vinny once again safely controlling the kind of front of the leaders pack here over in second. Yes, McGezin is the actual leader of the race, but for point implications, we'll still see him maintain the front of it with Wesley just a few seconds behind him as well. Very solid separation until you get all the way back. I mean, the whole track right now, there's multiple seconds between every single driver. You could just see it's just a nice evenly spaced grid of dots there at the top right of the screen. So not a whole lot to ultimately shake things up. The grid as it stands right now will more than likely reflect our final grid as well, with McGezin in first, Vinny in second, Wesley in third, and 6 actually with a very nice ascent here too. He's been hanging around 10th place, generally speaking, so for him to finish in the top 4 here in our final race is going to be a nice little victory for him.
The only question I have as we do see all of our racers go through that final checkered flag here is, did McGezin get enough points to maybe pass Wesley for second? Because it is a 6-point gap, if I'm not mistaken, between the two of them here coming into this race. Where they finish is a 6-point gap in terms of what they get. Did McGezin get the fastest lap? Because he has maintained that multiple times. That singular point could be enough to launch him into second place. Almost definitely will not be enough to launch him into first. But I am curious to see how the podium overall finishes here as we see all of our final racers finish that final, go through that final line, and we conclude Maple Valley here for Latin America.
Tiny spoiler there at the end as well. Cora Lowe just barely passes Vittino at the end. Dark Racer, a little bit of a messy start for him. He actually ends up getting bumped back, I think, one more position at the end of it, but that's very much towards the back of our race. Well, folks, that is going to wrap up the third and final race here for Latin America. We got a little bit of math to do because very much like you said, we have to see if McGezin, first of all, got that extra, the best lap of the race and the extra point that came with it. And like you mentioned, if that was enough for him to pass his other opponent there that was sitting in second place, but at least get that 2P finish here for the tournament. So stick with us. We're going to go to a short break, and then when we come back, we'll have that full breakdown for you.
order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals, and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro base, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. In a crazy turn of events, LATAM is finally over. Let's crunch down those numbers. And Vinny, congratulations, is our champion of LATAM and will be earning $2,000 and that VIP trip to the McLaren race. And McGezin, hear this, guys, because he got the fastest lap, that extra point, he squeaks into second place over Wesley. But those three have been at it all season, and only 1 point separates second and third. It does not get any crazier than that. McGezin won race 1 and race 3, and that race 2 costed him, well, first place. Still second's not too bad. But if you are just joining us, we're ready to kick off North America, our last but certainly not least region. Here's our format as a reminder. We are going to Grand Oak, Sunset Peninsula, and Maple Valley as our 3 tracks. We'll be doing 10 laps on each of those using the McLaren P1 GTR. The qualifying racing positions have already been done, so don't worry about that. And each race result will get you points, as you can see on the right side, including that fastest lap. So keep an eye on those times. course, we have amazing prizes up for grabs. This is up to a $40,000 prize pool over our 4 regions, so $10,000 per region, with $2,000 for first place, $1,600 for second, $1,200 for third, and it goes down the line. All of our drivers are going to get some money. Isn't that amazing? Well, to top that, there's also that VIP trip to the McLaren race for our champion of each region. But if you're getting some FOMO, you too at home could win that McLaren VIP trip. You have to go into Forza and find that Rivals Time trial playlist and enter your fastest best lap before February 4th. And that is coming up soon, guys, so do not miss out. And here are our racers for North America, starting on Grand Oak. Legacy and Lightning are returning top racers of the region, but the crown is up for grabs. We are guaranteed a new champion for our North American G Challenge, so keep an eye on those big 4. Vanquish and especially Stamina has been a dark horse in this region. And our drivers are ready to hit the track, so don't go anywhere, guys.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We've got one final region to go before we wrap things up for the day. It's been quite a day of epic races so far. My name is Blue. We've got Bass here bringing you guys the action, of course, on the broadcast. And now as we shift our focus to North America, there's already some news before we've even started the series. Isn't that right, Bass?
We've got a guaranteed new champion no matter what happens here. Our previous champion, Vettel, is not participating here in our winter series, despite having participated in the summer series. And honestly, that just makes things all the more entertaining. We do have previous racers returning. We have our second and third place racers still returning here in Legacy and Lightning, 2 very, very talented racers. But again, it's kind of a theme today. We're getting a little bit of the unexpected. I think the only time we didn't really get that was EMEA with Boket doing Boket things. But Legacy is still probably somebody we got to focus on pretty closely here. They finished in 3rd place in the last one. Lightning finished in 2nd place in our last one here. And for them to be the top 2 drivers out of qualifying comes as no surprise.
Very much the case. We'll check out the rest of the grid as well. Vanquish, we've seen him race this before, so he'll be another challenger returning to see if they can reclaim the throne as well. Stamina sitting behind that, and then we move over to Deer Plot as well. Another returning racer that we've definitely seen here before. Design coming in there as well in P6. P7 will be taken by Maze. We'll move over towards the kind of back half of the grid as well, starting off with Zach the One in P8.
Yeah, we've got a lot of returning faces here in NA, which honestly makes it all the more entertaining because it's one of these things where it's not just a new face that is going to obviously be the champion here at this point, but it could be a returning face that we've seen many a times before who has maybe just been on the outside of that sort of road to glory. They've had that ability to be at the very top of North America, but maybe not entirely at the top of North America. So I'm hopeful to see one of those racers really emerge here today. Again, it would not be surprising to see if it is Legacy or Lightning. They're definitely, in my opinion, the top two to be paying attention to. I think Stamina, Vanquish, Deerplot, and a couple of the other returning faces are also ones we have to focus on. But yeah, again, Legacy coming out as the number one qualifying driver here is not a surprise by any stretch of the imagination. Similarly with Lightning coming in the in the P2 qualifying position.
We'll be getting started here in just a moment, folks. We are going to be starting things off on Grand Oak. We are going to be moving to 2 other races aside from that. It'll be 10-minute races across the board. Every single driver is going to be running a stock setup on the McLaren P1, the 2015, I should clarify, McLaren P1 GTR, which has given our drivers quite the interesting racing dynamic here. For those who are unfamiliar, it's a rear mid-engine car, rear-wheel drive as well, so that creates some very interesting circumstances here for how it's being handled on the track. Basically meaning you need to be really careful on your approaches to a lot of these turns, especially ones that require long braking straights. If you do it too early, there's a good chance you're going to be finding yourself, ultimately with not enough speed to make it through the turn. Do it too late, and you're going to find yourself spinning out. So a lot of nuances playing into how this car manages, especially given we got 3 very different tracks to work through as well. But let's get started with it. Grand Oak is the first one that we're going to be jumping into here in just a moment.
If you guys have not seen any of the races today for APAC, EMEA, or Latin America, we also know that Grand Oak is going to lean itself to, I'd say, a pretty top-heavy pack. We've seen a lot of racers get into a very close pack at the very top, and then we see a lot of more of the chaos erupt around that mid-pack from the racers between maybe 6 to like 12. So wouldn't be surprising to see some of our front runners show themselves very clearly here in our first race for North America, and Grand Oak is a great raceway to see that happen on. Let's get things started. Our final region here for the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, we head to North America and get things started.
Races are off the line, and it is Legacy holding P1 to start things out going into our first turn, though we could very easily see that pack shift up, especially given, again, Lightning here able to swing himself around. He does get the shorter angle going into the first turns. That allows for things to immediately start to shift left, right, up, and down all over the place as our drivers try to find their initial real positionings here that they'll get coming out of the first turn. Stamina may become victim of a pass from Vanquish here, and indeed will be able to move past him, and Stamina really trying to aggressively cut to the inside here so we can get the exit angle he needs. It works, but it probably throws off Deerplot and a few of these other races in the back a little bit in the process.
Okay, North America, I see you going, hey, I know the reputation is for the other America region to be a little bit more physical, but trust me, we've got some jabs here, we got some pokes, we got some prods, some right hooks here or there, and it's proven already as it looks like Stamina and Deerplot very prepared to get into a bit of a physical altercation here. Deerplot not going to full on just swing out and completely pit maneuver their opponent, but boy, this is a first lap that if it's any indication of what's to come, this is going to be a fun time here in NA.
Stamina, it seems like he's kind of struggling to manage the vehicle a little bit there in regards to handling it on some of these turns, going really wide and trying to play it a lot shorter, but ended up almost blocking Deerplot out in a few of those situations. We'll have to see him quickly recover on that one and see how he's going to be able to work his way back into it. Otherwise, Deerplot will almost certainly find a way to pass him sooner rather than later. Speaking of which, we've got additional action happening. That may very well be them going for it. Actually, Deerplot, I believe, trying to get the pass on the Stamina right now. And Stamina really struggling with these harsh corners like turn 2 and now moving into turn 3 and 4 for the dog leg here. The good news, though, is his defensive capabilities in terms of maintaining track control, second to none. And no one is getting tired of it and just bumping him out of the way here either. So Stamina continues to maintain P4 coming out of that turn.
I was 1 position off total. I said it'd be a battle between 6 to 12. It's looking like it's going to be about 5 to 12 at that point, with less than a half a second gap on pretty much all of the racers in that pack. Starting to see a little bit of a separation between 8 and 9, with I Might Worm just a bit ahead of Zach the One at this point here. But we do see a little bit of switch ups at the top. Dezen going to spin on out all the way down to P12. So unfortunately, their more aggressive strategy paid off for everybody but themselves.
Deerplot still working on trying to find a move to pass Stamina, but as we've seen, Stamina is holding no prisoners here if anyone tries to work their way past him based on that recent collision with Design. So he's got to be very careful about how he approaches this maneuver here. And that's left, as you mentioned before, the front runner's in a pretty stable position, just not stable enough, it seems, as Lightning sneaks on the inside pocket away from Legacy to steal P1, and he maintains the advantage coming out of the exit of the dogleg here.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about how that dog leg is one of the few openings on Grand Oak to really try and overtake in those inside lanes. The rest of this is going to be a lot of very tight corners and then long straightaways here. So there's a chance maybe for revenge here for Legacy, but yeah, not going to take that aggressively. Understandable. We're not even halfway through this track. We've seen a lot of overtaking between our top positions at this point. So it's not surprising to still see this maintain this very, very close race between the two of them, as it is only about a 1/10 of a second interval between the two. It's more surprising to see Vanquish now falling over a second behind and then Stamina 2 seconds behind them. So we anticipated maybe some decent gaps between our top 5. What I did not anticipate was the top 2 to continue to be this close, and then 3rd and 4th be as much further behind and not even really contesting at the moment.
Very much the case here. Vanquish still trying to get into this fight between Lightning and Legacy, but it's very much just the two of them going at it against each other. Legacy having to give a little bit of respect in regards to how he's handling his line over to Lightning, causing some shifts on his end. But you could see Legacy pushing it just a little bit here, trying to look for an opportunity to work his way past Lightning. Hasn't found it just as of yet, but at least has that presence, has that pressure to keep right on Lightning's tail and not give him a second to breathe, let alone think about what the next best course of action should be for him up in P1.
It's impressive to see that Legacy is really just not backing away from any of these challenges either. A lot of times we've seen people play kind of bumper cars. They're just right on the bumper and they're not even anticipating the brake, so they all of a sudden just hit the back and then they mess up their own line. Legacy is reading every single move that Lightning is making really well, which is giving them that constant, close proximity to their opponent at the moment here. So extraordinarily impressed between the battle between P1 and P2 right now. P3 and 4 have created a gap that has now allowed for 4 and 5 to battle a little bit here as Deerplot trying to pass on Stamina. We've seen this battle between Stamina and Deerplot a lot throughout this race. The big thing that we've been seeing is kind of feigning physicality. Both of the two of them have kind of stated that they're going to go for that little bit of physicality. You've seen this from these attempts at the inner, taking on the inside, where they have maintained a little bit of bump, but nothing really too aggressive so far. And as a result, Stamina actually going to be able to pull away just a little bit from Deerplot here. I don't suspect that this gap is going to remain for very long, but that's a pretty big move from them as we get into our fifth lap.
Opportunity to change it up as we work our way around the corner here into T3 and T4. We'll see if that gives the opportunity over to Deerplot finally to make his move, but not looking likely at this point. Things are actually stabilizing more so than getting more chaotic, it would appear, as we've gone into lap 5. As at this point, a little under halfway through the race. Time to see now what our drivers are made of when the endurance test kicks in on a very early break to try and take an earlier cut here from Lightning. Throws Legacy off a little bit. He suddenly has to slam on the brakes as well. This is really the only problem that Legacy's dealing with, is kind of having to respect and at the same time find ways to play around a clearly different line that Lightning has versus how Legacy's approaching some of these turns at the moment.
What is that? Oh my goodness, just hammering the brakes on that inside line there. At a certain point, you have to wonder if this is Lightning intentionally driving defensively, or if this is maybe just Lightning not being as familiar with this track as they might want, and as a result, Legacy just kind of having to react to the maybe inaccuracies of the line that we are currently seeing from Lightning here. I'm going to think it's the latter of the two, considering that Legacy is now past Lightning. I think Lightning just not comfortable enough on this track quite yet to be able to maintain a precise line, and Legacy going, all right, if you want to keep messing about, I'm taking full advantage.
Lightning nearly pit maneuvering Legacy there. It could have looked like for a second just off of the little contact on the corner. Thankfully, does not end up happening, so the race continues. Like you're mentioning, is Legacy now in the front of the pack, though, and Lightning actually getting pushed back quite a bit, so Legacy might actually really be able to soar away with this now that does net himself that little bit of an advantage. Vanquish still sitting back in P3. They're going to see if he can catch up to this. We've been kind of waiting on that one for a while. Has not been able to keep up the same speed that we've been seeing out of Legacy and Lightning, though, so they've maintained a pretty consistent front 2-pack here, with Vanquish being off on his own little island in P3.
That fifth turn has been a problem for so many of our racers here today. Similarly, this sixth one as well has also been a problem, but it really is that aggressive straightaway into a very sharp corner, and then immediately you have to try to figure out, are you going to try to cut the corner, or are you going to try to play it a little bit more safe? And racers haven't really decided on a definitive answer, yes or no here. I can give you one definitive answer. 6 through 12 continuing to be that battle that we just keep talking about. It is constantly everybody just overtaking each other, getting physical around each other, and I don't think it's physicality to the detriment of anybody that's going to assign penalties or create these greater issues, but it's just no one's comfortable with their position back here. They are willing to just push their way in, straight battering ram where they need to. Again, despite not probably acquiring any penalties here, even for that, a relatively physical corner to be taking, and it just doesn't seem to be a huge issue for any of the racers.
Design still on his little bit of a revenge tour after he got knocked off the track earlier, seemingly by Stamina, has been trying to reclaim his positions ever since. That means he's throwing his own blend of aggression out into the track that we're seeing other players respond to, and Kai is like, okay, you guys want to have a little contact fight? Sure, I'll jump in, let's get right to it. These drivers are not afraid to mess with each other. Eventually, someone's going to slip up in a big way here, but for the time being, everyone thankfully has been able to maintain because they're doing it mostly on these straightaways.
Lightning finally back within, I'd say, shooting distance here of Legacy at this point. They have maintained not that large of a gap for a majority of this race, but the big thing we've talked about, again, it just still feels like Legacy is racing a little bit more confidently. Lightning still having to react to a lot of the lines that are being presented in front of them on this track versus Legacy, who has just been able to maintain their line very precisely, very confidently throughout this race, and as a result, they are not giving a lot of room for Lightning to try and re-overtake. Great example there, holding that inside line perfectly and kind of just baiting Lightning into maybe potentially getting into some physicality here, whether it's hitting the back of the car or spinning out in a position they do not want to. But I think Lightning's recognizing they might have missed their opportunity. That overtake that they let Legacy take before might be how this race ends with only a couple of laps here to go. Lightning's got to make a move soon.
We'll have some opportunities to do that. This corner, probably not the one to make it happen on, but potentially later on we could see that, although he might close the gap a little more there. Legacy slowing down a bit more than Lightning did, so we'll see Lightning get up to speed a little bit quicker. That is one of the benefits we see with this car, really, no matter who's handling it, is you have that near instant torque response due to the inherent hybrid system that's on the vehicle, so you get going a little bit quicker if you get slowed down. But look at this now. Lightning, he's impatient. He wants this pass. He wants to retake P1. It's a little bit of bumper action as he tries to make it happen, just bullying Legacy to the side, and it will work out as once again Lightning steals P1 away from Legacy.
Was very well played throughout that entire turn there, recognizing that he doesn't necessarily need to back off of that inside line, even despite the second turn not going the way that he was hoping for. That sharper corner initially, he did not win by any stretch, but he recognized that neither did his fellow racer there in Legacy. They didn't really maintain a good outside line. They find themselves a decent way to sneak on in before going into the final turns of the lap, and it's maintained a great position now as they go into the 9th lap here as well. Lightning and Legacy, I think, are proving that they are the racers to watch on the day. Vanquish and Stamina, while they have been able to maintain those top 5 positions in 3 and 4 throughout the entirety of this, I don't think they've ever gotten close to being able to get into the position that Lightning or Legacy are in right now. So strap in. North America is looking like a battle of the L's here between Lightning and Legacy so far. And with only 2 laps to go here, it is anybody's race on Grand Oak.
Both racers having their kind of strengths on each part of the track as well. I wouldn't really say that one's handling one aspect completely better than the other at this point either. It's very much neck and neck between these two drivers. So it's going to be very fun to see how this continues to evolve, not only with the kind of lap and a half we have left to go here, but on our next 2 tracks as well here. Lightning seems to really be starting to cut away, though, however, as we look into it. It is a longer straight, so Legacy will more than likely get 1 or 2 more opportunities here to close the gap, but it may very well be Lightning now with the pole position that's going to be able to run away with it. This series of turns coming up right here is really going to be one of those last chances that Legacy will have, and I think the gap might just be too large now, but let's wait and see.
We've seen a lot of overtakes at the final 2 sharp corners, as we can see in, I believe, turn number 5 and 6 there before we get into that larger turn that kind of ends the track overall. So those are going to be the chances. If Legacy wants to make a move, it's going to be in one of those 2 places, and I'm going to be real, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make a move on both of them. At a certain point, it's the final lap. You just have to try and send it at some point throughout the race here. So we're going to see if we get any switch-ups here as we take a look back at the back of the pack, and the first opportunity will be missed. Legacy not going to try to go over that initial sharp turn. It could happen here with the second one, but this might be their last opportunity for this race if they even want a shot at first, and unfortunately for them, they're a half a second behind Lightning at the moment.
Another credit to one of our other racers here that we haven't talked a whole lot about. We were focusing on quite a bit towards the beginning of the race. Stamina has successfully defended that P4 throughout this entire race. Now, questionable in regards to any penalties that might come up, especially considering what we saw happen with design, but obviously that's for the stewards to figure out and not for us to look into. Aside from that, really impressive run coming in there from Stamina to defend it, but no, Legacy looks like he is going to be able to actually just barely pass Lightning here at the very end of it. He maintains P1 instead and steals it away very last moment, so that is going to go over towards him instead. Legacy will take the P2 finish, Vanquish in P3, and Stamina in P4. This is certainly a race that's going to take a few more runs to figure out a true winner from, and that's exactly what we like to see in a series like this.
Can't be all too surprised to see our top 5 qualifying positions, our top 5 racers at the end of the race as well there. Stamina did start off, I believe, in the pole position or somewhere around that. Maybe I think in actually podium position at 3rd. But again, this is not too surprising to see that this is how it is shaken out. These are the racers we expected to do well on the day. They're the returning faces that we are most familiar with. The question now becomes, are they able to maintain this through all three of the races that we have on the day? Again, I think it's the battle of the yells right now. I think it is Legacy versus Lightning to take this one home. Either way, we got a new winner here for North America, so I invite it wholeheartedly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, race number 2 is not going to be too far away. Stick with us. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the action will continue here for North America.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We just wrapped up track 1 on Grand Oak for our North American finals, and here's how the standings are looking after that. Legacy stole away P1 from Lightning at the very last second, and as our casters put it beautifully, it's the battle of the L's. But there's going to be a gauntlet because there's a lot of other racers gunning for that first place, along with Vanquish and Stamina. They've been consistent consistent throughout, but especially Legacy. He'll maintain that P1 position after his qualifying race. And up next, we have Sunset Peninsula, which is very narrow and very chaotic. So this is going to be an exciting one, guys. We'll see you after the break for that.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Bass and Blue bringing you the action here on the cast as we get ready for map number 2 out of 3 of our North American Championship here today. Lots of action happening on map number 1, but primarily between 2 of our drivers that sat neck and neck pretty much the entire time. Like you said, Battle of the L's was kind of the ultimate thing we were paying attention to, and I think it's going to be, to some extent, more of the same here as we work our way onto map number 2, but in a very different track setup.
I think it's going to come down to, does anybody want to actually get aggressive on this one? Because we've talked about this a lot. This has been the theme throughout the day. As this is our 4th region. If you guys haven't been with us throughout the day, we are now moving into North America after having already done Latin America, before that EMEA, and before that APAC. So we've seen the same thing on this track pretty much every single time, which is that if you're going to try and make a move, it will come with an immense risk. We saw it be the downfall of one of our front runners in Latin America from McGezen. We saw it be a bit of a point of contention for a lot of the mid-pack for our races in APAC and EMEA. So the question now kind of becomes, are any of our front runners able to kind of avoid that chaos? Because we've also seen those front runners be able to pull away in a multitude of instances. Can they do that here? Because I think if Lightning Legacy can kind of just create their own pack front of everybody else, they've got a good chance to be able to maintain that 1-2 status quo again. If they get trapped in the chaos of everybody else, this is anybody's race to take.
We're going to see Legacy holding pole position here for our second race. Almost certainly in second place, of course, is indeed going to be Lightning sitting there in that position, with Vanquish not too far behind in P3. Vanquish, as we're seeing amongst him and some of these other racers, Design as well up in 4th. This will be a great chance for him to get revenge as well, as a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events. So it's a great thing this time he's starting out in front of Stamina. Those two had a little bit of a collision back on race number 1, so we're going to see if they can avoid it this time. Deer Plot, another race we saw a little bit of action of last time in P7, and Maze in P8, before we check out the rest of the backmarkers as well.
Yeah, again, a lot of familiar names here from North America. Not necessarily familiar names if this is your first time tuning into the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here, as again, this is our 4th of 4 regions at this point. This is also not our first event for this as well. We have a lot of returning faces from our summer event, as this is our winter series here. So, again, a lot of these are very, very talented racers. Zach the One being a great example of that, finished in P7 in our last race here, despite not maybe having a great qualifying time overall. So, I'm excited to see how this one goes down. Again, this is the only track, though, that we have never had here on a Logitech McLaren G Challenge before, which means that this could be unfamiliar territory for a lot of our racers.
For those who haven't had a chance to be introduced to the track through one of our earlier tournaments today, it's going to be over here on Sunset Peninsula. Very much kind of like half street, half almost like stock car oval track is kind of the setup we have going on here, which makes it very fun and makes it very interesting, considering we will likely have 2 racers battling for first and second if the first track kind of repeats itself. There is a massive straightaway on this track with a giant draft window that these cars create as well. So expect that 1 and 2 fight to get even more interesting, as you're pretty much guaranteed to have almost a pass lap happening between those two if they are going to stay as neck and neck as they were on Grand Oak.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we get that larger gap between them and the rest of the pack here. In race number 1, we saw a very close contest between Legacy and Lightning, and then behind that, about a second separation between P2 and P3, and then over a second separation between P3 and P4, and even a second separating between P4 and P5 after that as well. So the question is, can they maintain maintain a close proximity to start off this race, or do we see an immediate spin out like we saw in Latin America? Anything is possible here as we get ready for our second race here from North America in the G Challenge.
Off we go with Legacy leading the charge. However, Lightning will not be too far behind, and pretty much immediately we'll start to see these drivers collide with each other to attempt to get the edge over one another on our first real big turn here as well. Lightning and Legacy already swapping positions once, and actually Legacy for the first time falling out of that as well there too. So he's going to go back into P3. Design coming back with a little bit of revenge, steals P2 away, and for the time being at least, we'll maintain that as we work our way through the mid portion of the track here.
Okay, Legacy, I see you. You were watching the Latin American broadcast, and you recognize the fact that you do not want to try to take that inside turn and then just get completely pit maneuvered out. Took a bit of an outside lane, which wasn't a terrible decision, but in doing so, definitely gave up some extra space that I don't think they were anticipating to give up. Design sneaking their way into second overall, and it's pretty big for Design. Again, Design is not necessarily out of this race entirely, but they finished in P8 in our first race overall, so for them to be able to maintain a top 3 position here would be huge for the chances of being able to not only win this overall, but bump themselves up on the leaderboard. So great start here for Design. There's a lot left in this race for them to even be able to maintain that P2 position, but a fantastic start for a racer that we did not anticipate to be this far ahead of the back.
Talking a little bit more about the mid-pack as well, Stamina's strategy of just playing incredibly aggressively on his kind of defensive driving is falling apart because he doesn't have the speed to maintain anymore on this mid-portion of the track. He's already been bumped from like 4th down to 7th, with a little bit more pressure coming onto him from Blazian as well, but that's still a few seconds out, so for now he'll preserve at that position. But did want to point that out really quickly, as that was a pretty big factor in how much separation was being contained between the front and the back in last track that we went on to as well. Legacy tries to battle back against Design, dismounting from the ring road. It works out initially, but he fails to follow it through into the turn, so Design takes it right back, and the front 3 will stay in the same exact position. Stamina getting sent way off in the meanwhile. Blazian as well goes all the way to the back of the track, as a lot is happening there in the back portion of our group as well.
And this is what we were talking about with trying to be able to avoid that mid-pack. The big thing for our top racers right now is they do not want to get caught up in the chaos of everybody else just trying to maintain their same course on a very, very narrow raceway. So a great example here is Legacy, again, keeps on trying this. I think Design is taking probably the safest approach of any of our top 3 drivers right now. Meanwhile, Legacy and Lightning are willing to take a little bit of a riskier play. When Legacy did overtake Design in that one turn, it wasn't that he got stopped because all of a sudden Design, when he takes over him, it's because Lightning took the exact same route, and Lightning ended up braking early, meaning that Legacy couldn't continue on his overtake over Design. So it's going to be curious to see the different racing techniques that we see between our top 3 drivers right now, and I think it's all to the advantage of Lightning, who is starting to pull away a little bit further from the pack that is just behind him.
Legacy, though, still with the capability to pass Design, definitely in the draft zone, should be able to catch right up against them. They both entered this straightaway at pretty much the exact same time as well, so nothing saying we can't see another attempt made by Legacy, but like you had mentioned, Design's been playing this very safe and very controlled, so more than likely has that capability to block out Legacy, at least from a positioning standpoint, and indeed he does. Forces a little bit of extra braking work from Legacy and just denies his overtake attempt outright here, wrapping around that first major corner.
Yeah, these first couple of turns, though, are going to continue to make me nervous every single time. Again, I'm just kind of scarred from Latin America with watching one of the greatest crash outs we've seen so far here on the day, with just McGezin just going careening into a wall after just clipping a little bit. And my fear is for a lot of the racers that they're going to have to start making moves very similar to that. We were only on lap number 3, but this track goes pretty quickly, and this wall in particular has been a problem for a lot of racers. So I'm interested to see if any of our drivers are going to start trying to make those more risky maneuvers, or is it going to be one of these things where Legacy is going to attempt to, but just be denied on repeat because Design is unwilling to give up that space and maintains a safer route rather than going for any of those inside passes or going for any of those changes at all. Speaking of which, I think Legacy had the idea of doing so, recognized he was not going to have enough speed on the straightaway, but he's going to call the bluff. He's going to recognize that Design continuing to go with a safe rather than sorry approach means he's going to keep leaving that inside lane open. Design's going to try to retake it back, but I think at this point, never mind, I was going to say the door is shut. Legacy should have overtaken Design pretty confidently there, but something going awry as soon as they get into this final turn.
Draft Mechanics still throwing this fight up into the air. No clear winner just yet. It does look like Design will more than likely maintain the edge here, but Legacy still putting his best foot forward to try to win it out regardless here. With the dismount being achieved, though, it does look like, once again, the Design has maintained his P2. Great work from him. That's the problem that Legacy's running into right now. He's great at the in-the-moment decision-making to get the initial pass, but he's not thinking about step 3, step 4 of this process of how does he maintain that, especially when he approaches the next major corner. That's where Design is constantly getting the edge back and is able to maintain P2 despite Legacy having successfully passed him a good 2 to 3 times now.
And the biggest winner out of all of this is not Legacy nor Design, it is Lightning. Their lead just further increasing now with over a second gap between P1 and P2 at this point. And for Lightning, that is huge. Again, that is our second place, or our P2 in race number 1 here. So if they are able to maintain this P1, yeah, worse, they would basically tie with Lightning, or excuse me, with Legacy for that P1 position overall here. So Lightning's got to be thrilled at this point that he's just letting the people behind him just kind of battle this one out. Even Vanquish starting to get a little bit closer to the mix between Legacy and Design here. So if you're Lightning, this is just what you want to hope for the entire way through. Race your line as perfectly as you can. Maintain the approach that you've had throughout this race because it is further increasing the gap. Meanwhile, Design and Legacy can't really decide on what type of race they want to have. One of them taking a more safe approach, the other one taking a more aggressive approach, and in doing so, it's just delaying the both of them to allow Vanquish to catch on up and for Lightning to just take off into the sunset.
Exactly the case, especially when you consider the draft factor here on this kind of long straight too. Lightning's far enough away now to where Design's no longer benefiting from the draft coming from Lightning here. Design's on his lonesome, which really means he's just constantly fighting Legacy on this first curve here every single lap, further increasing the distance between him and Lightning and just making Lightning safer and safer as every lap goes by. Legacy needs to have a kind of finishing resolution on this battle between him and Lightning soon, otherwise Lightning is going to become too difficult of a target to catch in those later laps.
And the worst thing you can do at this point is try to allow for Vanquish to get involved in this fight and then delay all three of you more. Then it all of a sudden gives a chance now for Deerplot, who has basically maintained that 5th place position through the 2 races that we have seen here. They finished in P5 in our first race. They're looking to finish P5 in the second race, and they've done so by separating themselves from all of the chaos and all of the problems, as we do get a little bit of a switch up there. Legacy back in front, and Design, I think, going to have to actually concede this for once. Usually it's Design almost firing back immediately, especially with the straightaway, but Legacy firing into the straightaway in a much better position.
Indeed. Good follow-through coming in there from Legacy. Finally shuts the door closed behind him for the first time in like 2 or 3 passes here and is going to be able to maintain that. But now, once again, the tables are flipped. Now it's going to be Design with the advantage coming into this long straight right here, and Legacy having to fight him off either through just pure positioning or a nice move coming up on the first corner. And I'm not sure, because of how much Legacy had to slow down to make that pass, that he's going to have the speed to maintain as they work their way off of this long straight.
Well, again, we've seen this corner be a problem for a multitude of racers. Both of them going to send it at full speed, and an understandable recovery from both, as it doesn't make any difference for catching up to Lightning at this point, though. Again, Lightning 2.5 seconds ahead of Legacy at this point. And while Design stays within close proximity of Legacy, the closest proximity is going to be Vanquish right behind them here. Again, Vanquish doing the right thing, maintaining his distance, just being aware that if these 2 racers want to continue to fight back and forth, it should open up some space for them to be able to take. You take a look back now at the middle of the pack here as Maze is trying to catch up to Zach the One, a racer that did pretty well in our first race, finishing in P7. They're kind of all gunning for P7 at this point here, with Buggy with a 2-second lead on top of all of that 9th and 8th pack, and then I Might Worm all the way in front with another 1.5 here. So we're seeing a handful of different battles at this point. It's basically 2 through 5 kind of, or 2 through 4 battling each other. Deerplot gets a little bit extra space, same with Popping behind them, and then everybody else just within a pretty close proximity outside of our final 2 racers.
Huge fall from grace coming from Stamina as well. Just want to point that out really quickly. Previously in 4th place, having to really kind of fight for P4 among plenty of challengers that were trying to pass him all throughout the first map. Now that he's lost that edge, he's struggling to hold on, sitting way back in 13th and with a 4.5 second disadvantage to the 12th place player as well.
I mean, you can really just look at the map in the top right here to really understand that. Almost a half a lap back from our first place racer in Lightning right now. It's just not where you want to be. This is where you want to be. Again, we actually finally get the POV of Vanquish for a second here to really understand what we're talking about, with him just kind of like being on the outside of watching this battle between Design and Legacy. And I don't necessarily think he's going to have that opportunity to overtake either one of them. I think at the current moment he's playing this safe enough to where he's probably going to end up finishing in P4 if he just keeps racing like this. His goal at this point is to hope that Design and Legacy do get into enough of a beef here that something physical happens, whether one of the 2 of them goes crashing off the course or they both take each other out just due to trying to have an overtake in an inopportune position. If you are Vanquish, that is what you are banking on right now. Keep yourself within a half a second of the racers in front of you and wait for your opening.
Vanquish, with that said, still getting closer and closer, though, because Design and Legacy are really just not giving up the ghost on their fight. They continue to be pretty much right against each other's butts here. So as a result of that one, we are seeing Vanquish slowly close their gap ever so surely, once again, may have the opportunity to actually contend with both of those racers by the time we get to laps 9 or 10, but it's more so, is it worth the effort at that point versus just kind of locking in the P4 that you've worked so hard to maintain all throughout this course. Lightning, again, is just clear track in front of him. He's going to be switching on the cruise control pretty soon here with how much of a lead he has.
Yeah, he's got a massive lead and only a handful of laps to go. Not even, only a few at this point as well here. And I think one of the biggest reasons that we've also seen this gap ever increasing is, I got to say, Legacy and Design are not doing great on that final turn, that very wide turn. It kind of feels like both of them aren't really sure if they want to take the inside track. They tried to take that final aggressive turn, as you can see in like the bottom left of the map, really aggressively, and in doing so, they then put themselves in a pretty bad line coming into that longer turn before they get to the finish line there. So I don't know. I kind of feel bad for Legacy and Vanquish, or Legacy and Design, because it kind of feels like they keep going back and forth, and it's now resulted in Design getting booted into 4th place. So something definitely went wrong. Like we said, they just don't know how to maintain their speed on that final turn, and it is fully to the advantage of Vanquish.
Perfect call from you on what Vanquish was eventually going to do here, though. He just sits back, plays the spectator to the 2 and 3 position race, waits for one of them to make a mistake, and the second he catches Design overcommitting to the exit of the ring road area, just shoots right past him, had him off the track. You know, within racing rules, you can cut him off at that point. So that's exactly what he does, just completely eliminates the possibility of him even contending for that position and steals P3 away without really even a fight for it.
And at this point, the fight is all but dead here between 2, 3, and 4 here as well. Again, we've got a 3.5-second lead for Lightning here between P1 and P2, but there's a 1-second difference now between P2 and P3, and that is pretty significant considering we have seen less than a second margins between 2 through 4 for pretty much the entire time. To now see almost a second separation between all of the individual racers means that this is likely how we're going to end this race. Barring somebody crashing and making a mistake here, it kind of feels like we have finally settled into what is the expected outcome here. Lightning taking first, Legacy taking second, and then Vanquish actually taking third after Design. I would say makes a couple of mistakes in some moments that they really couldn't afford to. To be fair, I don't know if they were racing all too confidently. It felt like a very defensive race for them, not necessarily a confident one where they were able to make the moves that they wanted to.
Very much agree with you there. Both racers just kind of fighting to preserve what they had built for themselves rather than looking for something new up the track, unfortunately. And that kind of limited their potential on this race. Just got too tied up trying to get the best of each other, so that allowed racers like Lightning and eventually Legacy here now, or rather Vanquish, excuse me, to get themselves away from it. Over here towards the back of things, we do have P9 and P8 fighting it out right now. Maze very, very close to a pass against Buggy. Has the better exit on this turn. Unfortunately, there's going to be a harsh right cut in just a moment here, so that will kill most of the momentum that Maze has built up. He's going to have to go wide on that one. You can see him losing the traction on the backside there for just a second too. So this fight will more than likely continue into the big ring road.
We have seen this a couple of times with that turn in particular. I guess the multiple turns that come in that corner there, as it's a lot of racers who are going to just try to maintain that inside track, and in doing so, they kind of overcommit to the inside track. Eventually, it will just kind of throw them back in as they have to kind of recorrect as they get into that straightaway. And it's been a problem for a handful of racers who have kind of looked at that as that opportunity, as that moment to overtake and try and get some further lead. But this is more what you should be doing, which is Lightning having a good balance, just kind of whipping it into corners that they know they can afford to, and in other corners just playing this one very carefully. Again, Lightning, this has been their by far most impressive race. It's not to say that their first race was not great, but you can really see the confidence on this track is miles ahead of what we're seeing from almost any other racer here.
The picture of consistency coming in from Lightning. That's really all he needed to do. Thankfully, Legacy as well as Vanquish kind of did the rest of the work for him there and just kind of jumbling themselves up and allowing him to maintain a strong lead over anyone else that might come from the back of the pack and surprise him throughout the rest of this race. So bar any screw-ups here in the last 30 seconds or so, our grid is likely locked into place, at least that first 3 or 4 positions. That will mean a nice purse of points going towards Lightning's way. Legacy, though, staying just as close in P2. We'll still keep this very, very close going into our third and final race of the day on Maple Valley, where once again we'll have a little bit more of an open room for some of these drivers to pass each other, and maybe a little bit more action can reopen up once again between Legacy, Lightning, and potentially Vanquish as well, so you can get back into the fight here on this track.
You know, it's nice that they are at least able to flip here in our second track, though, so they're going to likely go tied into our third. Lightning going to finish off with that P1 position, undo the errors of their first race as they finish P2 and then P1, and our inverse here for Legacy as they finish P1 and now P2 as well. Vanquish, though, sneaking their way into a podium finish here with a top 3. Design just behind them, and Deerplot once again finishing in 5th. A perfect picture of consistency, Deerplot, at this point. Back-to-back P5 finishes.
And Stamina checking in with him as well. He's going to end up, like I said before, dropping way back on this race. Had a pretty respectable performance on track number 1, finishing in 4th, and I believe starting there as well. But he had to play so defensively in order to maintain that. And now, once again, this track just doesn't lend to that type of play style, so it falls apart. And we see him drop all the way back here on our second map. Potentially some revenge coming his way, though, depending on his qualifying score for the 3rd and final map on Maple Valley. So we'll catch back up with that. But before we get to Maple Valley, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a short break before we get there, so stick with us for just a few moments. We'll be coming back to you with our final race of the day.
In order to support your ability to upgrade what you want and when you want to, there are various connectivity options to be aware of, especially if you already own a Logitech G series steering wheel, pedals and shifter and wish to use a console where everything needs to be connected to the wheel so that it presents as a single device. Say you wish to upgrade to RS50 or Pro Wheel's stronger and smoother levels of direct drive torque, coupled with the benefits of True Force, but want to keep using your existing pedals and shifter. With the racing adapter, it's simple. Just connect your Logitech pedals and shifter to the serial port connections on the adapter, and then connect the USB cable into an available port on the back of the RS50 or Pro base. How about if you wish to upgrade to the benefits of more consistent braking that is offered by the RS or Pro Pedals load cell? Racing Adapter supports this as well. Connect the adapter's included serial cable to the pedal port on the bottom of your G-Series wheel, connect the other end to the serial port on the adapter, and then finally connect the RS or Pro pedals into the USB port on the adapter. When connecting a load cell equipped pedal set in this configuration, you can use the dial on the adapter to adjust the brake force required to achieve 100% braking. 1 kilogram at minimum here, and either 75 or 100 kilograms at maximum, depending on whether you have RS or Pro pedals respectively. Of course, if you're jumping straight in with the RS50 or Pro bass, along with the RS or Pro pedals at the same time, then you do not need the racing adapter.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We're still in the midst of North America, and things are heating up between Legacy and Lightning. So much so that both of them are tied for first place. So it all comes down to Maple Valley coming up. Vanquish still holding on to that third place spot. Stamina has fallen out of the conversation, and enter in Deer Plot. Here's everyone's racing positions for our final track. We have Lightning, Legacy, Stamina, and Vanquish. Stamina would have a lot of work ahead of him to try and catch a spot at the top of the podium. And we'll see if Deer Plot can hold on to that fourth place position. I'm excited for Maple Valley. Hope you guys are too. We'll be back for our final race.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's all come down to this one final race for the North American region to crown our final champion of the day. 3 other regions have already found their champion, so it's just a matter of figuring out who our last one from North America is to take home the prize purse and, of course, that very nice trip to an upcoming McLaren race weekend. Welcome back to it, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Blue. We got Bass joining me here on the cast, and for our third and final race, we're going to be jumping onto Maple Valley, which, for those of you who have played Forza over the years, is a very, very fun one indeed. It's got a fairly standard map layout, nothing crazy going on with regards to how the turns and everything work, but it's that rocket ship of a downhill race towards the end that is going to make or break a lot of our drivers here, and certainly for 2 of them indeed, as we've been neck and neck pretty much this entire time. The Battle of the L's, as you mentioned it, on race number 1.
100%. And again, this is not surprising to see. Again, these are 2 racers that have been in these races before. They have participated in Logitech McLaren G challenges before, and they've done well in those as well. If I'm not mistaken, this was our 2nd and 3rd place drivers in our summer series, as we now find ourselves here at the end of winter. And again, it ended the same way. Maple Valley was the final track that we had for summer as well, and Maple Valley did lead itself to some chaos, to some unexpected turns and twists here. I'm hoping we see similar today, but it's also potential that we see very similar to what we saw in our, I believe it was, I want to say EMEA, where we just saw that first place driver kind of find themselves their own pack and then just like 4 or 5 seconds ahead of everybody else. If that happens here, I fear that it's going to be either Legacy or Lightning. Considering the battle we just saw, it might be Lightning. They did a great job of separating themselves from the pack, finding themselves that extra gap, and then just not really being bothered by any of the chaos that ensued behind them.
And we do see Legacy and Lightning maintaining P1 and P2 for at least the starting grid on this one. For those that caught it, though, in P3, we have a very interesting wrinkle. One of the most interesting players we've had so far in this series. And that was going to be, once again, our racer from race 1 that held P4 and was able to pretty much just boot everybody out of the way that tried to pass him over the course of that one, but back on race number 2, ended up in last place.
Yep.
So now to come back, qualify in P3, Stamina, this is going to be quite a test for you now, considering how the last track went. I'm very curious to see where this racer ends up.
By far the wild card of this entire group of racers for sure here. I think Stamina has proven that they can kind of hang with the best of them, but the problem is that they do like to get physical. They like to take those risks, and when the risks don't pay off, you set yourself back like 10, 20 seconds behind the rest of the pack, and you're basically playing catch-up. And we've seen it's possible to do that if you are an excellent racer, but we haven't really proven that from Stamina yet. They've been a very good racer, but excellent is a different qualification. Somebody like McGezin really kind of proved that it is possible, but they didn't do it on Maple Valley, I will admit. They did it on a track that has got a little bit more punishment for the inaccuracies, is a little bit stronger if you are a stronger racer, and that's what made the Peninsula so incredibly interesting. Here for Maple Valley, there are only a handful of different places that you can really let the wheels fly. In other spaces, you got to be a little bit more precise, especially those couple of turns coming off of the bridge initially after the starting line. There's a handful of places that I think are going to be hotly contested here, and that's what makes our final race all the more exciting. It is Maple Valley time here for North America. Our final race, a guaranteed new champion here for our summer series of the G Challenge. Let's get it started.
Into it we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lightning off to a hot start. Legacy will be right behind him, however, and we'll see those two get into a battle very, very quickly, although actually Stamina finds himself getting bumped back down pretty much immediately. Vanquish will take P3 away from him, and Design will also take P4. Popping and a few other racers towards the back of the pack, also going to see things exchange, but Stamina does get one up over Design and is able to take the best from here as we head into one of our more narrow parts of the track here. Heading up towards that bridge, though, things will start to slow down pretty quickly after that, and Design might very well have a chance to retake this away from Stamina yet again.
Yeah, these next handful of turns are a lot of the opportunity for people to both overtake and try to make some moves, as well as make some mistakes. We've seen that happen a handful of times here just due to the nature of close proximity. Great example of that is somehow Zach the One is actually able to avoid the chaos that erupts in front of him despite 2 different cars colliding and veering off the course almost. They're able to maintain themselves and stay on the line for at least a second here, but we're already starting to see what we warned about here. Lightning over a second in front of Legacy. This is the problem with this track, is that if you are a good enough racer and if you are able to pull off the line quickly enough, you can separate yourself from the pack and kind of just guarantee yourself safety, barring a miracle.
Just continue to move around. Actually, a very tight pack for the most part here. No huge advantage going to even our front markers just as of yet here. So a lock and shake up very quickly if one wrong maneuver is taken, so to speak, and very much so in this part of the track as well. We've talked about it before. You've got to be very, very careful with your braking maneuvers while using the P1 here, especially in sort of any braking maneuver where you need to kind of do it in the middle of your turn. This is one of those right here. We have to be so careful with how you swing in towards the right, and as a result, we do see a few positions changing hands there on that turn, probably because of the way that mechanic works ultimately.
Zach did not care. They were happy to take the physicality as long as they were able to survive the corner. They were happy for the overtake. And again, that's what a lot of what you're going to see here on the final race of the day. This is make or break for a lot of these racers, and as a result, they are going to just kind of full send a lot of these corners. Whether or not they're going to find physicality and potentially punishment for it, they don't really care because they know that they have to make the move if they want a way to stay in this race, to stay in this competition overall. Again, our leaderboard highly contested outside of that 1 and 2 position, which is pretty clearly going to go to Legacy or Lightning, but P3, 4, 5, 6, all of those positions that are going to be also paying with a cash prize are going to still be up for grabs for any of our racers. I think Vanquish is likely to be one of those racers, though. I got to give credit again. Vanquish, the perfect consistency. P3 in race 1, P3 in race 2, and looking to be P3 here in race 4, or in race number 3 here, as they do find themselves actually pretty closely contested with Legacy as well, only about a third of a second behind that second place driver.
And Legacy, I think, losing a little bit of traction here on the downhill run, or at least the run up towards the downhill run, I should say. So that might actually put him a little bit further behind Lightning and really give Lightning the lead that they need to excel ahead here as well. We'll follow that up over the next few laps and see how it works out, of course. But Vanquish now starting to challenge Legacy a little bit more than Legacy's challenging Lightning, and that'll shift the frame of focus here a little bit. Last time we saw this happen, that was where, again, we were able to see racers that were in first really just rocket ship away from the rest of the pack as a result of that. So that's not really, I think, the outcome that these two drivers want. We'll have to see how they handle it.
Vanquish could really play spoiler here at this point. He is the definite odd man out of the top three here, despite definitely being one of the top three. He is third pretty definitively in this current fight, but he's also third well ahead of the rest of the pack. A 1.6 second gap between him and Stamina, who currently maintains fourth. So huge opportunity maybe for Vanquish to be able to kind of shake some things up here in our final race of the day. Meanwhile, we take a look at the battle between that 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place, and they are all in very close proximity. Similarly, Vanquish very close to Legacy, probably the closest we have seen so far. I think it's a mistake from Legacy that actually allows him that opening, but it's to the advantage of Lightning in particular, back to that over a second gap between 1 and 2.
Pretty much a brake check territory right there for Vanquish. I think he potentially could have passed Legacy with a little bit more distance onto that curve, but had to respect it because of just how close he is to him at this point. Vanquish trying to pass purely off of just the draft nature, working his way down the hill, and he might very well be able to do it with the gap he has at the moment here. We'll see what ends up happening once they hit the apex of the curve at the bottom of the hill. That's where the move will need to be made, but I think the gap is reopened just a little bit too much. That or Vanquish realizes that the risk is too high to play this down the hill, and he backs off a little bit to have a safer descent.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make up that gap definitely sometime soon, but at a certain point, you do not want to be taking what is obviously the fastest part of the track and just kind of like send it into the back of the car in front of you at a certain point. You want to make sure that you can maintain the line that we've been talking about all day. A lot of these racers have practiced this and know this track like the back of their hand, so in doing so, they do not want to necessarily veer from the line that they think is the most optimal just because they maybe have an opportunity to get around another racer who, again, we've seen this. The overtakes are not permanent, especially with the racing quality that we have here. A lot of these overtakes are going to be momentary at best, and then immediately because you've taken a more aggressive line, or maybe you've taken a more of an outside line, you will be retaken over again. So I like to see what we're seeing here between our top three racers, and it's fun to see that the battle between 4 and 6, similar idea, Deerplot, Design, and Stamina all in very close proximity.
Much like we saw on track number 1 here, Stamina is the one kind of playing spoiler to the mid-pack at this point, just not letting anyone through. Does not care for the regard of kind of the 2 passing rules that you usually see the sportsmanship play out for. He's blocking these guys left, right, center, wherever it needs to be to maintain P4, and it's working. It's continued to work. Worked on race number 1 as well, and he's pulling off the same exact thing here on race number 3, and no one has been able to get past him as a result of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's working to the advantage of the top 3 here. He's only further increasing the gap between the top 3 and the rest of the pack as well. Almost 3-second separation between Vanquish and Stamina at this point. So you have to wonder if Stamina is just kind of getting, to the frustrations of everybody else here. Design definitely a racer that can find their way into the top 4 and maybe the top 3 if they're able to get a good enough push, but without being given that room, there just isn't much of an opportunity. Speaking of which, Vanquish, very few opportunities so far here to try and advance past that P3 position in front of Legacy or Lightning. They haven't necessarily let Lightning get too far away from the top 3 either, as that 1 second margin is about the highest that they can find. He's gone above that 1 second by like a millisecond or so, and he's gone underneath that 1 second for a majority of it, but again, Lightning been able to maintain that P1 position through the first 5 laps. It's been close at times, but still nobody has been able to overtake him so far.
Vanquish with a very little kind of reaction to slamming into the back of the Legacy timer here as he works his way out of one of these speed corners. He's going to have to come back around the stands in a moment. And the same thing here. Yep, ends up tapping the back of Legacy just a tad. I think more so trying to let him know he's there and is giving him a warning that that pass might be coming sooner rather than later. So getting Legacy to shake a little bit, and that's just continued to build up more and more of a lead for Lightning up in the front of the pack as well. Although Legacy, even with the pressure on him, still staying pretty respectably close. Just about a second advantage here for Lightning. That will take a few laps to close once a victor is found between this P2 and P3 race, but still, props to Legacy for not falling completely behind as we've seen in some of the previous races.
I do feel like if Vanquish does pass Legacy at any point, he's going to get right up on Lightning pretty quickly as well. He's done a good job of maintaining the line that he's looking for while still staying at a pretty high speed. It really has been only the brake checks of Legacy that has slowed him down in any capacity here. Take a look back in between that battle between P4, 5, and 6 right now, and it is still the same battle with the same 3 people being involved. It is Stamina, it is Design, and it is Deerplot as they continue to just kind of, I think they're basically full sending every single one of these turns, and the only problem is that there's somebody in front of them. If there wasn't, they'd be cruising towards that top 3 position, but they just don't have that availability. The physicality of all 3 of the racers continues to collide with each other, and it makes it more and more difficult. difficult. We're not seeing the same sort of physicality with our top three, and we're actually starting to see a little bit more of a gap than we had seen previously. Vanquish now about a half a second behind Legacy, and Legacy still about a second behind Lightning. So this is music to the ears of Lightning at this point. That means the battle between P2 and P3 is actually slowing down, and it's only creating a further gap for him to be able to exploit.
Curious if this is almost not necessarily intentional, but a little bit more strategic from Vanquish to try and give him a little bit more time to set up a pass maneuver as he works himself up towards like the stands turn as well as the initial turn around the barn house towards the front of the track, or if he just ended up getting bumped back a little bit, and now that's the circumstances of it. Either way, that was definitely an issue for him. He was way too close to Legacy previously, and there was at least one or two opportunities he might have had to pass, but because he was so close, they went into a turn and it just kind of closed the window that maybe he's choosing to do that now.
Continue on throughout this race. We are into the back half of Maple Valley now at this point, and again, not much has shaken up here. We've seen some battles between our 4 through 6. We've seen some battles between our 7 through 10, but we really haven't seen a lot of switching of those positions outside of maybe momentary opportunities. It's made for a very interesting race, but it's also made for a race where we're starting to get a picture of what the final leaderboard is going to look like. It's going to take a lot of shaking up between our top two racers for anything to change here, and even Vanquish, who has been able to maintain a P3 back-to-back, and now potentially a third in a row. If they want to have any chance of shaking anything up, a move has to be made soon. Lap number 7 has just now started, and again, it is still Lightning far away at the head of the pack, and again, they haven't really been able to get further than maybe a second in front of Legacy, but that has been more than enough throughout this race.
Legacy is starting to close the gap now that Vanquish has peeled off of his backside a little bit here. The close pressure just wasn't really beneficial to either of them, if they're being honest with each other, so I think they've taken a different approach to it now, where Vanquish, much like he's done on previous tracks, just kind of sitting back and waiting for a mistake in strategy so that he can cut past that racer in front of him. It literally got him at P2, or at least very close to it, if I recall correctly, back on our last track, and he's trying to repeat the same success here on our third and final track. Zach the One still looking for a pass against Design and Deer Plot, but there's some nice separation there, so no opportunities will immediately surface among those drivers either.
Yeah, we're starting to see even more of a separation. We talked a lot about how Deerblot Design, Zach the One, all kind of fighting against each other. It's not really the case anymore with a second separation between all of the racers at this point, and in doing so, it's actually created even further of a gap between our top three and the rest of the pack here. Stamina now almost 5 seconds behind Vanquish, and again, this is what you were talking about. When Vanquish and Legacy don't have to face each other, they can go for moves like this. Vanquish going to try to go for the inside, and I think he is just full on boxed out Legacy. A huge move from Vanquish, and now he can focus his eyes on P1. Lightning still within reach.
You gotta respect the kind of metagaming going on there from Legacy to have set all that up over the past 5 laps or so, going through the process of realizing you can't go, back to back with Legacy in that situation there, and having to give him a little bit of space to breathe, to make a mistake that he could eventually correct on one of these turns. So beautifully played there by Vanquish. Did a very similar pass in the last track and has done it again here. Very well may have secured in P2 for this race and locked in the overall victory for Lightning if everything comes to pass that way. But we still have about 2 laps to go here, so let's not lock anything in just yet.
Vanquish definitely taking an aggressive route at this point. I'm not seeing a whole lot of tapping of that brakes, if at all. And again, that's not surprising considering we're getting into the latter laps of this race, and the racers are definitely becoming more confident, more familiar with this track with every single turn that they make. It's going to become a problem for Lightning if they do make a mistake, but at this point, they have raced a dang near flawless race so far. Again, we have seen it get close, but we have never seen that drop within, I'd say, a third of a second at any point. The gap that they have had has maintained the entire time, and they oftentimes do push it to about here at about the 1 second mark. It's just underneath that right now, but again, Vanquish, he's just full sending it down this hill. He's hoping maybe he finds an opportunity here before they get to the finish line and get that first turn around, but it's been very far and few opportunities between here. This will be their best chance, and I still don't think they're going to catch up to Lightning. No, Lightning, again, still maintaining a solid line. More of an outside line than an inside one, but maybe he's got the idea that not everybody else does.
With the gap that he has, again, might just be playing for that slight bit of tire preservation here in the final 2 laps as well. It shouldn't be a huge concern on only a 10-lap circuit, but whatever you can play for helps you out a little bit there to maintain that extra traction in those final laps, and potentially Vanquish becoming a victim of what I was just talking about there with tire wear, getting a little squirrely on a few of those corners. That may potentially reignite the battle between him and Legacy in the final moments of this race, so make sure you're paying attention to those two once we get on to lap 10 pretty soon here.
The question is, does Legacy want to take this smoke at this point? point, though, because as much as it is great if he's able to overtake Vanquish and get closer to Lightning, it's going to come at the cost of a risk. You can almost guarantee yourself a number 2 position if you're able to maintain this top 3, but if you're really gunning for number 1, if you're looking for that opportunity at $2,000 and also that race weekend with McLaren, you have to try and make a move at some point here, and this could be it. Inside track, he's trying to maintain this closely to see if he can pass, and it's going to work out. Legacy back into P2. He is over a second behind Lightning, but if there was ever a chance for a chance at first, it is this final couple of laps.
Nice patience from Legacy there. Catches the fact that Vanquish either didn't have enough traction left in those tires or just wasn't able to maintain traction in general on his overall lap-by-lap turn basis here. Yeah, this is where you can really get a real sense of the speed coming off of the hill there as well. Vanquish, though, certainly not going to take that pass without at least one attempt to fight back against it. The problem is that he's once again going to be right up against Legacy's tail, though. We saw that he just couldn't really pull off a pass by approaching it this way for those first 5 or 6 laps. So what's going to be the different strategy to make it happen suddenly on lap 10?
I gotta say, Lightning, I'm starting to see where his advantage is really coming from. It is not these straightaways, it is not these very precise turns, it's these longer turns where he's able to kind of maintain his speed in a way that we are not seeing other racers do. He's probably been racing on the outside more than any other racer we have seen so far here, and it has been by far to his advantage as he maintains a higher consistent speed and has done a great job of just racing the line he wanted. We talked a lot about how when you come into these races, if you are able to pull away from the pack, you race the line that you want, not the line that you are being forced into, whether through physicality or other drivers around you, and it has been a massive advantage. Great turn once again from Lightning as he further increases his gap to 1.5 seconds.
Earlier break there from Legacy at the very apex of the hill before they start their descent down, and here you go, you can see that back getting away from Vanquish a little bit there. I just don't think he has enough wear left here in the final lap, unfortunately, to keep up with the aggression that Legacy is pumping out of his pedal at the moment here. Down the hill for the final time. Lightning, who we've really haven't had to talk about a whole bunch here because he's just been maintaining a consistent first place, is going to rush across the finish line unchallenged. Vanquish as well, banging off the walls here a little bit as he crosses the line. Once again, those traction issues haunting him until the very last second. Thankfully, does not lose control. That does lock in Legacy for P2. So Lightning, Legacy, and Vanquish will make up our podium with Stamina. Once again, the most interesting story by far, you can say to some extent here in this track, with a 4th, last 13th place, and then 4th finish again here on race number 3, followed by Design, Deerplot, Zach the One, Popping, It's Maze, Beetle Steak, I Might Worm, Buggy, and then finally, in just a moment here, Blazion as well will be finishing off.
My credit, by far the most, in my opinion, yes, Lightning and Legacy duking out an incredible battle, but Vanquish, 3 third places in a row, P3, P3, P3 every single time, and honestly, credit to him because it's probably going to nail him P3 overall. And you can see this was a much cleaner and more precise race than any of the others. 0 penalties to our top 5 racers makes sense. This was definitely the most confident track that they raced on. They looked that way the whole time they were racing through it, and it ended up that way as well. This is why we have Maple Valley in these. It feels so good to watch. It feels so good to race for our racers, and it creates an entertaining finish to these races every single time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that about wraps it up for the two of us. But we're not done just yet. Stick with us here for just a few minutes. We're going to go to a short break as we tally our final results, and then when we come back, we'll have the final breakdown ready for you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. We are at the end of the road. Literally, all of our racers have crossed the finish line. We've tallied the points, and your champion of North America is Lightning, pulling out ahead by 3 points over Legacy. It really was between those two all along, but Vanquish maintained 3rd place and Deerplot at 4th. And we have just finished off all 4 of our regions, so congratulations to Subaru, our APAC champion, Bouquet, our EMEA champion, Vinny for LATAM, and Lightning, as you just saw, for North America. So not only bringing in that $2,000 grand prize, but that VIP trip to the McLaren race. That is going to be so excited. I am so jealous. And this has been such an amazing day. We had hundreds of thousands of drivers joining us. It has been incredible. So many months of competition. Of course, Logitech giving away all these amazing racing rigs and peripherals. I just can't wait for the next one. And you could still grab some of this prize, some of these prizes yourself. You can enter that bonus stage if you go within Forza and look for that time trial playlist. You can enter your best lap for a chance to win that VIP trip to the McLaren race up until February 4th. Again, you only have so much time to do this, guys. And a big shout out to our casters, Blue, aka John, and Bass, aka Oliver. And I hope you all have enjoyed our races so far. And a big congratulations to all the racers that have joined us. And good luck on the next one. That's all we have for you folks. Thank you so much for watching. I can't wait to see you for the next one.